วันนี้มีเซนติเนลครับเจอกับเคซีแล้วก็เจนจีเจอกับ EDG ครับเหมือโจน QT ดีนะคิวแค่ทีเดียวถ้าคิว2 ทีนี่จะคิวเยอะไปหน่อยเมื่อวานเซนชนะครับเยเซนกับเจนจีถูกต้องแน่นอนเย้ยวิดพื้นยังพี่ อ๋อใช่เหรอคู่แรกไงพี่คู่แรกคู่แรกหรือคู่2เซนติเนลไว้ ผมสกอตไปแล้วดิแต่ยังไม่ได้ถ่ายคลิปเลยโหรอสักเข่าสุดเลย ปวดขาเลยนี่วันนี้ผมมาเซนติเนลกับเจนจีครับ คู่แรกเราเห็นตรงแค่เอาลืมเปิดขอโทษลืมเปิดเสียงพี่เอ๋ยอีกแล้ว
were like fighting against the waves time and time again, but they managed to do it here. I love
ตั้งแต่แนว2-1
winner mentality of no excuses if we
ดี
lose
จี
this
2-0
But the difference is that prep time is very impactful. Carmen Core is a team
EDG
that's
2-0 เลยเหรอ
coming up with those
ครับ
Xanax strats
ใช่
when they
ยิง
have the
โอ้
time
โห
to do
ยิง
so.
แบบ
The team constantly talks about
นี่
how
แต่เจน
good
จีเลยนะ
its
พี่
game plans are
คำนวณด้วยสายตา
to do so. So I think that is
เจน
something
จี
that
ถ้า
we'll see
เทคเจอร์ไม่มาคนเดียวจบเลย
That's what makes this match,
จบเลย
really deadly for both teams, right? You have such little prep time, and that means that's where the ante comes in. There's no other way. You just have
เจอแรงสมก็เป็นพี่เอ๋ย
each other, right? But a
พูด
big
แรก
part of
ทาย
that
ยาก
also
ครั
is
บ
like the
พูดสอง
energy
ทาย
that
ง่าย
Sentinels brings, and I think a big part of that is Zelsis, and you can see it.
ทายง่ายเลย
They'll
โอ้
just
โห
yell on stage,
ใช่
they'll smile,
มั่นใจมาก
lift,
พูดสอง
everybody up, and convince everybody to buy the Sentinels bundle, of course. But Mimi, he's just a powerhouse, also in game.
He's more than just a salesman. When his teammates talk about him, they describe him as the player who gives them a reason to play, that reminds them what they're here for. He's really good at giving his teammates energy, being that emotional leader, but he also
ที
เติมแรงมาก
this one. Yeah, I think if it
มัน
weren't for
พร้อม
his
พลิกสถาน
clutches
การ
on
ณ์ทุก
Lotus,
คนเลย
Sentinels wouldn't be here. Would have been Team Heretics instead. In a close match like that, little pop-offs like this, giving your team the
เซล
energy.
ซิตมัน
Those
มันจัง
things
วะ
that are less easy to point out and that are easy to point out, like his clutches, are both so impactful for Sen's win yesterday.
เซลซิตนี่เหมือนจะไม่โดดเด่นนะ แต่ว่านิ่งจัดเลยช็อตสำคัญเก็บหมด
มันชอบได้ช็อตสำคัญ
ใช่
We talk about these two. We talked about him earlier.
แล้วเทนน่ะ
how
ช็อต
exciting
สำคัญ
he is. They have the same kind of like agent pool. They kind of mirror each other in a way.
ลูกพี่เท
เท
น
น
It's gonna be so exciting.
เทนมาแบบ
And I think that Zeki
มาแล้วมาเลย
really into Jarl
มาเวอร์
yesterday. I think that he was being extra aggressive when the team needed it
โอ้
most.
มาทีน
Probably,
โอ้ย
Celsius was easier
เห็น
than
ไฮไลท์แล้วแบบสยองเลยว่ะ มา
วันนี้
ตี
เซนติ
And also the combination of him and
วันนี้เซนติเนลเจอกับมาตีน
very similar to the one that we're going to see between Narrate and Martin. And probably we haven't talked about Martin so much.
ไฟพาวเวอร์มาตีนกับเทนนี่
Narrate,
โห
but
ผม
this
ว่า
is
แบ
the
บ
same. And Martin brings
แทบไม่
something
ต่างเลย
different to the team. He's going to be playing on the Euro. He's going to be on his own and making this place in some of the instances. But the electricity from both have to be ready on stage.
Did Second Knowledge just fall out of his chair when we came into that clip?
I think so. I think it is.
If he can stay in his chair this match,
ตัวไอ้นี่มากกว่านาเลดอ่ะ
And hopefully,
สถิติมันดีมากเลยนะ
let's
เล่นตอนนี้
on his side.
นา
We
เลศ
did acknowledge that.
it is kind of messed up.
นาเลศที่วันแรกนี่เหมือนจะหลับจะกลับมา
Those 2 extra kills.
โอ้โหตอนนี้มันเป็นโนหนึ่งของลีกอ่ะ ที่มาแข่งรายการนี้ก็คือตอนนี้สถิติมันดีสุด แล้วก็ทิ้งห่างแบบทิ้งห่างที่ 2 ไปเลยไกลมาก โหดจัดพี่นเรศ
know, you have
แต่ดูจากวันแรกนี่ก็เสกวินอยู่เหมือนกันนะ
That's gonna be where my eyes are at actually on this match because it's gonna be it's gonna boil down to the wire
เป็น
especially
ไปเล่นคะแนนเป็นยังไงบ้างตอนนี้ 0-1 ครับเดี๋ยวกำลังจะเจอกับฮีทรีพรุ่งนี้ถ้าแพ้
Well, yeah, it absolutely is.
ตกรอบ
This
เลย
guy's
ครับ
been
ผม
grinding in tier 2 for a long time. Started his career in the MENA scene, moved over to
เดี๋ยว
Canada
2-1
for
UDG
college,
2-0
competed there in tier 2, finally made it to tier 1 with Sentinels, and now he's IGLing his first global tournament, which is really impressive. He's also reunited with Coach Kaplan, who they played together back in tier 2, and I think the system that both of them have built is really parallel to the impact that the coaches have in KC. For my money, these two teams are the two that have the strongest read on the meta right now. I think Sentinels finds a great balance between playing meta stuff like that Gecko comp they switched to Unbind and doing things that enable their players that is more based on comfort. And on the other hand, for KC, they're playing stuff that no one else is that I think is also on the forefront, like those their split comp where they're playing the double smokes and the Yoru. Both these teams have such great ideas and also such electric individuals. This is going to be a fantastic match.
Oh yeah, for sure. But for now, we're gonna take a little break from that discussion because it is time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll.
User
Earlier,
disconnected
we
from your
asked you
channel.
which team had the toughest draw for round 2, and the results are in. People think it is Carmine Core Band. Do you
User
agree?
joined your channel.
ขออนุญาตปิดเสียงแป๊บนึงนะ ขออนุญาตทิมไปที่เซนติเนลสวัสดีครับน้องโบน้องโมจิน้องเตยนะครับน้องการศิวาน
เฮ้ยทำไรอ่ะ
นาวิตี้สวัสดีครับสวัสดีโอซัม
ไปทาง
นะครับ
หญิงซะอีก
สวัสดีน้องไม้สวัสดีพัทลิศนะครับมาเซนติเนลนี่
เจ๊สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับอิง
วันนี้เซนติเนลกับใครพี่
เซนติเนลคือเคซี
โอ้
มาตีน
น่าจะเคซีเอ้ย
นัท
น่าจะเซนติเนล
นันเลศ
นันเลศเหรอ่ะพี่
ใช่มีนันเลศกับ
คนไทยปะเนี่ย
คนไทยดิพี่เอ้ยบอก
คนไทยเหรอ
ชื่อมันอ่านว่านาเลศ
ผมว่ามันลูกครึ่งไทยว่ะพี่ เฮ้ยพี่ยังไม่คุยกับน้องกอนุ่งแล้วดิ
โหล
โอ้โห เดี๋ยวนี้ติดยิงแล้ว
เอาแฟรงกี้สวัสดีครับ
ไม่น่ารักเหมือนตอนเข้าวงการใหม่ๆเลยนะ
การอะไร
ผมนวดเนี่ยพี่
โอ้โหเราชวนเข้าอ่ะ
ไม่เคยครับพี่ผมก็ฟังพี่ทั้งนั้นแหละ
พี่ก็อ่านมาจากพันทิปทั้งนั้นแหละ
คนที่พูดอย่างนี้ส่วนใหญ่ก็เรื่องจริงทั้งนั้นแหละ
พันทิปบินบีด้วยเหรอพี่วงการนี้
พันทิปมีทุกอย่าง
หรือว่าพี่เอฟอยู่ในวงการนี้เหมือนกันพี่
ไม่อยู่
อ๋อ
หรือว่าพันทิปนี่วันๆจะคุยเรื่องเงินเดือนนี่ ACS นาเลศนี่ที่ 1เลยนะพี่ นี่ให้เซ็นจริงๆเหรอ
อ้าวเฮ้ยเราอย่าไขว้เขวสิ
แล้วผมก็เชียร์เซ็นนะอุตส่าห์ใส่กระโปรงสกอตแลนด์ไว้
การเปลี่ยนความมีครับ
Ban Breeze. So map number 3 is going to be Bind, Sentinels.
PRX
Bind.
TH พี่ยงให้ใคร PRX ดีครับ
Alright, good luck to you both.
เฮ้ยแต่ว่ามันมีแต่ด้วยว่ะเห็นฟอร์ม PRX เมื่อวานแล้วแบบถ้ากลับมาไม่ได้ก็อาจจะไปยาวแหละ เมื่อวานถ้าไม่ใช่เจสันไม่เอาให้ 2-3 วินน่าจะยับกว่านี้ ไม่อยากจะนึกภาพ
พี่เคยฟังอันนี้ปะจีบเธอไม่ได้
อะไรนะ
เพลงนี้ปะเพลงชื่อจีบเธอไม่ได้
ร้องไงอ่ะ
จีบเธอไม่ได้ไม่อยากให้มีแฟน ก็เลยจีบแม่เธอแทน
I can feel the excitement already. So let's get this day started. It's
อะไร
gonna be
วะน่ะ
Sentinels versus Carmine Core
Ôi,
first,
sáng.
and later on we have EDG versus Gen G. That is
Không.
day 3 for
ผมพี่จาก
Masters
ไหนไม่รู้
Madrid,
แล้ว
and
ผม
it starts
นึกขึ้นมาได้
right
ไอ้เหี้ย
about now.
ไม่แต่งมาได้ไง
เออ
วะ
TH มึงพี่เอ้ย TH กับ PRX พี่ให้ใคร เห็นฟอร์ม
โอ้
PRX เมื่อวานแล้วเสียวๆเลย
ทีเฮดกับเปอร์เล็กเหรอ
ใช่
โหทีเฮดว่ะ
คิดเหมือนผมเลยแต่แบบ
มันโหดจริงอ่ะ ยังไม่รู้ยังงงเลยเซนติเนลชนะไม่ได้ไง
เซนติเนลเซคเคนมันตื่นเลยพี่หลัง
โอ้โห แล้วคนซับช่องเขา180,000
EDG, fourth time is the charm as they finally bested Paper Rex.
对于我来说，这是一个 PRX 是一
ๆเอา
座
วะ
山
เป็นไปเล็ก
เขา
เป็นเห
ก็
มือน
โคเวอ
ภู
ร์เพล
เขา
งดีๆก็มีนี่
สำหรับเรา
แล้วจีบเธอไม่ได้นี่คือเขาแต่งเองเหรอ
ไม่รู้ผมได้ยินจากไหนไม่รู้แล้วผมก็ไปเสิร์ชดูเอ้าใช่แม่งมีนี่
因为我要
พี่เอฟเคยได้ยินป่ะพี่
因为我要变成
ไม่เคยนะ
几个月
จีบเธอไม่ได้แม่ไม่อยากให้มีแฟน เลยจีบแม่เธอแทน
조금 지난
ใช่เหรอ
그런 사람인 것
ใช่
같아요.
จีบแม่แท้
ให้ดิมันเป็นเพลงเลยเพอด้วย
팀원들이 잘하는 플레이 방식을 약간 돋아주면서 더 잘할 수 있게
มัมเฮล
Crush loud, looking so good.
我觉得他们对于我来说是家人，
ว่าเซเคนมันเอาให้
他们一直的相信，一直的对我的肯定，一直对我的支持。
ข้างๆมันนิ่งขึ้นเยอะเลยว่ะพี่
所以说不能让他们
แล้วแถมมันไม่แบบไม่จับออฟรัวๆด้วยนะ
所以说我觉得我会带着这些东西一起前进。
วันนี้มันมาแบบแนวแท็กติกหมดแล้ว
저희가 남아 있는 경기들도 좋은 성적.
เพลงนี้กำลังดังในติ๊กต็อกอ่ะ
ใช่เหร
노력하겠습니다.
อ
บอกกำลังดังในติ๊กต็อก
Any predictions for a match against Sentinel? So is it
พี่แต่มันกินเมื่อวานมันก็ยิง
What-
เอาเรื่องนะวันซืนอ่ะ
It's like happening deja vu, I'd say. Yeah, it's like it's been
มาอยู่
years,
บานกิน
one
อ่ะ
time, so yeah, it would be quite cool to face them again and this time to take the win.
Playing against Carmine Corp is definitely going to be a tough. Narrate.
อ๋อมันมี
He was a
มันมี
strong
วง
player.
จริงด้วย
When
นี่
he was playing challengers
Hey,
CNA, he was putting up really good
Oh.
numbers even though his team
จีบเธอ
wasn't
ไม่ได้
that
แม่ไม่อยาก
strong.
มีแฟนแล้วนะ
At over narrate, can't be
เลยจีบแม่เธอแทน
Justice
ตะเล่โหด
I
จัด
had a couple of trials for NA teams, and I think they were extremely well. It just
เปิด
kinda
ใน
got
YouTube มัน
unlucky.
ติดลิขสิทธิ์มัน
Teams that qualify from NA are not like the teams that I expected to
โห
play
แรง
for
มากอ่ะไอ้
last
สิทธิ์
season.
นะ
Everything happens for a reason, and I'm here in Carmine Corp, and we're obviously doing way better than those teams I was talking about. To be honest, like revenge is not really on my mind. I was really excited to play
เปิดมี
NA
ลิข
teams
สิทธิ์
at least, because like you
ใคร
know,
จะไป
I
รู้
could have been in their region playing, but now I'm in a different region playing with a new team. NA isn't like
เท่ว่ะ
the
นาเรศ
only
อ่ะ
region that can be dominant. There can always be European teams or NA
Nared.
players going to different regions and still perform.
จริงๆเป็นคนลูกครึ่งไทยเหรอพี่
Second is so mechanically just filthy.
ลองซัพพอร์ตเลย
Many people had no
Phản
idea
rồi,
this
vậy.
guy is just
เมื่อกี้
giving
เปิด
it
มา
out.
ฟังแล้วนึง
Zekin is incredible player. I think
แต่เนื้อเพลงแม่งแบบต้องฟักจัดอ่ะ
he's just Zekin.
เพราะอยู่นะ
I would say the difference between
Huh?
2022 Zekin and now, I have a lot more experience than I did 2 years ago, and I'm a lot more confident in myself as a player than I was.
Going up against Sentinels will be quite a challenge. They're probably the most dangerous team at this tournament. For me, I don't really think about winning or losing. I just think about playing the game that's in front of me and
นาเรศนี่ยังรอ
As a whole team, I think Carmine Corp is very strong, but I believe that I can outduel anyone in the world.
เจนจีอย่างเงี้ยวันนี้จริงเจนจีอยู่แล้ว ไปถาม CGS ก็บอกเจนจีใช่ไหม
ผมรู้สึกว่าเจนจีน่าจะแบบท็อปโฟว่ะ ไหนพี่เอ๋ว่าไงพี่เอ๋คิดว่าใครท็อปโฟมีใครบ้าง
ท็อปโฟร์
เออ
ครับแป๊บหนึ่งนะ ขอดูหมอเฮงก่อนท็อปโฟร์
ใช่ไหมตอนนี้ผมคิดว่า KC มาวะทำไมตอนนี้ผมคิดว่า KC มาวะ
พิเลติเคซี
ทำไมมันเสียว
มีบ้าน
ๆ
เรา
อะ
เลยเหรอพี่เอ๋แม่งโคตรหมิ่นเกาหลีเลยว่ะ
EDG กี่เบี้ยวะ
เป็นเล็กไม่มีอะพี่
ผมมันดูตามดูตามเนื้องานครับ
สภาพเป็นไปได้
เกมเปิด
ผมมาเชียร์เจนจีตั้งแต่คิกออฟอะ
One of the biggest
ตรงเส้นคงวาปะ
พี่เอ๋อะไม่เคยเชียร์เลยตั้งแต่แบบเบียร์เอ็กไปเวิร์ครั้งแรกอะพี่เอ๋ยังไม่เคยมีครั้งไหนที่แบบเชียร์แบบ
เป็นเดือนต่อเลยปี20ต้องแนวเลยครับ ไหนดราม่าอะไรอ่ะ
It absolutely is. Both these teams have massive fan bases behind them. People
ไหนดราม่ามีดราม่าในเอ็กด้วยนะเพลงนี้เอาใช่หรอเขาบอกจีบเธอไม่ได้เป็นมีดราม่าในเอ็กด้วยไหนขอลิงก์หน่อยครับผมด่วนเลย
ขอลิงก์
ไปจีบแม่เธอแทนนะผมว่าน่าจะผิดคนนั่นแหละ
defining the meta at the forefront of the VCT with some of the best players in the world.
And just because of that Swiss stage, we get to see them head to head today. Maybe
มันต้องเป็นดราม่าเลยเหรอพี่มันแค่แต่งเพลงมาปั่นๆปะ
เนื้อเพลงไม่เหมาะสมโอ้โหถ้าจริงๆนะมันจะละเอียดขนาดนั้นวะคือมันมีคนแต่งเนื้อเพลงไม่เหมาะสมมาตั้งเยอะทำไมไม่เห็นมีดราม่าเลย
พี่เคยฟังนี่ว่าหน้าสดพลังเคยฟังว่า
เฮ้ย
พบเธอวันนั้นอยู่ที่ร้านข้าวมันไก่
เคย
โอ้โหเด็กกว่าเยอะเลยเอฟเคย
เขา
ฟังครับพี่
คาวบอยเนี่ย
สมัยก่อนไอเพลงไอ้นี่ยังไม่เห็นดราม่าเลยแททูคัลเลอร์ไม่อยากอะไร
นี่ไงหน้าสดมีพลังไงหน้าตาสวยๆมีกล้วยเหมือนกัน
อย่างเก่าเลย
คาวบอยไม่เห็นมีดราม่าอะไรเพลงคาวบอยอ่ะ
ผมว่าไอ้จีบแม่แทนนี่ตลกอยู่
มันอยู่ผมว่ามันอยู่ที่บริบทถ้าเจตนาของคนแต่งเพลงไม่ได้อะไรก็ไม่น่าไป
ผมว่าเจตนาเขา
เอาฮาเฉยๆแหละ
ปั่นนั่นแหละถ้าคนมาถามก็จะบอกว่าอ๋อเข้าทางแม่ผมคิดว่าเป็นนั่นแหละแต่จริงๆมันจะเอาฮา
อ๋อเขาบอกว่าเนื้อเพลงอ่ะตอนแต่งเหรอมีเขียนไว้แล้วว่าเพลงเป็นการประชดประชันว่าแม่โหดไม่ให้จีบเลยไปจีบแม่แทน
their protocols and how strong they are at finding the right time on defense, at making the right calls. This is
เพลงอะไรครับผมปล่อยน้ำใส่หน้าน้องมีด้วยเหรอหายแล้ว
ปล่อยใส่นาพี่นาอยู่ข้างกันอะไรอย่างงี้ป่ะไม่รู้มั่วเอา
ปล่อยน้ำใส่นาน้องเพลงอะไรว่าปล่อยน้ำใส่นาน้อง
ยิงกันแล้ว
เดี๋ยวผมไม่ได้ปิดเฟซเลยเนี่ยตรงนี้นะ
Kaplan in the press conference last night, he said that this tournament was about prep, was about aiming strat, because there was not a lot of turnaround time for teams to switch up their strats. The issue here is, for Sentinels, 14 hours of prep since their game last night. You gotta sleep for at least some of those. And on the other hand, Karmine Corp have had a good amount of time for Aang to come up with a counter strat. They're so good at implementing that.
Oh, and right now, as we're seeing our agent select, we are seeing Martin bringing out the
Yuri that we
talked about. So that head-to-head we talked about, like it's gonna be a double duelist this time.
I love the fact that we get the double duelist that we get
โอ้ย
to see
พี่เอ้ย
คอมซิงจัด
นาเลดเลดยังไง
of the initiator
โอ้โห
and this duo also combined with Magnum and how he's going to be
เฮ้ยของคามายโคตรเฟี้ยวอ่ะ
is going to be key to the success of Case.
Everyone's seen Sentinels comp before, but if you haven't watched Karmine Corp,
ว่าอย่างนี้ดูมันอยู่
to look for is how they're pairing the teleports in their comps with audio denial. They have Fade Seize, they have Fade Alt, they have Omen Paranoia. They have all these tools that take away your ears, and then they have Yoru Gate Crashes, Omen TPs to get behind you. They're so dynamic in the way that they double dive on their retakes on defense and on their attack side hits.
Yeah, exactly. And do not forget about the Astro as well, another key element there.
Well, let's get this match started and bring in your caster.
มาแล้วไม่เมื่อกี้ผมไอ้นี่ไงผมจะเลื่อนจัดเลเยอร์เฟซอ่ะเดี๋ยวความลับหลุดไม่ได้ต้องปิดจอก่อนขอดูด้วยขอโทษลืมสวิตช์จอให้ดู
แต่ว่า Twitter นี่มันอ่อนไหวกันไปนะจริงเห็นแบบ
ให้นี่
หน่อยนี่แบบดามุนามา
ให้ลุ้นคอม
Twitter
ขอโทษ
The number one seeds coming out from Americas and from EMEA. There was no guarantee that we were going to get this game throughout the tournament.
พอดเรื่องจะเป็นอีกแบบถ้าไปจีบพ่อได้แทนจริงหายเลยนะทันแล้ว
Set our sights here onto Split, as you've already mentioned. Very good map for both of these.
สวย
ยัง31 30เนี่ย29ใช่ป่ะ
7แล้ว26แล้ว
เฮ้ยเร็วเกิน
24 23
ให้ผมเท่าพี่เอ๋ย
ต้องพอดโกทีหนึ่งรอจบราวก่อนนะ
ไม่ไร17 16 15ทันปะ
32
โอเค พี่ทำไมผมเก่งๆว่าจะเป็น KC วะใช่ไหม แต่
คือ
ดู
ถ้า
ก่อน
คือถ้าดูตามฟอร์มอ่ะที่มันผ่านมาคือเคซีดูดีกว่า
แต่ผมว่าเชื่อมั่นในเซนทำได้อยู่แล้วเพราะว่าเมื่อวานก็เหมือนกันทรงเดียวกันเลย
มันจะมีพลังแฝงครับผมแมตช์สำคัญ
ดี
แบ
เฮ็
บ
ดมัน
นี้
ก็โหดเชื่อมั่น อุ้ยหลอกสวย
โอ้มากันหมด
We're going to accelerate into the A side, but they're worried in case
Oh!
it's Celsius goes for more info, punished, but that is finally going to make the call.
ติ๊ก5 4โอเวนยูบีเดี๋ยวนี้เขาไม่เล่นไม่เล่นอยู่ในไซส์กันละเน้นรีเทคกันอีกแล้ว
ไปดูด้วยเอเจนต์มันมาแบบ
Playing so well around that area.
แต่มันอยู่ในไซส์ยากจริงนะในแข่งอ่ะของมันใช้กันแบบอุ้ยเป็นไงนี่ไงดูเนตลูกนี้เป็นไงเนตไปเรื่อย
ไม่มีอะไรเลยนะ
เอ้ยเป็นไงเชื่อมั่น
เอามาหนึ่งไง
เชื่อมั่นดิวะ
Really well played, highlighting the strengths of Sen right from the beginning there, which is that they understand how their opponents want to play on split. There is a meta that's developed over the course of probably the last year or maybe a little more, which is plant for heaven, try to retake heaven control as the post planners,
โห
and the retakers are going
เม็ด
to
เดียว
end up flooding off.
ตอนแรกกลับไปเล่น 16-9 นะพอดูแข่งปุ๊บกลับมาภาพแบบภาพเบียดต่ออ้วนเลย
You see how they sent that flash just to disrupt what was happening. The timings were all perfect.
อุ้ยอย่าเบียดจะบังครับ คนจะดัง
catching on to one another with the bodies, but they're going to be granted a ramp control deep in the position.
And this does look like a round where both teams have opted for the opposite side of things. KC stacking 4 players over towards B main, hoping that things were going to come in.
เซคันด์มองในกล้องมันนึกว่าซัม
Very easy A side.
ดูกับพี่น้อง
There was a lot of talk, Brennan, in Americas after Sentinels went on their fantastic run about whether this version of them playing split was just the best in the world. And for me personally, it looks awesome, but you have to see it tested at an event like this and go up against other top teams like KC, for example, before you can make claims like that.
อุ้ย
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
หัวริม
ตาสี่ชิบหายละ
Common Core still danger here, even though they are on an eco round. You never want to count this team out, especially with how drilled they are. Look at them playing together.
เฮ้ยมีซ้อนว่ะ
So are Sentinels, always side by side, not leaving any gaps. Nothing.
สองคนนี้อยู่ด้วยกันไว้ใจได้ครับ
So it will be nice and easy sailed round.
เฮทุกตัวเฮคลื่น
แล้วฟอร์เรสไง
Close attention as well. If you want to talk about general matchups into this, I mean, on this map we get an absolute treat, don't we? Narrate versus Zekken on the Razors with that head-to-head.
Yeah. I mean, what a head. What a
เจ๊
head.
เสื้ออ้วนรูนหนึ่งมันเท่าไหร่วะจำได้ปะ
โอ้ย
เซนติเนล
6 ล้านแล้วก็
Moved off the Euro on bind, just unfortunately exactly aligned with when he could have gone up against Martin, as we were thinking of later on into the pool.
The roles might get funky. I mean, the rates.
นาเลสซื้อปืนแล้วพี่
Into the initiator.
มาเล่นมันจวดขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอพี่
โอ้โหที่หนึ่งอะสถิติตอนเนี้ย
ACS มันที่ 1ของโลก
Second picks up the judge.
ว่าที่ MVP อะตอนเนี้ย
มันไหวกับจอโนเซนไหมเหมือนกันนี่แหละ
Rank games it's been in Madrid.
พอตะเคนเมื่อวานเนี่ย
รอมันกลับบ้านเกิดก่อน
พอตะเคนนี่รู้สึกว่าจบเมื่อวานนี้น่าจะไปหานวดแผ่นไทยอะนวดหลังอะปวดไหล่
อุ้ยหมากลางลานเลยเหรอวะ
ฮะ
นี่อะปืนที่เรารัก
Fox in the pen looks like he wanted to try and overextend, but now here we go, an attempt to try and reclear into mid. Trip, Broken John might be in some trouble, has to call for some backup and reinforcements. It's happening all over the bloody place. Still the movement is clean. Satchel there, Trip in his face, and the rate still wins that one out, but the side has been fully taken. Territory now for Sen. Comical forced to slow it down now, side by side. The rate and shit be holding hands through this one, but they've got a lot to chew through.
This one way that Shin's looking to pop, very difficult for the post planners to deal with. Celsius goes for a peek early on, trying to play Zekken in.
It's a bit of that information yet, close to Raptors, close to
Oi,
the rate.
นี่ไงเห็นอะไร
Now brings it to the 2v2 with an aid rebounding. Did they know? Did he expect it towards new box? Half clearance. Celsius just a one.
โอ้โห
That is nasty.
ตาสี่ปิดไม่ลงเฉย
You can start to see it.
พี่ว่าวันนี้เซคเคนจะมีสักศพไหมพวกเดียวกันอะ
อุ้ยไม่แล้วมั้งมีทุกวันเลยเหรอ
เมื่อวานก็จัดไป2 ศพ
ให้มันจับเพื่อนทุกวันเลยเหรอ
ไม่แน่นะเดินติดถ้าแบบติดกันมากๆนี่ต้นเกมนี่เทนติดไปแล้วจะโดดนี่ติดเพื่อนคนไหนเดี๋ยวจะสักพักหมันเขี้ยว
มิชลินจะเป็นสปอนเซอร์ด้วยหรอนะ
เอาบ้างไหมมีแบรนด์อะไรบ้างนะยางล้อรถดีๆตอนนี้
โยโกฮาม่ามิชลิน
โยโกฮาม่าไหมออกขวา
บลินสโตน
ต้องถึงเวลาเปลี่ยนยางรถพอดีเลยตอนเนี้ย
อ๋อเหตุผลคือเปลี่ยนรถก็ดี
เข้าทางเลยนะโยโกฮาม่าออกขวา
อยู่เยอะกันจังวะไอ้ห้องนี้
อุ้ย
It's just so good the way that he breaks the prowlers whilst continuing to scale, whilst continuing to move forwards. He's done it with
เซเคนแบบเซเคนลากเอ็กเซตอะปีที่เพื่อนไม่ยิงอะตอนเนี้ย
off the charts. Tomsey feeling the heat, turned up, sent out the paranoia, but now backs away, trying to play for the life, giving up heaven control, gives up B as a result, but maybe I'll be able to just pick him apart from the side here. Is he going to get lucky with a few stray bullets? Not quite. Sassy, minor bruises basically. It's going to be that plant down now.
เสียแข่งตอนไหนครับอ๋อไม่ได้แข่งครับผมไอเอ็กเทนมาครับผมแล้วกันนี้อะไรวะนะ
This is what I'm talking about. Sen forcing the fights before the retake can even happen. The swing timing there from Zekken was excellent. It shut this retake down before it could even begin. And Casey were getting so many of these 4v5 round wins against FPX.
ไม่แพงแล้วหรอ
แสนเดียวเอง
I mean, to be kind to them.
2 ลูก10M.
And Sen are just not going to do that. If they get up early, they have the discipline and the player strength to be able to close this out. They've been working on that since October. Both of these teams grinding away in separate regions.
ย้อนไปไกลเกินเดี๋ยวอัพเสื้อเท่าไหร่ดีกว่าเมื่อกี้ขายถุงมือออกขายถุงมือ2 ลูกเมื่อกี้ 40M
ทำไมไม่มีอะไรขนาดนี้เกมเดียวกูบอกเลย
เซนตีเนล
แต่เคนถ้าเครื่องติดแล้วแรงไม่มีตกตัวนี้
มันได้ไปเล่นอีกเขาเรียกว่าอะไรไปเล่นอีกรอบนึงครับได้เล่นอีกรอบ
แบบ2ไม่ลาเลยพี่โน่ดัตทูครับผมมาแต่อย่างเอาจริงเล่นยากอยู่นะคอมเคซีอ่ะ
นี่มันยุคไอ้นี่แฟนทอม
ไอซาซี่มันชอบอยู่แล้วเฮ้ย
Good to send that one out, yeah. Actually fantastic, but still close to the
อุ้ยเอ้ามาทีนบอกกูผิดอะไร
แล้วเซเคนยิงไม่หยุดครับ
That's unbelievable. And a snipes Martin up there. I believe it was with the showstopper, and then also gets a nade kill too.
Unreal. And Sen, easy as it goes.
เจอเจนจีคู่2นึกว่าคู่แรก
Who wants to get the plan? Who wants to earn their ult next? Sassy. Okay, you're up. Keep the war machine chugging.
And that's the big thing, right? Once you start to get momentum like this was only a bit of an anti-eco round. Casey still had 3 rifles, if you want to call the Bulldog a rifle as well. But it wasn't a full buy for them. Sen used a big ultimate, but they managed to get another one online.
เซเคนใช้อันติใจเย็นขึ้นหรอ
Gonna start to push
จากเห็นอาซูน่าใช้อันติใจเย็นขึ้นมากกว่าตอนนี้มันเลิกยังวะ
เฮ้ยมันหายไปไหนแล้ววะ
มันไม่ได้มาไง
มันไม่เคยมาเลยหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
เคย
เจอแต่อยู่ในสตรีมอย่างเดียวเลย
เคยมาแรก
เดี๋ยวว่าเจอเทียจะไหวป่ะไม่ไหวป่ะถ้ายังสภาพเดียวกับเมื่อวานก็ไม่น่าไหวต้องไปปรับสภาพจิตใจกันอาจจะมีแรงฮึดสู้ที่เฮดจากประเทศอะไรครับสเปนเนี่ยเจ้าบ้านใช่ป่ะวะน่าจะใช่แหละยุโรปอ่ะ
Now you're going to see hopefully a bit better weaponry. I mean, it's half armor, a couple of rifles, still the bulldog being kept for Magnum. Of course, we can see this.
Yeah, and another opportunity for Sentinels to mix some
ปั่น
stuff
จัด
up. Zekken, by the way, still 10-1. Still yet to be punished more than one time. He's dominating.
Absolutely frying.
And this looks like, once more, the pressure's going to come towards mid. And Martin and Magnum have been trying to get aggressive in this area. They just haven't found the opportunities.
An attempt to take an early fight there, but Carmen Core looking a little bit out of sync with the high-low, but Martin's been pushed forward, so they want to fight this.
I think Martin is just looking to catch Zekken as he powers his way up mid, trying to position himself into an unusual spot.
Really close Trailblazer. Using the close corner,
เฮ้ย
Martin.
แปลก
There actually, catch him, but still the
ๆอุ๊ย
trace
เจ็บอีก
there.
ตัวด้วยนะ
Martin have his gate crash, I'm
โอ้ย
not
ไปโดน
too
ตา
sure.
สี่ฮิว
But he
ไม่
did
ได้
a lot of damage to Tasasi. So there has still been damage done there, even though it was a 1-for-1 trade.
แล้วเหลือให้มันเลยดิ
Yeah, this push through.
ไม่มีเซนติเนล
Excellent
KC
fighting from John Cutie. No Sentinel on the other side for KC. Means
ยาก
that
จัด
these gaps do exist.
They're going to be aware of the ramp players though. Seekers, they should be now used. Spam down and spray down, so Narrate gets both of them.
Are they aware how deep John and Tens are?
It seems like it. Look at
อุ้ยโดนนะเลสนะเนี่ยนะเลสแม่งระวังหลังอยู่
time is, but he is going to be grounded.
Ow!
No
Ow!
way! Walk straight into him. Should have been a
There you go.
freebie. Was not. Shin. He's got so much more to do now. Perfect paranoia.
โด
That's
นมา
10
เล่น
seconds
นะเนี่ย
deep up, but will there be anything to capitalize?
โอ้โหแล้วเทนเก็บหมดครับจังหวะนี้
He'll
เจิมสดเทน
Absolute dismantling so far. In terms of the entry in terms of the lurk play
นาเล่น
too.
นาเล่นบอกเมื่อกี้ก็ไม่น่าพลาดนะ
His
เกิดอะไร
crosshairs
ขึ้
in
น
the
วะ
right place, but I don't think he anticipated the timing.
จังหวะเซอร์ไพรส์
And this
จังหวะ
puts
ที่เลยเจิม
enormous
แบบ
burden
รายการ
onto
ขั้น
Magnum and Tamashi.
Running away with the early section of this half here. Horn sent wide. Paranoia only on the one. Celsius
อุ้ย
holds it down, but it's
2-1
instantaneous trade.
เรียบร้อย
He does not expect that position, so it's 5-1.
ต้องบอกว่าเทนจัดให้ดาวนี้
Really looking like just a
โอ้คุมไว้หมดแล้ว
ideas initially off the rip. Even when KC seemed to get that minor advantage with the first kill, there's always that instant trade coming out.
No, they are absolutely crushing them right now in every department. These are the kind of banger matchups that when one team when you haven't had the opportunity to experience how the two clash and collide, you don't exactly know which way it's going to
ซา
go.
สี่นี่คนไหน
And when you
ไอ้
see
นี่
it
ครับ
play out like this,
ซาสี่เลยชื่อ
wow,
ซา
this
สี่
is
เลย
spectacular the way that Sen are just handling everything that
วันอาทิตย์มาปีแรกกับ
But I also feel like
ปี
Sen
สาม
are
สกาย
actually being able to define the tempo at any point in these rounds. Maybe this and an eco round where they can take more risks could be the one.
This is the time to do it. Peek and wide, Shin will respect it now. Shows presence though, so Sen are going to be wanting to re-clear B main just in case.
This Astra smoke does make it a little difficult to do that though. Especially when Zelsis has the pit online, which he's gonna want for a post-plant situation probably. If things get dangerous, perhaps he could save it for a rifle.
Abundance of caution from Sentinels here, up against that weaker buy, for good reason.
Haunt thrown over towards A right now, so Carmen Core start to stack B. It didn't see anybody. Sassy might decide to try to use some Sky Util to pull people back away from the B site before this pop happens. But also that means that there won't be initiator utility with the site hit.
Narrate's running away, no, going back to heaven. Close
Ow!
corner flash, Martin collects.
That's a great punish. It gives them the kill and it tells them to keep stacking B.
จบเลยแบบนี้รู้เลยว่า
Paranoia
เอ
going
เชีย
flying to pull on top of it.
แต่24 วิมากันหมดละ
Just single digits of HP, there's 20 seconds
เขา
left.
ยากจัด
Narrate's still there with the rocket in his back pocket. It's
แสน
gonna
ตี
be
เข้าครับ
pretty monstrous here. Pit just to get themselves out. 14 seconds left. Time becoming an issue.
อุ้ย
Second, but Narrate 2 for 2 on the way. Carmen Core full
อุ้ย
control. And no
มาแล้ววะ
chances here. No
อุ้ย
chances
เซเคน
at all for
เซเคน
Sen.
โคตรบ้า
That's the danger when you take it slow.
อะไรวะน่า
ที่จะทรานสเฟอร์ตัวสองแบบ
Talking about prior.
อะไรวะน่า
Doesn't matter if you're playing against the half by. When you take your time like that, these teams are going to punish you.
I think the big play. I mean, I can't believe, by the way, this
ทีม
is
จัด
the
อ่ะ
round where they lose is pulling out that kind of stuff. But yeah, that is the
นี่ถ้าไม่ได้นาเลสอันตี2ตัวนี้โดนนะ
spam into the pit.
เทนบอกวาร์ปขึ้นไปแล้ว
Up the round. But the
บ้องก็ลามลอยมา
got onto Sassy, told them exactly what the
พี่
play
เกิน
was.
หรือพี่
And
ตัว
that's
สอง
what they've
อ่ะ
been missing the entire time. They've never been able to read what's happening, and even if they got the read, Zekken bowled them over.
ถ้าไม่ได้อันตีเรียบร้อยจริง
Carmen Core back into it. more than happy with it. Celsius ended up using that cry here.
That one way is a little difficult.
Hello. No disrespect from Zekken. It's not for the util.
And he's one away from getting his ult online. How passive these positions are from Narrate and Magnum. Really far back in spawn.
Martin expecting player to walk right past the back wall there, holding his crosshair for it, but Sen have got different ideas. With ramp control game by John QT, he's lurked himself up there, caught that timing, so with that cleared, the rest of his team now regroups and meets him from mid.
Shin is looking very isolated on the A site. Narrate's trying to get into a position where he could help him. Now gets smoked off. That's going to be a danger signal. Alarm bells ringing.
Yep, Tens, ult. There's a lot to just try and gather that information.
They're going the other way.
Like what he says, yeah, going in the opposite direction. Players still ready here to meet them. Close to the corner. Martin has to do more than that, but he still gets the one kill for him. And B main control is there with Thomas himself off now, pouring into the side of Sentinels. 20 seconds left. Nightfall, paranoia near sighted. Spike drop down. Rapidly approaching the position, and there's no way for Sen to bail themselves out. That is Carmen Core again, in complete control.
Another lovely round there. Finding out what's going on with that constant control of B main. So this time, Zelsis not deciding to re-clear that area of the map. Gave KC good info. Now, they could have been miles away from the play. If they decided to commit A there, into Shin and Narrate, who was not, in screens, then that round could have been very successful for Sen. They decided to pivot in the opposite direction and ended up falling straight into that crossfire from Tamaji and Martin. Zekken ult online, though, to try and get things back in the hands of Sentinels. I feel like Carmen Core have had their most success, actually, by trying to play for the late round information and the late round picks, rather than forcing the fight early on, where, we saw Narrate and Martin getting punished in those earlier rounds.
It's almost like a stalemate just being drawn initially. Exchange that util, waiting for it out. Tomsy is going to be in trouble here, potentially. Forwards now with the ult flash into the corner. Rocket rebounds, there's no kill there. Tomsy's already repositioned. Wrangles the beast and eventually takes out Narrate, but the evacuation was successful, so Tomsy is alive, and now he's going to be setting his house back up with the orb up. He's got a free walkout into the site, wraps back to the pillar, sees potential connection. Players are weak, and this is an interesting one. It's an unusual one. Neural theft gives them an idea of where these players might be. The positioning's now highlighted, pointed out. 40 seconds left, but they don't have heaven control. No real way to play this one. Fight this doubled up together. The double swing is called. Zelsis finds two. Flash through. Martin lucky for that one. Straight bullet just going wide, but it finds the target. And a necessary one at that with 25 seconds left.
25 seconds. Tens is going round the world. He's got his knife out trying to make this play happen, but Martin's already read it. They know there's no noise being made here. Someone must be going for a flank. He's missed the angle.
Sassy trying to push the players and pull them away. They're looking the wrong way. The minor moments making a difference there. Tiniest of differences.
ราวนี้แม่งใจเย็นมากเซนติเนล
เร็วดีว่ะ9ราวแล้ว
As you said, the smallest things. Martin was so aware that a flank was coming through. He just believed that he could spot the head. And then the tap is beautifully timed from Sassy to pull attention away. Tens had no idea where Shin was.
No idea.
Just didn't clear out. And now KC have won 3 rounds in a row to get themselves back into this. It looked dominant for Sentinels, but they have lost their grip on this map so far. The paranoia play.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift sets it up as well, pinged out a multitude of targets. Martin,
too many.
Exited out, yeah.
Far too many for Martin to deal with.
And I guess John QT is just playing anti.
That is such a nice play. And Sentinels have destroyed it. A lovely set play from Carmen Core. Looked fantastic when they ran it in EMEA, but with 3 players there from Martin, bit off a little more than he could chew. And Tens got the punish. So this does look like now a round where Sentinel should be massively favored. Magnum's positioning is the one that I'm looking at, down mid. Wondering if he could get some kind of flank timing to turn this round. But it does look very much like Sentinel should be favored.
Should be right. Narrates down already onto the floor. He's caught.
เอ้า
Backhand as Ekin.
เอาหายแล้วเพื่อนเข้าไม่ได้
Nobody to follow.
เฮ้ย
Spray. Magnum
โอ้โห
almost
เกือบ
there
สวย
เกือบหมด
Nasty, nasty
หาย
stuff.
ละ
So
แล้ว
much
นาเล่
moving,
ทำชั่ว
pivoting. 40 seconds left.
ไม่ทันไม่ทัน
Over towards mid, but they're making all the noise in the world. So Narrate is hot on their heels. He's right behind them. He's making a call for it.
But he can't afford to make noise, so he's got to travel more slowly. And that's allowed Sentinels the timing to be able to get into the site. Surely somebody
นี่
is
ครับ
going
อุ้ย
to be watching
ทางเดียว
this.
กันครับผม
Surely right, but doubled up.
Now this is where the Astral could be useful. Not going to be comboed, obviously, with Martins.
It's all about this crossfire setup. First point of contact, close to
เซนต้องได้สัก7ว่ะเพราะว่าคอม KC น่าจะบุกเดือดอยู่
clear him.
And actually,
His position up top.
Ui.
Celsius takes the fight.
oh, it was all trying to distract as well for Shin.
เก่า
to get
ไป
this
ช็อต
timing.
นี้
And now I fear it is simply too late.
Realizes it, not even going for
โอ้
it.
ตึงทุกคู่ครับผมมันรอบ8ทีมอันนี้
Players still basically brought down.
คัดสรรมาอย่างดี
You can feel the tension, man. I mean, how back and forth these two teams are. So
We'll see you in
closely
it.
matched.
It is gutting, though, for Karmin Core. When you've been having a lot of success, letting the rounds tick down and playing for kind of late round advantages, and you decide, right, we've won 3 in a row, let's change stuff up and go for an aggressive play at the beginning. And that's just Martin not quite realizing that one of the players wasn't caught by the paranoia. Even if they all had been, there might still have been a bit too much there for him to deal with. But Eng is now going to call a timeout. We're headed into a tactical pause for Carmine Corp. Like I said, they tried to adjust the tempo there, but I feel like everything they've been doing in the early round, Sen have had the advantage. But it is so difficult to play patiently and slowly with their composition when you don't have a Cypher or a Killjoy or something like that giving you information.
Yeah. Double duelist, I mean, it necessitates, I think, as well, some of those aggressive plays that you see. Because otherwise, you're starved of that mid-round information. You don't have a clue, really, where players might be landing. When the rounds go late, that seems to be where Carmen Court are favoured.
But we are onto our 11th round, and this is only the first time out that either of the coaching staffs has taken.
Right.
Yeah, playing things, you know, trusting their team, even when they were down 5-1, I believe it was, to begin this. So Eng is now going to have his input. The only head coach at this event who's won a Masters before. Which is madness, but that shows you how new a lot of these teams, rosters, coaches are to the big stage here at Madrid. It was a very unusual qualification process. It does feel a little bit like a new era of Valorant, if indeed they can win out against the old guard, of which Sen, frankly, are kind of representing the old guard here. Sassy, Zelsis, Tens, all been to very, very many of these Masters events or ones that happened a long time ago.
Carmen Court, young and spry, looking to try and take a big scalp early, but got to offset this disadvantage in the round. It's a flash repeat through, stun, a little bit too late. Martin rips the head clean off Zek's shoulders.
And they decide to fight that. I mean, a massive fight there. Comboing the Prowlers with the Boombot, so they have even more utility to try to stop Zek.
มารอดูคู่2เลย
That's the first time they've actually blunted the tip of the spear.
Flash connects, second one used now, Sassy, no more left available to him, sees.
That is a big seize.
Let's connect, yeah. Stops him in his tracks for just a moment. Smoke, finally. Props up, divides up the site. That's going to be putting the fear of God into them. I think Thomasy just setting that one down, but they realise backside is going to be cleared. Planting a default spot. What's the call now for Sentinels? An aggressive play into the spawn. Paranoia. Oh my, it's almost perfect. Thomasy though, he's got the escape. Planned down at the back of his head, just a TP away, having control, not giving up at all. TP, heard by Tens, breaks it. No funny business allowed. Great, already in. Leading the charge. And the back. Twisting and turning Tens. It's a 1v3. And now it's got to weave and dodge and juke. Diffuse, being stuck by Shin. Half on it already. Too much to deal with. Too much to deal with.
โอ้ยช็อตตี้เดือด2
Looked impressive there, that's great control. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried for a moment. But Shin had it under control, and frankly, the numbers just a little too much there for Tens to deal with. What a retake from KC.
ไม่พอครับ
That's probably the first one where we've seen them have a proper execute on that. They really nicely come out of this timeout with 2 big plans. One to stop the early round aggression in the way that Zekken was dominating them in those first 6 rounds. and the other to be able to set up a clean B retake there.
มาติงกันนะเลสนี่มันแบบ
perfection.
ตัวจี๊ดจัด
They have a chance to be able to tie this up at the half.
Wouldn't that be something after that blistering pace that Sen have just come out of gates with? But almost equalized.
And with a major tool in their back pocket with regards to Narrate's ultimate. We've seen Sentinels run some of these slow rounds. And in fact, it was a bit of an eco when Narrate used his showstopper before to be able to get success.
Presence, prior conditioning by Sen here. Usually there's a player following up, usually Zekin with the Trailblazer.
This time though, the Prowler not catching onto anybody until it hits Sassy. So I think they can be fairly sure that that isn't where Zekin's going for. Martin! Wow. He tries to go for the info peak, punished.
Boombot to set it up here. Neural theft as well. So info gathered. And notice anchoring spot, but what do they choose to commit into? A call again made to just contact through.
You do not want to give a timing here for Narrate to pop his ult.
That's what it comes down to. Nade rebounding. Satchel's now in towards the back of the side. Shin! Nasty! Anchoring position. That's 3 in a round. Rocket might not even be necessary. Narrate. Fuse running out, doesn't know where to fire it. Pre-fire into the corner. That is ridiculous. And now just tens. Last alive.
คัด5คอยดู
Connecting, snapping the cord and the tether. The C's not there with a paranoia. Blind as a bat. 6-6 for Carmen Core. What a return to equalize.
กินจัดให้
Incredible comeback, powered by an excellent timeout as well taken. Both of the Smokes players, I say both, I suppose Tomashi's also playing Smokes, but Shin and Tens up towards the top of the scoreboard. And Shin with a perfect cap put on the end of that.
Absolutely impeccable stuff from the anchoring position. Now earlier we heard from the Rate a little bit before this match as well, heading into things. Let's see what he had to say.
ว้า6-4ว่ะ
going into the match. I just think about playing the game that's in front of me and learning as I go, because obviously our team is a very young team. So it's really important for us to just learn from every match. I didn't really have any doubts about whether or not I'd make it to the international stage. For me, I don't really think about winning or losing, but me personally, like every game that we played in EMEA, I just felt like we couldn't lose.
Flying here, but again, no connections. Martin towards the back, trying to go wide here with a dizzy. Narrate is on one, man. He's on one. Almost there for the ace, but 4 kills eventually shut down in the end, but 7-0.
Merci to the French fans. I appreciate everybody for coming out. It's incredible that so many French fans come to Madrid just to watch us play a video game. It's really an incredible thing, and I can't thank you guys more.
Arena certainly filling up with quite a lot of that. The cheers from the blue wall. You can hear it building, emanating.
And with all of the success that Zekin had on the attack side playing Raze, now our eyes are going to look towards Narrate, who you just heard from, and Martin together. The double-pronged tip of the spear. Of a fork, I suppose, the Carmen Core 2-pronged fork. But Carmen Core's composition, the double duelist, I think it does look better on the attack side and the retakes. You know, not so much in that mid-round battle on defense.
EC มันโหดมากเลย
Storm, they won 5 out of the latter 6 rounds to be able to tie this one up. And now we get our second part of this big discussion. The things are even here. It resets. We know that Sentinel's retakes have looked unbelievably good. Does Carmen Core offer them the opportunities? Are they able to get advantages early on? What does this half look like?
Sentino.
It was just off the rip.
All of this is all just a fake to allow Carmen Core's players to mostly try to take space on A.
It's pulled back forwards. I mean, you've got 4 players of Sentinels looking for a reclear fight through the smoke as well, setting up for the flash through, and the timing gone away. Even as it goes, 2 for 2 here. In the meantime, walking away through, going to be hearing them on the ropes, and now the sound cues betraying them.
John deciding whether or not to swing, tried to find a timing, didn't quite manage it. Tens still with paranoia, so they still have flash nade to be able to put pressure on these elbow players. Martin, though, is very far away. Do they anticipate this?
Miles away. Exactly what they needed. Trip wasn't broken. They're walking all the way in again. 10.
Hey.
Opens himself up, just showing himself at the back. Nade. Rebounds.
Oh.
Paranoia now. Kind of connection if there is going to be any sort of follow-up from behind.
Oh.
He's already caught them. It's all up to John. Low enough. Dodges the flash. Expecting and anticipating. But now, two players to deal with. The reposition is immaculate from the rate. And with a pistol round under their belts.
Oh my
more than happy with
god.
it.
Yeah. Great attempt there from Carmen Core. I think they looked coordinated as a team. You could see that they had a clear game plan going into it. That got disrupted a little bit by the camera. Their team was thinking about calling the audible and going to punish the players in mid. They decided, no, let's just commit to site, play a post plan. But Martin's positioning, even though he was tripped off, ended up being really important. That pistol means so much.
เหงื่อแตก
เกมเปลี่ยนเล็กน้อยจังหวะนี้
เซนล่าสุดมันก็เจอเอลิติกด่านนี้ป่ะ
Feeling of control returning.
เดี๋ยวนะใช่ใช่
โลตัสกับสควิดป่ะ
Happen too much, really.
No, and it's another one of those rounds where we're just seeing both teams rotate around away from each other.
Narrate's hunting. Yeah, he's hunting. You can smell the blood in the water. Backing down, wants a little bit more as well. Just some stray warning shots popped off.
ปืนนี้อันตรายพี่เลย
That's part of the reason why he's playing so.
เป็นอย่างเงี้ยนะ
The other reason is both of these teams
ใครจะเล่นกับมันในเฮเว่นน่ะดูดิ
against the other team's retakes. You see them on paper. Both of these teams have ridiculous retake win percentages, especially on split. So trying to play aggressive and catch timings in the post plan, one of the best ways to disrupt that.
นี่อ่ะ
That's an anticipation from John Cutie, though.
ลูกซองต้องโดน
Surely no danger though in the round.
I don't believe so. I think these players are just going to look to die to spike. They do not want to start the ult cycle going for KC. It's disciplined. It's a good call.
Yeah. Not enough time there. Everybody going down.
เอ้าเซคเคน
Martin did actually manage to pick up a kill, but he was nowhere near getting the ult online. So this is going to be a pretty dry bonus round with some good weaponry, but no danger particularly coming from the ultimate side of things. We've seen KC not really rely on too many play ideas here. They threw kind of one
อันยากอยู่นะคอมเพซีมันซิ่งจัดเลย
and then that aggression with the Euro ultimate and the paranoia. But on their attack side, we could still see a lot of new stuff that KC have cooked up for Masters Madrid.
KC being one of the more creative teams that we've got at this event, really innovating in terms of just the compositions.
เมื่อกี้คือการหลอกใช่ไหมหลอกคนที่อยู่บีเมนไหม
ใช่
Looking up through there with a flash prowler. Right through the snake bite. They do not care. And Tens just taking a peek there from heaven.
โอ้โห เฮ้ย
Spotted. Boombot lucky.
อุ้ย
เกือบเนียน เกือบเนียน
Guess what? Right behind him is Narrate.
Sentinels are trying to apply pressure with these peaks in B heaven. The first one got punished. Zelsis also looking for information, seeing if he can catch.
ที่นั่นรถไม่ร้อนจังหวะสุดท้ายเรียบร้อยไปแล้ว
It's a little worrying here if John Cutie gets pushed away, but Shin almost taking the fight.
There it is. Walking right into it. Good crosshair placement from Zelsis, and he recognizes it as a threat coming from behind. Satchel
เฮ้ย
John!
เอาวะทานเฟยอย่างสวย
อะไรวะน่ะ
This is man just hitting nasty shot. C's avoided. Narrowly now, but two players left to stand here for Carmen Court. Spike in their possession.
Look at this flank. This is really nice from Zekin and Sassy. It's going to be unexpected.
30 seconds left.
Magnum's stuck in the middle of the map. He doesn't know where to go here. They only have 25 seconds.
Wondering about 20
John's
seconds.
read it.
This fight is so important.
เอ้ามือ
Who wins that?
ชิบหายแล้วถึงกับแพ้ได้เลย เอ้าเนี่ย
They are miles away, but they know it.
อะไรครับเนี่ย
Towards B so they can get a jog
แม็ก
on
นัม
and
เหลือ
move
4
on. But Magnum, he missed it. Has to stick it again for the player. Luckily timed.
ปาดเหงื่อ
Spare, horn, thrown. That's a critical mistake, honestly. He might not
หมา
have
กัดตายแล้วเนี่ย
position. Backing to the pillar, fast through Satchel.
โอ้รู้ว่าโล
This is good jobs. Knowing that Magnum was that low, all adds up for Zekin to just run him down with a classic.
Very well done.
แม็กนัมเหมือนแค่มาวิ่งตามจอมึงต้องกลับมารับผิดชอบยิงเพื่อนไป2 คน
It did look a little off from KC. As Narrate went for that blast pack peak, where was the second player? The spacing. not quite there. Now John's
จอนเลย
fantastic.
เจอ
And the
ช็อตป
spray
ฏิหารย์
control
ไป
too to be able to pick up the second is ridiculous. But KC are going to need to have super tight play if they want to be able to keep this advantage.
กองเชียร์เสียงดังจัดเซนเนล
Crowd building up. Barrier's going to be
กอง
dropping.
เชียร์บอกลิเวทอน
Fully
ลิเว
grouped
ทอน
up as 5.
ยัง
Corner, but a haunt and a TP. So gain control. Nightfall scatters. Going wide. Sassy. There is danger here for him. He's tucked in a very forward position. He's there.
เรียบร้อยไปกันหนึ่ง
Can't see or hear
นันเลศ
thing. Narrate already into the back of the side. Magnum now with the plant. And Narrate wants to go
โอ้
hunt
นัน
a
เลศมัน
little bit more.
เกินไป
This
เกินไป
time aware of it. Both of these teams trying to disrupt that retake potential, and it's only just the
เอาละครับรู้ตำแหน่งหมด
2-4. How does this get played into the
ไม่ต้อง
post
กังวล
plant?
เรื่องหลัง
Players close up into the position still with the paranoia available. Flash through now the paranoia. It's there spraying forwards. Gate flash wide. Damage done to Martin, but he still survives. Alive and kicking into the back of the side is Magnum tucking, dodging,
เก็บ
weaving.
ผ่ายแล้ว
หมด
Forwards. This
เรียบ
is
ร้อย
เรียบร้อย
by Sen.
มาว่ะเส้น
Really lovely play.
พี่ใหญ่กลับมาแล้ว
Individual ability that's coming out from Tens and Second. They've been tearing apart the KC players in terms of duels taken. And you see the difference in style there. Really solid awareness to be able to punish Narrate, who went for that same piece of aggression. Something now that Sen are expecting. But in terms of just also the duels won, Tens is swinging.
เห็นมันยิงคลีนดีนะ
Not completely alone, but certainly going to try to take the 1v1s. And they're winning them. So now the score is 8-8, but the economic advantage in favor of Sen. KC can't buy. Sen have ults. Prime to take the lead back.
Closely matched. Such a high degree between these two teams here. Satchel.
Zelsis got spotted by the Prowler.
Yep, spotted. Haunt cleared. Needs some help here. Decoy forwards. Showstopper.
ถ้าแม่งเป็นโยรู้ตัวจริงนี่โคตร
That
ฮา
was just to try and spot that one player. He's got a timing. He's right past him.
มันน่าจัดให้สเปนนะ
Wins it out, but still the follow up there
เสียง
from
ซิปบอก
Tens. Hopping across the box.
ง
This
ง
man is just hunting them down.
And if that fight in mid had gone slightly better, Narrate's timing might have been worth something. But now it's
จังหวะนัวๆผมว่าอาจจะไม่โดนยิงก็ได้
they
นะ
have the timing to be able to go and look
โอ้
for him.
ย
And they pick it up.
เฮ้ยใจเย็นใจเย็นนำอยู่วินเดียว
But they came out to the good in mid.
ไปปลุกเขาเฉย
That was absolute chaos. But I tell you what, Zekken and Tens look amazing in those spots. When things get really messy.
ยิงอัดตีนเลย
The way that he plays around all of the smokes and decides to go in aggro, he just looks really aware and quick in these moments. And now he's going to pick up the operator. We saw some unbelievable rounds.
I mean, some silly rounds.
One in particular. Oh, yeah. And here we go. Fast up mid for KC.
บัฟยืนกับซ้ำศพแรงกว่า
Oh, it's a big player for Carmen Core, especially when he had the rocket available, but he's taken out early. Haunt broken.
แต่พี่ว่าบัฟยืนว่ะยกนี้ต้องบัฟยืน ขังจัดใครยืนนี่คือมึงตายมึงแพ้บ่อยจัดอะก็ยังน่าจะเป็นบัฟยืนว่ะ
Great punish. I mean, the decision making to do that so quickly and land it and not get caught with utility in your hands. Very sharp. Pressure back on KC.
Yeah. Silence settling in, isn't it? Carmen Core don't really have that advantage. Maybe just hoping to fake some presence with Marty on the other side of the site, but the jiggle is good from Sassy. He gets that information now. Gets himself back. Sentinel's not really biting that one. Already to full rotation. Coming through. But time to spare for Carmen Core. They fake and switch.
And Martin has been continuing to put a little bit of pressure onto John Cudy's
บัฟ
side.
มิดจะยืน
He knows that there's a Cypher playing here. He knows where this trip is too. His clone caught it. Didn't break it, of course. But he hasn't made too much noise up here.
As we divide. Feels like B now, but breaking the trips as well. It's all over the place. Zelsis just takes a peek, take a gander. Second is your turn to shine. Swings out wide. There's that operator. Hello. What a surprise. 12 seconds left. There is no way in hell Martin has any chance in this round now. Just got to give it up. Waiting at the sidelines now, and the team going to be simmering.
Economy crushed. This is where Sen are starting to pull away. And it's not based on the retake stuff. It's based on that level of aggression from KC. And They did win one of the previous important rifle rounds by going for a slower paced retake, stopping their 8 from getting inside that smoke. But these rounds, they've just shut Karmine Corp's early round ideas down.
นี่สักโคตรโหดเลย
And now Senna primed to pull away to a 3-round advantage, only 2 away from taking the map. This is where things really matter. The pressure starts to mount, and these players who are new to a stage this big, most of them,
ขยำเข้าไปขยำเข้าไปมือมันจะได้อุ่น
trying to stabilize themselves. They did look a little bit shaky, I would say, in the game against FPX to open things up. I don't think it was the best performance we've seen from KC. Today looks a bit cleaner, but how are they going to perform in the big moments, the ones that test you and add all of that mental weight?
Could argue outside of that EMEA finals, there really hasn't been anything.
ๆกองเชียร์มันจัดเลยว่ะพี่
Series, you book the ticket to the playoffs. Not just
โคตรเดือด
holidays rest, but listen, that's preparation time. That's you going through as presumably bit of the
ผู้เซ
highest.
เคนมัน
And that's
ถือสไน
dodging
เลย
the other sharks in the water.
Oh yeah, that lower, I mean, we call it a lower bracket, but I mean, the losing teams, there are no bad teams at this event.
Nah. So Casey here have some ultimates that might end up making the difference. Martin
ซาซี่เนี่ยพอเป็นสกายไม่ค่อยได้เล่นเหรอ
online this round. Something really interesting up.
ต้องโซวาอะไรอย่างงี้ใช่ไหม
Can't got out by any means, but Sen are favored here.
เกิดมากับโซวาตัวนี้
With the op.
นี่อ่ะไปก่อนหนึ่ง
Adjusting. Nails a shot straight into narrate. Backing away here with the paranoia. Has to respect the TP. Through into the back of the site. Karmine Corp going to be given this one. What's the call?
สโมกสงสัย
Looks like get ready to try and take this fight. Shorty. Close flash. Satchel.
เฮ้ย
Movement. Second. He's
Movement.
blinded up entirely there. Couldn't see a bloody thing. And I also have another go.
Ui.
What a snap. And what an adjustment. A rifle for your troubles. And now the fight taken straight.
โอ้ยดุเกินเซเคน
Kind of pressure is way too much. And even Shin spotted out. Poor Shin.
โอ้
That is an
โหโมเมน
amazing
ต์
round from Zekken. And
บ้าไปแล้ว
his team there too. Tens throws a paranoia through for him to be able to blast back
เฮ้ย
onto them. Insane value from the blast back.
เล่นเลนเป็นเจ็ตเลยแบบโอ้โห
When
ไม่
he
หลบ
decides to use the one to disengage.
Get the hell out of here.
And then goes back in with the shorty. And that's following up on that blind.
Punishing the aggression. The game plans of Karmine Corp. Picked apart, plucked apart. The threads are unraveling.
And this round, it's a must-win for KC. Rifles, ults, they have it all.
Now's the time to offload all of them. Gotta get your head back in the game. Gotta try and stand a chance. But we're big enough sense defensive sides here. Flash connects, giving that information forwards. Dimensional drift gonna be clearing out that site, so it gives
เป็น
Karmine
นอก
Corp
สายหมดรอบนี้
They know it's now fully cleared out.
น่าจะรู้มีอยู่แล้วอ้าว
เรียบร้อย
เดินบูบีบี
Rocket forwards. Everybody narrowly avoiding, just dodging away from it. Fuse running out.
อุ้ย
Damage.
Big damage. Sassy
เรียบร้อย
regrouped and refound that angle. TP broken. No gate crash for you, but still. In the backlines here. Flash repeat of Martin seeking to do some
เดือดเกิน
damage.
ว่ะเซนติเนล
Potentially
เดือดจริง
tear away.
แข่งเสร็จเมื่อวานไปทำอะไรป่าวะคนละภาพกับเมื่อวานเลย
This is Sen looking all the way now. Set up.
เมื่อวานยังแบบมีเสียทรงบ้าง
It's going to have to be hero moments. It's going to have to be individuals putting up big performances. Another flash. It's perfection. It keeps them out in the open. One player left to stand. It's Shin.
โคตรดี
It's just not possible, man. There's just absolutely
Intense.
no way he can hold on. The Sentinel's retake utility there was perfect. There is no other word to describe it. They put pressure over towards ramp, grab a kill. They back off. They dog out through heaven. They have this kill trip to be able to set up at the start too. They then have
พลาดช็อตแบบนี้ก็มีให้
another
เห็นว่ะพี่
paranoia to layer on top of it.
ช็อตแบบไหน
They blast
ช็อต
back
แบบ
into
เดิน
elbow.
ติด
That
แท็บ
catches
แบบ
onto Martin. So many waves of
นั้นที่แบบว่าไซส์แม่งแบบไอ้เนี่ยไม่มีใคร
เป็นบ้า
อยู่แล้ว
any timing. They can't
สง
disrupt
สัยแบบ
it,
ว่า
can't
คา
stop
ไอ้
it.
นี่ใจเกิน
The war train keeps on
ใจชื้น
going.
เกินเดินชิว
6
จัด
rounds in a row have taken Sen from losing.
รอบนี้เคลียร์แท็บละ
It's all in from Karmine Corp. This is it. Showing our hands a little bit early, forcing out the
โอ้โห มุมอร่อยอันเนี้ย
Paladin spot him, and the raid's finished.
โอ้โห
Gun. Drive
เอาไม่
by,
หยุด
going wide, anger in position of Sassy. There's safety in numbers, and numbers are arriving.
โอ้ย
But he
หมด
doesn't need them. Sassy
ซาซี่
has a class of his own when he's really on fire. And once more, poor Shin left alone with the
เรียบ
finish.
ร้อย
But that is
มาจัด
Sentinels leading the charge and leading this series.
ก็ตึงเซนไม่โคตรดุเลยดิ
Outrageous dominance
โหดู
in
จริง
the second half. The first, full credit to KC. They came back into it and made a go of that. They really did. But when Sen got onto defense, there was no stopping them.
One of the scariest teams out there, of course. An absolutely electric first map and even more to come.
เป็น13-8ที่เร็วจริงขออนุญาตปิดเสียงนะครับเมื่อวานติดแดง
นี่ไง
ติดเหลือง
ซาบอกซาซี่ไม่ได้เล่น ซาซี่บอกเก็บกดอยู่
ซาซี่บอกเซเคนแม่งเล่นคนเดียวเลยตอนนี้ ไม่ต้องทำอะไรเลยชิวๆมีมาได้โชว์ตอนสุดท้ายเจน EDG น่าจะมันนี่เมื่อกี้ผมง่วงๆนี่ตื่นเลยเจอเซเคนยิงเมื่อกี้สารภาพว่าง่วงๆพอเจอเซเคนพอดีตื่นเลย ไอ้นี่แหละไอ้เนี่ยไอ้เพลงรอตรงเนี้ยตัวโดนเลย
ยิงอยู่ป่ะ
ไอ้เพลงตรงเนี้ยพี่โดน
อ้าวใช่เหรอ
ใช่ผมโดน3เมื่อวานคือตรงเนี้ยคู่แรกคู่2คู่3ไม่ใช่คู่3นี่ไอ้แมไอ้ระหว่างรอนับถอยหลังเนี่ยโดน
เป็น20เป็น20จัดไปครับ
เราปิดเสียงแค่ตรงเนี้ยก็พอแล้วที่เหลือ
ปิดให้ไวอ๋อมันเปิดตามนี่หรอแต่ว่า
เพลง
ระ
ร
ดั
อบ แมตช์
มันอยู่ใช่ไหมคู่แรกคู่2อะไรอย่างเงี้ยแบบคู่แรกเปิดเพลงนี้อะไรนี้มันล็อกไปแล้วเหรอ
ไม่แน่ใจอะพี่ แต่ว่าที่ผมโดนคือ อันนี้แหละที่ติดเหลืองนะเพลงที่มันกำลังนับถอยหลังเนี่ยถ้าหลังจากนี้เขาน่าจะเปิดได้แหละ
Welcome back to Masters Madrid, and we saw that Sentinels really were able to get that first map. However,
เดี๋ยวทัวร์สงกรานต์พี่ลงไก่บัตนะ บัตลัมมี่พี่ตาพี่แล้วก็พี่บุ๊ก
ปุ๊กด้วยเหรอ ไอ้พรุ่งนี้ต้องไปออฟฟิศไม่ใช่หรอ แล้วไอ้งานหลังดูแข่งคืออะไร
พรุ่งนี้ไปออฟฟิศอะไร
เอาที่ให้ภาคอยู่บ้านเหรอ
อยู่บ้าน
อ๋อเหรอกี่โมงนะบ่ายโมง
บ่ายพี่บ่ายของพี่ไม่เชิงภาคของพี่ก็เปิดสตรีมไว้ปกตินั่นแหละของพี่ทิพย์กับพี่อาร์จะเป็นคนภาคแต่ว่าเหมือนก็คือมันชิวๆก็พี่ไปนั่งคุยกับแกงนักภาคเลย
อ๋อแต่ก็ไลฟ์ด้วย
ใช่พี่ก็นั่งวัดปาร์ตี้ไปคือไม่เป็นทางการเลยนะพี่แค่เหมือนไปนั่งจอยนักภาคด้วยแต่แค่ว่า
ก็คือเขาภาคไปเราก็อยู่ในไอ้นี่ด้วยหรอ
ใช่ก็อยู่ในดิสคอร์ดเข้าไปมันชิวๆเห็นปะ
exactly what they showed back in Americas, but actually the fact that they're able to do it here, and also the KC is not prepared and somehow does not expect
ของมันหมดอะครับผม
ผมบอก
ของวิงแมน
Yeah, and I wanted to take a look at a round from actually the first half that talks about just how good Sentinels protocols are, but also how good TenZ has looked on the
ไปถึงวันแรกกันหมด
start
แล้ว
this one off. The situation that we're in
คือของทุกอย่างเนี่ยไม่มีอะไรหมดเลยนะวันแรกมีแค่วิงแมนอะ
เฮ้ยหมดเยอะอยู่นะ
ไม่แต่ไอวันที่ไปดูอีกวันนึงอะตุ๊กตามีครบหมดเลยนะตอนนี้ซื้ออะ
วิงแมนไม่มี
ไม่ขาดวิงแมนตัวเดียวไงที่เหลือหมดแล้ว
As we watch this one play out a little bit, that trade I already mentioned has just taken place, and now this lurk.
แต่ตอนมาสเตอร์โตเกียวโอ้โหต่อคิวประมาณชั่วโมง2 ชั่วโมงพี่ต่อคิวซื้อของที่นี่แม่งสวรรค์เลย
This lurk makes it all the way through, and as you look at your map again, the players are being called back into A.
ในเว็บเป็นไลน์ออดมีแต่ไม่ส่งเอาใช่หรอเว็บไลน์ออดไม่ส่งไทยหรอ
Has players ready to fight on ramp, but that's not the priority. Instead, it's all going to come down
User
to this
disconnected from your channel.
Again, so we get to this flank
นี่ครับผม
activated. That's a great kill by TenZ. But now
Lotus Sentinel
TenZ's mobility when he's playing on the Omen. Kaplan talks about
Lotus Sentinel
พี่ไอตรงชั้นวางของหลังพี่อะถ้าทำเป็นที่วางฟิกเกอร์นี่แม่งสวยเลยเนี่ย
อ๋อก็ดีอยู่นะขาดอยู่อย่างเดียว
ขาดอะไร
ฟิกเกอร์แพงไปหน่อย
แต่พี่ไม่ค่อยดูการ์ตูนไม่ค่อยอะไรไงใช่ปะล่ะ
ใช่
แบบผมไปซื้อฟิกเกอร์ที่ญี่ปุ่นมันตัวละแบบ500 800 1,000อะไรอย่างงี้ก็เยอะเลยอะ
ถ้าชอบอะไรอะไรพวกนี้
As this retake is coming out from KC and Sentinels is stuck back site, watch TenZ on that little mini map again.
ตั้งอยู่หน้าจอ
All the way up towards heaven, and his third and final kill of the round is from that position. Sentinels are so good at
ไม่ได้ซื้อครับผมเคยเห็นอยู่นะตอนที่ไปเกาหลีเห็นฟิกเกอร์วาโลอยู่
for these plays when risks need to be that need to be taken.
มันแพงเหมือนกันนะกล่องนั้นนะแพง
Yeah, exactly. I think it is that movement that is going to characterize them, and I think that is something that they're going to need going on to Lotus, going on.
ไม่สนใจอาร์ตทอยยังไงครับผม
Even though Shin was a very good strongholder for the majority.
ของเล่นเหมือนกันนะพี่เหมือนฟิกเกอร์แหละ
I don't think it's going to be enough, and
อารมณ์เดียวกัน
shows up how prepared.
คือเอาจริงๆนะชีวิตวัยเด็กอะไม่ค่อยได้แบบดูการ์ตูนอ่านการ์ตูนอะการ์ตูนอ่านนี่คือตัดทิ้งไม่ได้เลยดูการ์ตูนนี่คือดูแบบทางเรื่องดูการ์ตูนที่เป็นแบบช่อง9การ์ตูนอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็แบบพอมาวัยรุ่นหน่อยก็มีแค่นารูโตะครับผมที่เหลือคือไม่ได้ดูเลยครับผมเลยไม่ค่อยอินกับพวกพวกอะไรที่เขาดูขนาดวันพียังไม่เคยดูเลยครับผมตอนเด็กอะ
ดูตอนนี้ไหมล่ะ
โอ้ยไม่มีเวลาดูแล้ว
เฮ้ยมีหมดทุกคนมีเวลาเท่ากัน
ตอนเด็กก็จับแต่เมาส์อะ
โตมาหน่อยก็จับแต่มือสาวละ
เฮ้ยก็จับเมาส์อยู่ไม่ขอบคุณน้องฟูไว้5 บิตครับตั้งชื่อในเกมให้หน่อยซุปเปอร์บอยซูเปอร์บอยก็นี่ไงชื่อซูเปอร์บอยชื่อในเกมไม่ได้หรอหรือว่าซูเปอร์บอยนี่ไม่ได้
Euro and the TP that they set up at the
เอา
beginning.
งี้เรา
And another one of those
ชื่อ
factors
น้อง
was
บอยใช่ไหม
Shin as a strongholder.
บ้านอยู่แถวไหน
And a more iconic duo
บ้านอยู่แถวไหน
and defending B.
Has he ever lost a 1v2 clutch on the B
แถว
side?
ไหนบ้านเราอ่ะ
I just want to go back to EMEA and watch that ace that we couldn't see.
บอยบุร
He
พา
managed to defend time and time again, and it's so complicated. I think that also his utility coming from an Astra. When you don't have that Sentinel, there's a lot of responsibility.
บอยเคอร์วิทไหมบอยเคอร์วิท
Absolutely.
My.
That first map, both teams really had such a great read. I think they both had this idea of really forward committing
ลบบุรีเหรอ
in towards their
บอยลบบุรี
post plans to stop these
ได้จัง
retakes.
อะ
And I really think that's what got KC in
เอาวันที่5 บิต
particular
นะครับบอยลบบุ
on
รี
that attacking side, right? When Second was going in, was disrupting these ideas, but it was the exact same thing from Sentinels. KC had that same idea, but they managed to shut that down. They did such a good job at playing up against that forward aggression and still managing to play these set retakes.
And not only that, they also managed to win, I believe, almost half or even more than half of their 4v5s. It's
เท่จัด
having
บอยลบ
the
บุ
right
รี
play and the right response and what the information that you gather, even when you're having one player down.
ถ้าเราสร้างชื่อบอยลบบุรีให้ดังได้นะต่อไปแบบพอคนนึกถึงบอยลบบุรีก็จะนึกถึงแต่เราคนเดียวเหรอวะเชื่อเรื่องแมนยูแพ้พวกนี้ไม่เชื่อครับผม
that are already on that map the other day, and it was only because of that crazy performance that by Narrate that they managed to close that one out, because FPX, trust me, a 13-10 is not that much, and specifically after seeing the retakes that we got from Sentinels and how we struggle on that on their attacking side, I'm worried.
Well, we're going into Lotus right now, and here no sort of big surprises here on the Asian composition. But Mimi, I think that definitely we're gonna have our eyes on each and every one of these players right now, and of course the Tense Omen again.
In this first half, what I'm watching is Sentinels post
อันนี้ไหม
protocols in their
อันนี้
match.
เฟี้ยวอยู่นะ
They did really well.
บอยท่าพระอาทิตย์
Getting forward,
นะ
planning to their
คู่แข่งบอยท่าพระจันทร์
flying little trap calls towards heaven, disrupting those
ต้อง
retakes.
ดูพระด้วยวันนี้
Biggest focus for Sentinels coming into this event. It shut KC down on map 1. If they can do that again, they have a real chance to close out this series 2 out.
Yeah, exactly. And for KC, we know how important for them is the aggression at the beginning of the round. How they're going to be
บอยท่าพระอาทิตย์
for A control time and time again. But I assume that Sentinels is going to be very ready for it.
Well, let's find out if this one makes it to a map number 3 and send it back to your casters. Here's Bran and Sideshow.
All hope isn't lost, really, if you are a Carmine Core fan. Lotus is a map where they are highly specialized on. They have shown great success in the past on this one, but they are up against Sentinels, who, listen, there are no slouches on it either. It's the reason we were so excited about the map pool heading into this one between both of these teams. We're seeing an
กูแพ้โคเวนที่บอลถ้วยอะไรเกิดขึ้นได้
It's gearing up for a lot of aggression out towards the middle of the map.
แจ้งเดือดกี่โมงพวกนี้
Looks like we've got a set pistol round coming out here, especially from KC. Anytime you see the Killjoy player on defense not buying utility and just going straight for
นาเรศไปนี่แล้ววะ
บอยลบบุรีจัดไปครับผม
KC trying to take tempo.
ถ้าวันไหนเราแบบว่าดังในแข่งพี่จะได้รู้ว่าเรานี่แหละบอยที่พี่ตั้งให้พี่รอวันนั้นอยู่ไปสร้างชื่อมาน้อง
If that had been a tad earlier, KC probably would have stayed to try to take the fight, but now they're anticipating that John's calling a reaction. And they've read it correctly. The desk was talking a lot about mobility, Brendan. I feel like that's going to be key on both of these attack sides. I think with mobility comes confidence. You have to be confident to be able to make that play. Trust the call, take the swing, and so far, that's been one big area where Sen are looking better.
It's been missing a little bit for Carmine Core. Maybe a symptom of, as we already mentioned, a new guard versus the old guard. Sentinels have got some experienced players. So do Carmine Core, don't get me wrong. Magnum himself was shut down his hopes and dreams in the Reykjavik 2021 Grand Finals by Tens himself. So now we see it, a bit of an explosion. The pivot here over towards B.
อุ้ย
Sightline
โดนหัวด้วยนะ
ถึงก็ต้องถอย พี่นเรศ
Spike planted.
There's no heals online as well. No chances there for him to get top back up. Contact called by Carmine Core right behind them. That's 3 players
มุมอร่อยอันเนี้ย
looking to set their sights on the link. Distraction plays with the Prowler, peeking. Sassy is out wide. Probably too much in terms of the connection. Zakan taking the time
โอ้
here.
ถ้ามีเนตสักลูกนะเมื่อกี้
Up towards heaven. What a call made. Still nearsighted, blinded up, but narrate. He will fall. That prior damage done. Clearing out into the site. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dicey. A little all over the place here.
เรียบร้อย
Just wandering right into him. Celsius definitely doing it here with the players.
โอ้ยเซลซิส
Down a white pair. Celsius.
แม่งยังกวน
No time left whatsoever for Carmen Core.
แค่เซลซิสทำอย่างนี้
Struggles here.
โอ้โห
The opening.
เฮ้ย
เอ้า
หมุน
หมุน
And again,
โอเคนึกว่าหมุนคนเดียว
Sentinels are in these
ตกใจนึกว่าเน็ตหลุด
they got into an uncomfortable spot and immediately
หันจะดู OBS ก่อนเลยอะว่าแบบแดงหรือเปล่า
push heaven. Taylor smokes it. It's a weird smoke, one that they can dominate, not your standard smoke. They get inside of it very quickly and set up the duo that dominated on split to be able to win the post plant and secure a pistol. So neutralizing that early round aggression, playing a dynamic post plant that looked superb. You can only go for those plays if you're feeling really confident and very in sync with your teammates. I think that's been a clear difference today for
เฮ้ย
them. One to keep an eye on. I don't actually think that Martin can swing through this gap.
แต่ก็ยังลิงอยู่นะ
He can jump it.
Can he squeeze his little legs through?
Yeah,
He
he's
can.
through. He's past it, but
And he's
Celsius
dead.
is watching. Yeah, very aware of it. Now the door opens wide, so this is sends protocol to clear through. See, oh my. Okay, could have got dangerous. It's all good though. Nade. Thomas out wide. Take your pick. Do you dive
อะไรกันเป็นปืนมันนะ
left standing. I feel like I'm saying that quite a bit, but it is the eco round and early days yet for Lotus. Still, 2 in a row now for Sen. They got the expected one with 4 players surviving.
ขายปืนมาขายคอนเทนต์ด้วย
เดี๋ยวนะ KC เข้ามาเป็นแชมป์ใช่ไหม
ใช่
ของ E มี
Sentinels versus
ทำไม
Harriers.
ดู
That's exactly what we
ฮิลลิกเป็นมันดูโหดกว่า
really big lead. I think it was an 8-4 half, something like that. And Sen
ใช้ทางกันปะรอบชิง
นั่นดิ
back. Incredible attack sides, and both of these teams have been good in that situation. So it's not over for KC if they can't build some momentum here in the first half, but it is going to be very difficult for morale for the way that they approach the map, for their confidence.
Well, pushing through with a prowler. Next wave of util here.
เพิ่มให้
Neuer and a satchel. Only grant some access to B main. The rest of the map not really being played. In fact, Carmen Core are the ones that have taken a few liberties out towards A.
Kinetic.
Hoping to spot it out with the jump spots, but there's a lot to account for. They hit the jump spot. Yeah. Wow. John not even really aware of the fact that they could have walked all the way
ดุ้ง
back
เลย
up
ตอน
there.
QT
So first kill. In that direction. Similar scenes for Sentinels here, just to try and clear through the
ยากว่ะวินนี้
เฮ้ย
mound. Meanwhile,
เทน
อุ๊ย
เข้ามา
นี่แหละ
ที่เลย
จุดเปลี่ยนครับผม
on walkabouts.
He could win this round for them despite being down 4v5.
Behind them, they don't seem to be aware of this.
มัน
at
กันจัง
all.
ว่าประตูเนี่ย
Not even slightly.
There's been a gap in the defensive protocols, a need to force these players out wide. The damage being done to them, the rate.
เราเทน
looking
ก่อน
to the side. TP.
He missed the teleport.
Missed a TP.
โอ้
He catches him. Judge in the face
จะได้
second.
วินอยู่แล้ว
To trade by every part of the definition. Prowler forwards, jumping, damage. The shot's going wide. Second. There's no way he's getting away with
โอ้
that.
โหหวานเจี๊ยบแล้วเมื่อกี้
I really respect it. It felt like there was serious danger in that round. The time in the 10
ตอนแรกเหมือนจะเห็นปะแต่ไม่
extraordinary,
เห็น
and I
นะ
think possibly one of the reasons why John got a misread on what was the defensive setup looked like and just ended up dying. That's the unfortunate play though. 2 of the players both got seized there towards the back of the site. Shin and Narrate.
Sing.
You can see the frustration there. I mean, he was absolutely dominant map 1, so he expects to be able to win those.
ไม่เป็นไรไทสัน
Always back up on
ตาโบ
either
นัส
side.
เพื่อน
This time Carmen Core more keen to
ทีม
play
ไทย
the paranoia in a few players.
ทีเอสกลายเป็นทีมไทยแล้ว
Good plan,
Hey.
but when Magnum's just out wide like that, there's no return of fire from Thomas. He
คือ
can't
มัน
take
มัน
the fight
จะมี
and
อย่าง
stand
หนึ่ง
his
นะ
ground
เว้ย
on the Odin.
ที่คนเล่นวาโล
He's
อ่ะ
gonna
มัน
try
ชอบ
and get
เป็น
in behind the
พี่ก็
showstopper
เป็นเหมือนกัน
here. Instead
คือเว
of
ลายิงไซเฟอร์หรือคิวจอยได้แล้วอ่ะของมันไม่ทำงานแล้วอ่ะ แต่ก็ยังยิงอยู่นึกออกปะ ไม่รู้ทำไมเว้ย
เมื่อกี้มันก็เป็น
Fired a rocket blindly.
แบบไอ้ที่มันอยากยิง
Down
อ่ะ
now, Carmen Core. Do you really still
อะไรมันกระดุกกระดิกมันยิงหมดเลย
อะไรมันแบบไม่กินมันไม่ต้องยิงก็ได้ไง
bouncing off the tile or something, but the orb still does the job.
แต่ผมไม่ยิงนะ
One side
ปกติ
line
นะ
now. It has to be the
อ
core.
ดใจไหว
ยิง
อ่ะ
ก่อนไหวพี่ไหว
Yeah, you have to.
แต่เมื่อกี้ทามมิ่งมึงไม่น่าไปยิงอ่ะยิง
เออ
จะโดนเทรดหรือเปล่าก็ไม่รู้
economy on Shin and Thomasy is just not good enough
หน้า
to be
หัก
able to
ตั
go
งค์
for this one, I don't
เมื่อ
think.
กี้ช็อตเมื่อกี้
Now they're backing away.
And that's a huge win for Sen here. Sen, by the way, getting into
They play.
very standard post plant setups where they have Zekken up top, So they often tuck somebody in towards the box. They have a one-way smoke as
โอ้ยิง
well.
ซะหน่อยแวะยิงหน่อยโดนยิงหัว
You
ทิ้ง
can see here that really is the crucial duel when Sassy is able to get that pick onto Tomashi.
Oh yeah.
That's the real one that matters.
Astounding as well. I mean, the consistency with Zek and Fry.
อารมณ์เหมือนในที่ว่าแบบว่าเดินห้างอ่ะแล้วเจอกระสอบข้าวสารแล้วต้องสักหมัดสักป้าบ
So they had a triple
มันเขี้ยว
over towards C, fighting
เห็
very
นไม่
heavy
ได้
ground control because that's where they expect Sen to start the round. And then they had a crossfire
ไม่ยิง
set
นะครับ
up.
ผมตายก่อนเอา
But it just ended up with Magnum kind of wandering around in the open. He missed the timing, didn't tuck, couldn't play the cross with Tomashi properly. Ended up giving away his life a little too freely. And Zekken has started this map, much as he started the other one, dominating.
Just rolling.
ถ้าโอเมนเผื่อว่าเพลนี่คือตายหา
Sentinel's happy to concede it. So Karmikor going to just place Shin into that forward angle. He's going to be getting a lot of mid-round information for his team. Lots of juicy tidbits that Magnum could use for some potential calls.
ด่านบุกครับผมอันนี้
On defense, where it's so difficult to get a read on where the attacking team is going to end, especially if they have a really competent
คู่
IGL.
สองเจนจีกับ EDG ครับ
So this is going to be a lineup to try to clear out Shin if he was playing behind Rubble or on top of it. But Shin is playing that jump spot angle a little further forwards. So he's not really going to get caught by this.
Might even get value.
I mean, he's in a very exposed spot.
Really pressing forwards. Now has to respect it. I mean, he was just trying to get ahead of the wall. So they couldn't lurk out, but now backing away. A few stray shots.
And this is where KC start to lack information. 45 seconds. They know that Sen might be pressuring A, but are they really there? Is it a fake commitment?
Crossfire. Not even quite. I mean, Martin's just trying to play, weaving in and out of this wall. See if he can get that time with the door.
It looks like a fake. I mean, Martin's seen that there's nobody really pushing off the back of this.
Yeah, it's not really going to be calling as well for the rotation.
Oi.
Paranoia forwards. Martin can't do the same moves as Zekken was doing. Not in that last map. Can't get out of it with the satchels.
Is this going to end B? Straight into Shin.
Shin!
No.
Could have been a difference maker. Might still be. With
ผม
only
จะไป A
12
เมื่อกี้
seconds left, they've really just got to get a move on into the site B. Plant. Magnum. Forwards. Pressing. Forwards. The players. They're dropping.
โอ้โห
เจ๋งเลยช็อตเมื่อกี้
The time pressure maybe
เหลื
just
อ
getting
เชื่อ
to their
วิน
nerves.
นี้
Getting frantic for Karmikor.
Those are the kind of confidence moments that I'm talking about, where it feels like Sen are very strong in those kind of spots. You see Zekken or Tens in a situation like that, they're taking the swing, they're taking the fight. Feels a little more tender, tentative from KC, and they're getting caught out. A half clearance by Magnum. And it does look like that at the moment. You see Sen are fired up.
แอคชั่นมาเต็มจัดเซลซิส
They believe that they have had the most difficult run.
ตึกตึก
I mean, their run through
ฉีกแบบ
kickoff, through the
เหมือน
play-ins,
เหมือนรู้ใจเลย
their run here, fighting against Heretics, then fighting against Karmikor. Two big, heavy hitters coming out from EMEA.
You got to think as well. I mean, you got two of those teams in the EMEA. It's only EMEA and Americas who are winning the titles.
Yep.
Two of the potential strongest teams at this event they've had to go up against early.
And Kaplan clearly not happy in the interview at the arrival at having to be last out, first in, and not having that prep
I
time.
saw him at breakfast. I don't think he got sleep.
No, I mean, he's come in here, and I feel like the whole team has just got an aggression about them.
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, they're fired up. There's a certain rage about it with the way that they're carrying themselves in this one. They are determined. Doesn't matter how many obstacles you throw up in their face. Doesn't matter if you give them the #1 seed, the #2 seed of the EMEA. They don't care. They're on a warpath right now, and their goal is the playoffs.
I remember, this map tends to be attack-sided, so they need to be stacking up as many rounds as they possibly can. Karmikor are no
มาแล้วครับ
slouches. Assuming that KC don't get mentally boomed here,
เจนจีเลยครับ
will still probably put up a good attack side themselves. So you can't let off the gas.
What is this cooking? Okay. Fast play,
อุ้ย
paranoid.
แล้ว aggressive
But Sen don't bite. They don't go for an aggressive
มายึดไว
reaction somewhere else around the map. They're playing it slowly. So many players from Sentinels are close to these ult coming online as well. The lockdowns one away, the pit too.
Kills or orbs grant them it. Come, of course, back end of the timeout, holding on to Mount. Paranoid only clearing the one side. Nade as well. Through.
เสร็จทัน
A couple of kills collected on
โอ้โห
either
เรียบร้อย
side,
ครับ
but still Sentinels out on top of that one.
อุ้ยเพลงนี้โคตรสวย
Otherwise, but they've got the protocol,
หมด
they've got the
คม
aim,
ว่ะ
sharp
โคตรคมเลย
as
เทน
anything.
The two players that were dominating the duels on Split. Tens and Zekken just continue. Anytime you see them in a duel, obviously here it's against the Sheriff, but it just has tracked all series long. You see them taking a fight, you expect them to win it. The way they're swinging it, you know they expect to win it too. Yeah. It's been monstrous.
There's none of that swinging into crouch spray, uncertainty with your aim, with your own abilities. It's just decisiveness.
It's all been there.
Yeah. But they expect to be winning every single fight. And look at it swarming the last two remnants here of Karma Court, 5-1. And I know we've already mentioned, listen, it's an attack side of map. Everything points towards it.
จังหวะมาเทคเมื่อกี้โคตรสวยอะ
changes they made on Lotus, it still points into that direction. There are still chances, as much as that feels right now like there's nothing really going for Karma Court.
2-0 ว่ะ
The question is just how many rounds do they really need to get online on the defensive side?
Why? We don't know that, right?
เกิดอะไรขึ้นกับ KC หลุดฟอร์มมั้ยเนี่ย
เพื่อใครแชมป์มาสเตอร์จริงๆ
The last time that we saw them play Lotus, but their players were still good enough in the game against Heretics to give them rounds every now and then, which was more than you saw on the other side. They're a very dangerous team. Even if they're getting outplayed in the macro, even if the map doesn't lend itself to, one side or the other, they're still going to find those win conditions.
ชนะเขาใช่ชนะเข้าไปรอเพย์ออฟเลยครับ
Huge odds up for both teams. KC, eco swing round.
ตรงแชมป์จัด
They have to invest all of their odds
แชมป์นี้
to try to
จริ
win
ง
this one.
เฮ้ย
Beef on the movement?
เป็นเดียวตอนนี้
Yeah, beef on the movement. Massive one, in fact. He sees Tethered to the
โอ้จบ
spot,
เลย
rooted down. Won't be getting value with that. In fact, the second one to take a refight into
That's
this.
wild. That is wild.
The nade, unfortunate.
And I said beef on the movement, but I think Zekken threw a blast pack to disrupt that, and the Seas came through afterwards as well.
A little bit unlucky towards the end there. I think that nade was meant to be tucked into the corner.
But I mean, amazing reaction instantly from Sen to stop that from finding any value. And they've neutralized the threat again, slowed the round down, denied information for KC, and now they can go wherever they like.
9-4 through the site. That's one trigger onto it. So they're going to know that at least there's one player there. That's
Oi,
Thomas
sorry.
Time to shine, son. Time to step all the way up, and he certainly has done so. Still in control of Tree. Here's the pivot being called. Door broken, Haunt forwards, rotations abound. Breaking it through now with the paranoia to really set that one up. Shin giving them this space. Locked down. To be committed.
มีเวลาให้เล่นเลยล็อกดาวน์
Seconds to spare. Is there any attempt by Karma Court? Do they want to go aggressive into it? Looks like they're going to give them that space, and now planning for a retake of their own.
This pit could allow, John Cuty's going to commit pit here, and this can allow them to get back into the site and help them flood, stop the lockdown from really finding too much value.
We'll see. Even Tense as well, holding the TP as well, making sure they can get
เอ้า
straight back into
เปิด
the
สวน
fight.
ครับ
Forwards into the corner, barely expecting it, but it's traded almost
โอ้
rapidly
ย
on
หม
the
ด
approach of counter pit. Online, layers it forwards, and Karma Court have got the players, they've got the bodies, they just need to win, and they're going to get it. The
โดนเห็น
round
นะดิ
going their way, finally. Feels like it's been a bloody long time at that, but that second one is on the board for them. And they took a lot, don't get me wrong. A lot of ultimates had to be expended.
Yeah. Sen made it extremely expensive, and I think that's the silver lining to KC winning the round there if you're looking at it from the perspective of Sentinels. But a lot of ults being drained on both sides. This play, though, it just wins the round.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They're hoping that Tomashi is going to be passive in this situation, is going to respect the Nightfall, worried about being pushed from one angle. No, he holds his ground, steps up when his team needs him, and puts one on the board.
ชนหมัดเพื่อนแล้วกลับมาสะบัดมือเลยเจ็บเหรอชนแรงไปหน่อย
มันดูไม่น่าจะแรงขนาดนั้น
หรือไม่ครับมือเพื่อนมันเหงื่อแตกหรืออะไร อุ้ย โดนเบรกเลย
Bullet to the dome is all it takes, and yeah, that's the punishment of sticking that one. I suppose he thought it was clear. Door
ไปเข้าชิวเลยวะเนี่ย
rotating now, calling. Pivot, getting a move on out towards the seaside. Now it is entirely open. Util still going to be used to clear it. There was a Seas and a Nana Swarm. It's going to be completely given up, in fact.
Now the question is, what kind of post-plant aggression do we see here from Sen? I felt like on Split, their post-plant aggression was timed well. They played together.
หวานหวานๆช็อตนี้
We see John with a bit of a timing.
Bit of a timer, but he might just miss it here. There's a Nightfall as well. Boombot forwards, Nightfall. Now the sound cue is going to be missing from a few of these players. Elsis is in a one and done position. Blinded. Satchels. Martin
โดนบายพอดีลูก
barely grappling onto that
ยัง
one.
ได้เหรอ
Satchel Forge just in case cuts it up. And now everybody playing from Mount. A backwards position, but smoked off. Immaculate stuff from Shin. Almost going down to the spray down.
สโมคโคตรกวนตีนเลยเนี่ย
Bullets flying through and true for Karma Court. They're going to stick this half. 1v2, 1v2, not sticking it out wide. And the patience
โซโลอย่างกวนเลย
will get the job done.
มาแล้วไง
That's more like it. That's what you got to see from KC when they were playing in EMEA. Coordinated on the retake. I was worried just for a moment when they lost track of where the final player was and one went to check waterfall the other mound. But they got the play there. The punish onto tens through a snakebite nanoswarm to stop the rest of the team coming in. Isolate tens, get the swing and punish. Very nice from
2
KC.
นัดยังแถบเข้าหัวอีกเหรอ
2 rounds back to back now puts KC in a much better position. And the ults still nowhere near for Sentinels after that huge explosive round in round 7 where both teams utilized the entire war chest.
Follow from the Prowlers, just a handshake there, front section of B. No real aggressive map control other than Shin. He's holding close to Mount, refreshing the one way. He's going to be able to TP out of dodge if there is any danger.
Now you can see pings here though. They're getting ready to put pressure B and actually crush this C setup. Shin has got to be so worried about this.
That's why he's holding it. Paranoia, but still, it's going to be coming from multiple angles in the end. Does have the TP forward. What a call!
That's
Martin
confident.
just swinging right through. Narrate follows it up, and listen, there's no one else watching for it. That was the danger there.
แบบแรก KC พอสู้ผมไม่ได้เลยครับผม
Exactly right, Josh. What you were calling for, that confidence is back, and it's boundless right now for Carmen Court.
Opportunism, looking to take the timings, even if they're not playing together. KC find themselves in another 5v3, very similar to round 7.
แบบบุกด้วยต้องตีสัก7แต่ตอนนี้
Forwards past it, tens. Tethered to the floor, can't
นั่น
see
ไง
his answers just to watch his
รอ
teammates
อยู่
back.
แล้ว
He can be trusted with that at
อุ้ย
least, but will fall. Spike dropped out in the open.
โคตรยาก
2v4,
เรียบร้อย
1v4. John, no chance whatsoever here. He's on the opposite side of the map. With only 20 seconds left, will be the save.
Yeah, KC finding that mid-round aggression. Sure, the previous was taken with that punish onto tens, but they found themselves the player advantage situations so many times in the last 3 rounds. That's one of the biggest reasons why they're able to actually win them. They're able to find a double kill that comes out from Tomashi, then they get the punish onto tens, and in this round, it was such a nice audible called by Martin there and Narrate, deciding to take the swing through, using Shin almost as bait over towards C. Pre-planned or called on the fly. Shin was completely alone on C. I mean, this team is big brain enough that they might have set that up as a bit of a fake there, like, oh, look, we're playing Mound, come and punish us. Either way, lovely setup by KC. And you were asking a question earlier, Bren, as we go into this Sentinel start. How many rounds does KC need on their defense side? Because this is generally an attack-sided map. And I think now that they've got 4, you're feeling relatively comfortable, even if Sen take all the rest.
At minimum.
A4 half, you can definitely come back from that on Lotus.
You can work with that.
You need things to go right for you, obviously. You need, you know, either a pistol or to start rolling with the rifle rounds and get the ults online. It's not a given, but there is actually reason to celebrate for the KC fans right now.
Not even watching a game. I mean, obviously there's not a game going on right now, but they're all facing away from the screens. I respect it, man.
They don't need to look.
They are the loudest ones in the building, and they are taking up probably 1/8, maybe that.
Yeah, the loudest per capita, but there's a lot of Sen fans here too.
There are.
Yeah, I mean, I like that the desk threw the KC versus Sentinels on the English broadcast, by the way, just ruining the KC fans.
Yeah, what do you expect?
Oh, only 15% of you think KC is going to win. That's funny.
Do that Caminos chat, see what happens. See what happens. Telling you, probably 100%. But
Zekken now has a judge. Does this mean we're getting into something a little more pacey?
It's got Proas, that double satchel plays, can really take the space quite rapidly. This time, again, a lot of players are Carmen Court. Grouped up behind Mound, looking to try and fight this one eager, in fact.
That one Prowler makes them think that it's going to be the split push again.
Open the door. They're trying to get proactive just in case to punish those players.
Yeah.
Nice idea as well. Shin using his second smoke, but here we go. Follow-up fight. Now he doesn't have a smoke for the one-way here. Paranoia is excellent. They're all grouped up right towards the back TP on top. Jesus. This man is terrifying.
What an angle to find.
All the way forwards. Judge in hand. Shin. It's away with it. Still, reinforcements arriving. Can't withstand it though. The pressure. It's too much. It's immense. This man is a thing of nightmares.
The mobility, the confidence. Both working
เอหรือเปล่า
He's on for the ace.
เอส 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 เอส
One left
เอส
standing, the counterpart on the Omen. He knows Shin is around, he knows Shin is lurking.
มันรู้ป่ะ
Shin
ต้อ
just
งรู้ดิ
looking to spoil the clip. 10 and 4. What a demon. You saw that the counter paranoia there thrown from Shin pushed back the rest of Sentinels. Nobody else was able to get the punish in
เซล
that
ซิต
kind
มัน
of
ยังสง
way.
สัยอยู่อะพี่
But then when Tens teleports up top, he's not been caught by it. Everybody else is blind. It is shooting fish in a
เอาชัว
barrel.
ร์ชัวร์
And it really is terrifying what Tens is able to do on Omen. It's fit him like a glove, this new role.
Oh yeah. That's how you know he's different from 2021. Not just the agents being played, man, but he didn't play for the clip. Didn't hunt down Shin. Very true. Keep the rifle going.
Now in that round there was still a little bit of danger, right? I mean, Shin got the pick onto Tens. If Narrate had been able to punish Tens too, sorry, Shin got the pick onto Zekken. If Narrate had been able to punish Tens, maybe KC could have come out with something.
2 more rounds. Cacophony is building here in the Madrid arena.
A Zen fight for rubble control, something they have not been doing very much of. Zelsis quite far away. His lockdown could be a large entry piece of utility, but they could also save it for post, as Zekken now had Showstopper online too. Narrate with a swing.
See what he ended up using.
โอ้ย
What?
Now, that is going to tell Zekken as a player that... Decided not to use the ult though, just taking space on site.
There's a chance of it. Everyone setting up from Carmen Core side. Backwards, spots ahead, vulnerable.
You should run.
Look how nicely though they've saved all of this utility for the post plant here. Sure, the spike isn't down just yet. But they're anticipating the fact that KC
เดี๋ยวไปอันติต่อแน่เลย
the ults, and the threat is more dangerous than the action.
Fine time off the clock. Second, here's it. Footsteps. Sancho.
เฮ้ย เอ้า
เมออยู่เมอ
Nasty shot, nasty business. Here, Tens
Ui.
will fall. Perfect. Magnum through the back now, and the site control gained here, close to the corner. Shin instantaneous with it.
ชิบหาย
Trade
แล้ว
sticking now,
ทำอะไรวะ
tossing
นะ
onto it, but destroyed.
Ow.
Spam through the smoke.
อยู่ดีก็อยากรับกระสุน
Surely that's the fuser now. Another tap from Magnum, but it's just him. 1v1. Him versus Zelsis. Sticking. Have on it all the way through the defuse.
เรียบร้อย
Zelsis puts him to bed.
ความสำคัญของเซลซิต
เซลซีเราให้อีกแล้วช็อตสำ
A
คัญ
little bit of danger again there as KC started to get that retake working. Really lovely the follow-up on the paranoia and Martin's entry through, but Sen stay solid. So many of these
มันดันมีตัวอีกตัวหนึ่งโผล่มาพอดี
from
เลย
Sentinels. A few players playing further forward to draw out all of that utility, and then a few players further back playing the spam game. You know, that we see the same thing when it's planted over towards C. You have Tens in a more advanced position on top of the box, a few players playing out towards Mao.
นึกว่าแบบมันจะไปยิงอันติไอ้
Works all
ปลาย
across their
ปลาย
map
ขอบ
and we're straight back into things.
อันติ
No
คิว
early
จอย
fight
ไง
over
เพราะมันต้อง
towards
แบบ
rubble.
กองอยู่นั้นอยู่แล้ว
KC dominate that area early on, open the door.
ลังเล
And
ลัง
he's
เล
going to tell John right at the beginning that it was heavy rubble control.
But they didn't use a nade. There was no signs of life from Martin, so they might think it's only 2. Expecting perhaps to call that pivot here on either side. You can see it, the territory being slowly gained.
Sassy taps the orb. Once the rest of his team's got ready, that's Nightfall online.
Here it is. Through with a Nightfall. Prowlers. Reaching the targets. Few of them are broken in time here. Now potential for the retake. Still that danger with the showstopper. And
Oh, huh?
no way.
That's just spam.
Narrate finding it onto Tens. Beautiful first kill for them, and this is going bad to worse really for Sentinels here. They still can't get a safe plant down. Util flying through along with the rocket. Martin.
วิ่ง
Unfortunately, really not to get that one. Satchel through into the back, pushing his teammates right into forwards. Magnum is there, collapsing, colliding, spraying them all through. John QT's got so much to deal with here. No more bullets. Unbelievable.
โอ้ยเยอะเกิน
Everyone's there to collect
มัน
it
ยิง
out.
สติงเกอร์อย่าง
So
นี้
7-5 half. Carmen Court, a sneaking suspicion that they're going to be happy with it.
ถือว่าเท่าทุนอยู่นะ
Very
เจ็บ
happy. That's an extremely solid defense side, powered by those retakes. I mean, don't let the technicality fool you. They flooded back in there using their same retake setups, and the timing for Magnum to swing around the side when the rest are putting pressure up on top, it all worked really well.
Signs of life from Carmen Court. Really excellent stuff on their retakes all around here. Still a steady lead for Sentinels, a steady lead, I should say. Let's send it down to the floor with an interview with some special guests.
Down on the floor, and I'm joined by Mama Zekin and Mama Tens. Give it up for the parents. Los Madres. Mama Zekin, we saw you in Americas cheering on your son. Now you're here in Madrid cheering on your son. How does it feel to be able to travel the world and support your son as he pursues his dream?
I feel like I'm the happiest mom in the world. Woo!
Amen to that, sister. I love that. And Mama Tens, I found out this is the first time that you've ever watched your son play on stage. How has the experience been? All the fans here in this building.
It's been amazing, incredible. It's a dream come true. I met so many amazing fans of his. I'm gonna cry.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Guys, give it up. Give it up. It's a beautiful thing for sure. Have you been enjoying Madrid?
Yes, it's beautiful here. First time to Europe.
First time to Europe. First time to Europe, everybody. Wow. All right. Mama Zekin, how has the Madrid experience been for you as well?
Mi amor en Madrid.
Oh.
I mean, she's the best hype man in the biz right here, baby. Let's just send it back to the cast and get this party rolling. Give it up on the time, guys.
Oh, my. That is one hell of a way to get the crowd on your side.
Do we need to pick her up for the broadcast?
Yeah, a bit of crowd work.
Yeah.
Oh my,
Keep Golden Boy off. I want to see grand finals. Mama Zekin out there hyping up the crowd, because I mean I'm loving the hype though, because this match is delivering so far. Oh, yeah. We got to see excellence from Sentinels when it came to split. It was close in the first half, and then they pulled away. And I think Casey may have done enough here to feel confident going into the second half of Lotus. Doesn't mean they're going to win. Doesn't mean they're even favored. But when you look at what's on the board, 5 rounds on defense, normally Casey very good on attack. Feeling good.
Definitely chances. Stay in the series. They have a chance of things here, but players are grouped up and they're meeting side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Prowler will it afford anything? Right into the face of Sanchez Martin. Not even with a shorty, but he will go down, and Anna Swarm's tearing him to shreds.
And Casey decide not to commit off the back of that. Certainly Sentinels surprised by how deep Casey got before the trap play was punished.
ไม่มีคนอยู่ A เลย
A lot
ทิ้ง
of
ไปเลย
players still here on the C site.
That noise re-hit, the danger is still here. Like you said, players anchoring into the
ผมเปิดไหลเข้ามาอย่างนี้ได้หรอ
into the corner. What a pick. It's a comical classic, and it just got it. Look at themselves. Dodging and weaving out of the woodwork is what it feels like.
Really nice. All of that fundamental prowess that we saw from KC being demonstrated here. Certainly warming up into the tournament. Starting to showcase the strengths of what made them a team to be feared. This pistol round was a great call coming out from Magnum. As long as they can secure things. And John Cuties denied the miracle. They'll be feeling, again, really good about their chances.
Chooses to put an end to it. So
ตัวละนัด2 นัด
should
เยอะไปหน่อย
แล้วดูเลือดดิโหแบบ
เจ็บทุกตัว
end up being that 7-7 equalization.
โอเวอร์จัด
And that's Magnum that actually gets the kill there, but there's so many little set plays
เหลือ
that we
7
saw
นะ
from
เล่น
KC when they were playing in EMEA,
ถึงก็
things
ตบ
like
เข่า
that. Doubling up and setting up, maybe a high-low setup or a jump peak, and the second player swings in. Now we see Magnum picking up the Outlaw, actually. Nobody on Send Binding Armor, of course. Not going for that force buy.
Few pieces of util.
And how many times have we seen this in the series? No real possibility for the team that lost the pistol to do anything, because both teams just kind of rotate around each other. I feel like every time a team's won the pistol, we've seen this in this series so far. Dodging that variance.
Roaming around the map like a pack of wild animals.
แม่พูดว่าบายเดอะเซนติเนล
Plan of a map control.
ฮาเลย
And a great plan. And now, once you get the plan down this easily, you have the mental bandwidth to start thinking about how do we optimize our ults. Right? So do we want to try to put them into narrate because he's already halfway? Do we want to try to prioritize Martin, perhaps? These kind of things you can really start to ponder There is still pressure here onto Tomashi.
In fact, Senna committing utility into this. Things they really did purchase and buy. They've squeezed the players out towards mound. Time ticking away, running short. Re-clearance called by Carmen Course. So right through the back there, and Sentinels realize that there's really no chances of this. They're making another call now, moving their way forwards.
Wait.
And I think just looking to try to die to Spike
here.
Sassy is going to take a little bit of a timing.
Players are caught out in the open. They're going to be able to die to the Spike. Yep.
So,
really
successful there, to be honest, from Sentinels. Allowing KC to get close to any of the large ultimates. And that's very important. Lotus, I think, more than any map in the pool right now, is so ult cycle dependent. Especially with it being a the attackers too. It's a mixed bag of a buy though for KC. They've come into this bonus with some unusual weaponry. I'm interested to see if Magnum can get anything done with this Outlaw. He's the sole player holding back the A push, and Sen have committed 4 players to dominating that fight.
Yeah. 4 players with light armor too. Lots.
Yeah, that's a great point. Great point. 4 players that would die in 1 shot to Magnum.
There's that extra danger. So you can see the decision making being used here by Carmen Core. This smoke setup as well just allows them to hide, play. Not quite an anti-flash position, but at least hiding from the initial haunt. There is a call from Sentinels to refi when the orb is tapped. Loading up the ult orbs onto Narrate, making sure that Nightfall gets online.
You can see the pings over towards Rubble, pointing out the 3 main positions that somebody like TenZ would be playing if they got him posted up in an aggressive spot. So they're going to go through the motions there, making sure that they clear all of these angles. There is nobody home whatsoever on A.
It's a weird one. Look at this. I mean, back and forth as the call's going for Carmen Core. Looks like there's a lot of uncertainty.
I mean, Sen are basically just playing rotate through spawn right now. They're not trying to, you know, anticipate this so much as just rotate.
No way.
Way
still. It's a kill.
First
kill going their way.
They've anticipated this pivot.
Yeah, and expecting it. Out towards B. Smoke still up into heaven. What's the call going to be here? With only 15 seconds left, the chance really to try and fight them aggressively. Haunt broken, Boombot now, 11 seconds plan. Finally going down, but what is the fight? Yeah, right through. Sees the connection. Second!
Oh, clean.
Hopes and dreams torn away in this round. Shin.
Clean จัดอะเมื่อกี้
Cheeky flank timing. Destroyed. Not getting away with that.
That was a really bizarre round.
บัฟแม่
Sen were rotating through spawn, off noise cues, off reads, and just trying to stack the correct position where KC would end. They're not worried about leaving holes because they're just trying to be hypermobile around the map. That can really bite you. If you're planning to play defense like that, sometimes if the attacking team just cuts noise, you're just running around having no idea where things are going to end. But the reads there from Sen were perfect. They got the right call on where KC were going every time.
Let's go, boys. Good job.
No damage on that bonus.
Yep, really good job, boys.
No damage, but a healthy buy on either side. Vibes Merchant making sure everything is in order.
บัฟแม่บัฟแม่
TP forwards, dash it across here, sees Nade.
นี่ไง
Everything being combined. Shin surely goes down. He gets a kill on second.
How's that?
รอดได้ไงวะน่ะ
He managed that.
He was caught dead to rights inside the C's Nade.
To almost single digits, evacuation called. TenZ backs away. So listen, call up the cartographer. Power lines being redrawn, but giving up space entirely of Rubble, not even posting a player up deep onto A. Carmen Core giving it up.
Certainly very willing to rotate around the map themselves on the attack side. And Sen now a bit frozen in place, expecting this to be an A re-hit. Even when Sassy doesn't really spot anything over towards Rubble. Zelsis has all the utility here, but he is just one man.
He's caught here still with the Odin. It's a very big gun and a lot of targets to really choose. And Beam down, spotted. Beam in, he does. Boys into the back. He had no clue about it.
มาตินสวยจัดตัวนี้
Everything being utilized on top of it. Ruins his day there, but still getting to the position he was in. Pretty miraculous. He's made it an even job for Sentinels on this retake. 4 position of Magnum. He's hoping for an easy kill, maybe even a cheap one. One-way smoke, has to force out that paranoia early, so Magnum, he's done his job. Pulling out that util early, now backs away with the rest of his team so he can play side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Sentinels. This is Carmen Core, comes down to the fundamentals, comes down to the aim, the battle being won. The Sentinels in charge of it all.
ลงแหล่งเฉย
A post plant where KC in theory could have planted anywhere, could have positioned
ตัวเซลซี
anywhere.
ทำหน้าที่ได้ดีโอ้ซ้ายตัดไป2
So easily.
แจ่มเลย
ตัดแบบมีคนซวยด้วยนะ อุตส่าห์เดินมาทางนี้แล้วแม่งยังยิงเลยอ๋อมันเห็นหัวด้วยเนี่ยใช่ไหม
ใช่
มาดีดิ
มองงงเลย
Just looks really claustrophobic from KC in the post plant. They kind of gave Sen too much space there to do whatever they wanted.
จะได้บัฟอยู่นะ
But that is 2 huge rounds in a row from Sen. One to make sure that they didn't take any damage from the bonus round, and the other to knock the economy of KC. If we're talking about Lotus being attack side, being momentum based, well, Sen have just stolen all of the wind out of KC's sails.
Essentially back-to-back gun rounds being won from the retake protocols. Not just that, I mean, they've earned themselves up to some pretty serious ults. Utility and kit looking nice and clean for Sen. They've got a showstopper. Zekin's not having a world-class game, don't get me wrong. I mean, he's sitting at 9 and 12, but he's doing his job and he's doing it well.
I feel like though Tens has been that guy.
Oh yeah.
From map 1 to map 2, Tens' performance has been amazing. When they need him to get aggressive, like for example in that retake, John Cutie survives on the other side of the map. There's a Viper orb up in the middle of sight. They pop it up. That allows Tens to only focus on one angle, teleports forward, takes the one fight. Again, fighting off the back of John's utility. Bada bing, bada boom. He can do it all. You need an Omen entry? Call me up. That's Tens, man. He's looking awesome. He really is.
Fight over C early. Again, same smoke, but it is that weaker Biocom in core.
And you either need a really good set play to be able to push this one across the line, or you're looking to try and, do damage to the economy and draw out ultimates. Certainly B is the best site to fight with these more close-range weapons, like Magnum's Stinger and Martine's Judge. They haven't cleared back. Martin.
Oh, wait!
Oh!
Of a lifetime. Snappy and precise. A bit later towards
แน่นอนจริง
บอลเลต
done there. 10-7.
มีภาพไปดูเจนจีแล้วอ่ะพี่ EDG
สงสัยจะดูเจนจีไว
He probably had a couple freebies, but
เมื่อกี้อีโคดิ
from the Phantom Tent, they completely neutralized that round.
คมจี
This very reminiscent, actually, of one of the earlier rounds that we saw from KC, where Martina Narate pushed out through B, trying to find that timing. And here, Sentinels on defense, being proactive, clearing out that area in the mid round.
อินเกมจอง QG นี่ไฟพาวเวอร์นี่ถือว่าแบบแจ่มเลยนะ
Core aiming to win that fight out, but they don't actually have anything planned for the Hornets. Potential mistake there. Lots of pings to a variety of players. Carmen Core though, not dissuaded. Now with a nightfall. It's going to scatter, flow forwards here. Zelts is getting tagged. Same with John QT. They're not going to know how close these players potentially are with the alarm bot being broken. Sees into the back of the site. They really don't have a clue. Zelts is spraying away and praying. Just hoping that the reinforcements arrive, but he backs himself into a deeper position, tucked to the back, still danger, vulnerable, no way in hell. Second showstopper, but there's players right behind him, they don't have a clue! Shut down.
โอ้โหหันผิดทาง
Surviving, keeping his team alive in this round, it could go in any direction.
And the rate is still struggling to get the plant down.
Some of these fights, the way it goes, I mean, flip
ให้ดิวิเติมเซ็นไว้
the ropes are chin forwards. Do Sen expect it? Do Sen expect it? Do they expect it? They do not, John. Brought down. Angles watched. Forwards now. Sassy keen to take the fight, keen to trade it out. Through the box though. Couple of straight bullets and Sassy's dropped down. Everybody watching and eventually the adjustments are there.
ตาซีไวตรงนี้
That
ดี
was
มาก
dangerous for Carmen Core, but they come out on top. Magnum's position in pit ended up being so important. But there were moments all throughout that round where things could have flipped in either direction.
John and Tin.
So much of it coming down to timings that they find on one another. This, for example,
ตอนคิวที่อยู่
even a half
M80
clear from Zekin in that corner. Too many positions to try to guess at. Great aim from Magnum there. Big readjustment. Pulls KC back within 2. And and they can start here to work some of their ults and start to build a bit of an economic cushion.
Bit of win con. One away, Martin builds it up. Has the rocket. Prowler, Boombot. First wave of util to dissuade it with the Nana Swarms, both of them being deaded, and Celsius putting the Odin to good work. Look at that, spraying through into the angle. Timing. Both double swinging through, but they're vulnerable now. The nade goes flying forward. It's a connection. Celsius.
เพลินไปหน่อยเพลินไปหน่อย
With the lockdown as well, you have to respect it. Sassy's overstaying his welcome, praying that somebody would open himself up into that sight line.
The plan for Mound this time, instead of the more claustrophobic one on site, allows KC to play
คน
two
น้อยกว่า
layers
เช็ค
of
ไง
this.
ครับ
And they still have Martin's showstopper to work with.
Surely they win it. Well, looks incredibly favoured. At least with the ults. Horns. What's the back? Sentinels are already in. Showstopper. No one to break it. Couldn't let loose with the Prowler defuse. Burning away. Have into it. It's Gamble. John QT. He finds it. Still 4 versus 4. What
ภาพมาแบบนี้
They've got to play it side by side. Time working against them. Paranoia 10's winning for the timing. He flips the switch and now moves forward for Sodu. Carmen Core. Carmen Core in complete control of the front section of the site, and the decision is made for him. John QT hightailing it out of there.
Well played by KC, adapting to what Tens was trying to go for. Sentinels, you could see, were expecting KC to have already fallen back to Mound. They thought that they had the site roughly for free as soon as Martin got picked off after using his showstopper. That was not the case. Both teams really messing with expectations. And it's Celsius, a headshot through the wall there that actually sets up the nade kill. A little unfortunate. But both of these teams are looking sharp. It's mind games on mind games in these retake post-plant situations. But Celsius once more has been left alone over towards C. And KC, like 5 hungry wolves staring towards a snack on the C site.
Just that, I mean, vacuuming up these orbs. Granted and given the C mound area basically every single time. There's no plan in action for Sentinels. They did manage to take rubble over towards 8. So they've got 10s posted.
And we haven't actually seen Tens in this position before. We know that KC have got protocols to clear this out. We just haven't seen the fight actually occur. Now, do they believe that Tens is not on top of rubble because they've seen Zeka?
They're not going to use a volley to clear it. One way.
They do not like what they've seen.
No.
They're happy to return back over to Magnum. He knows that there hasn't been any re-aggression on C.
See, Magnum did not give that one up already. Through forwards.
Huh?
Well, John QT.
ยิงทะลุเหรอ
Orthodox one, just playing closer to pillar
ยิง
here.
ทะลุ
Now sets down a Viper's Pit. This is a difficult one. Carmen Core. What chances do they have? What is the call to be made out forwards in front of it? Lucky to be alive. Still smokes on smokes. Who knows which direction this is going to go into with a nightfall now. They don't know anything. Adjusting
What?
them! That is disgusting. But Tens, he's forwards through, eventually removing that pesky problem that is the IGL. 2 players, forwards to the right, has Ball and Shin. Last alive! Miraculous with the movement.
ตอนจัดให้
And Sen somehow get that one through, despite the fact that Magnum was able to pick off 3.
Way.
It looked great for Sen though. That opening kill from
ขาดตีไปแล้วยังมีเพิ่มอีก3 จุด
I'm amazed, frankly, that KC even got the pit, the spike down, because there was so much pressure coming through there. Pit used, Nightfall used as well. That is excellent awareness. They've often been using Tomaji's smoke to be able to get into the C site, and John Cutie just reads that for the first kill. And a little whiffy towards the end from Narrate and Shin. Otherwise, Magnum had given them an opportunity. Devastation for Zeish. So 2 rounds ahead again. Maintaining the lead are Sentinels.
โอ้ได้วันนี้นี่ตัดสินเลยนะ เฮ้ยชัดเลย เฮ้ยพร้อมกันชัดเลย
มีนิดนึง
Into C again.
Celsius. Really deep off angle. There was a chance he could have been punished, but safety for now at least. But the snake bite fades. And here's the second go of things. Prowler, Satchels, up above. Unexpected. Stinger. Exactly where it's favored. Close quarter combat. They don't have to side just yet. They know what John QT is. John needs some help. John needs some help here. Swinging wide.
อะไรของมาตินวะนะ
Be punished for it.
ปื
Casualty.
น
Line of fire and the line of action here. It is.
โอ้โหชิบหายแล้ว
Like Carmen Core only just getting ground underneath them. Plans. Paranoia that forces it out and a satchel forward. Smoke fading away. Oh, he's on one right now.
ดูเลือดจอน
งานเข้าเลยกระบอกนี้
We'll do it. John QT spotted 1v3. Spotted and shut down.
That's a wild situation. I mean, Sentinels realize that Tomashi is one away from being able to get his pit online, so they can't just allow him to go for the plant. They're forced to go aggressive. This entry, excellent from Martin, and wasn't really expected in this spot. But yeah, they're forced to go for this level of aggression and run into Martin's Odin here because they need to deny the plant. Otherwise, they're going to be retaking into a pit. Unfortunately, they lose the round anyway, and now Tomashi has pit up for the next, and Sentinel's economy is getting stretched. I mean, look at this. 10 is at the top of the scoreboard, and my man's about to come into this round with a Sheriff.
Sheriff and half armor. Guardians. I mean, a few rifles, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's...
I'm going to need someone to drop him a gun.
At least.
I mean, I know that he can get work done with the Sheriff, but you want to put your players that are in the aggressive positions in the best position possible. And here we see Sentinel's coaching staff taking the time out because this is crunch time. They have a chance here of being able to close out the series against the #1 seed from EMEA. Book their spot into playoffs, set themselves up potentially as tournament favorites if they make it through Heretics and KC playing like this. Other teams will certainly be having words about that, but there would be little to doubt if they could close things out here.
Most people ahead of this tournament. Carmen Core Sentinels.
โอ้โหช่วงนี้ปรับเวลานอนมาเลยครับ 14 ถึง 24
The two teams that look the strongest coming into this event.
หลัง 24 ค่อยว่ากันใหม่
Banger of a game so far.
So back and forth.
จบเธออยากดูเจนจี
But I think you kind of have to favor KC's chances of being able to pull this round across the line. Now, C's fade combo, C's nade combo, very possible here.
Not using it. Horn though, again, have to deal with that one. Not sure what that lineup is, but
it's a different lineup actually. Sassy was throwing it previously from B, now throwing it from A. Still not getting broken.
Sen perfectly happy to follow that trail of noise. They've stacked it with a lot of their players. Prowler forwards, Martin satcheled in to clear that space and take up control of Tree. With them breaking the Prowler really does feel like an A hit, and it might still be so. Sees nade. Wrong timing taken for it. Guess what? They want to go forward. Second. That's a snake bite that takes him down.
There's so many layers to that.
It really is.
ใส่ทุกอย่าง
Second with the paranoia and with the satchel. That has really
แต่บีโบดิตอนนี้
in the driving seat.
But Magnum broke the alarm bot on B. No response from anybody there, so he's calling to narrate that B may be clear. Is Tomashi going to try to fake this with a pit or something? What are KC cooking? They had a free B site to go for, and they're still going A.
Minning in, Tensions walks forwards for the information. He's brought down 3 versus 3 still. 2 players at the back of the site. What is it called? Double face!
Straight
and down. Equal parts on either side here. One left standing. It's Narrate. In a 1v3. To avoid his team being put on map point, on series point.
He's worried about Zelsis, but Zelsis is still tethered to his turret. 15 seconds less. 10.
แล้วถอยไปเล่น
Just
T2
no chance, surely.
Anything taps it, hoping that a few of these players will be out wide and
unbelievable
this time.
อยู่ดีๆก็ตื่นเต้น
Unbelievable.
Seconds available.
Zelsis is miles away. The Nightfall going to confirm that he's not playing towards Rubble.
Narrate 9 below.
โอ้โหตอนนี้เป็นไงพี่เอ้ย
Ridiculous.
ซึมเลย
โอ้โห
That is one of the most important clutches that we've seen in the tournament so far.
นาเลศวะ
Narrate somehow saving his team. How does he line this one up? Unreal.
Get out of here. I mean, what was that? 0.3 on the timer or what? I don't even know.
Everything stacked against him.
No way. I mean, barely containing the edge, just like, okay, I'll be the stoic one.
Somehow, Eng expects that, apparently.
Yeah, not shocked.
None of us did. God damn. Magnum is buying an outlaw here to get his team up to map point, knowing that Sentinels are on an eco. Just to save. And the ults are all in favor of KC, really. There are still ults over on the side of Sen too. Do they choose to use them?
They're hard stacking. There's 5 players. I don't know what gives this read away. It just seems to be a gamble. Zelsis forwards.
Tens is set up for a paranoia. Are they going to try to clear this?
Yes, they're going to be trying to fight this one. Paranoia, forwards, haunt, broken, tags it in the smoke, forward, Sancho's backwards, a boundless second!
Hey, back.
What?
From the jaws of defeat, they're trying to take it back. Magnum has taken so much damage in the mix of things, 3 HP, Spike, retrieved, back in the
ชิปหาย
สมัยน้ำเหลือ1หมด
เชี่ยอีโคแบบโคตรตึง
ใกล้ตัวนึง
That is utterly ridiculous. The 5-player gamble stack.
นี่ไม่น่าโดนพกหรอกมั้ง
And not just that, but finding the play of the horn being broken.
โอ้เซคเคนแม่ง
Look at the way the Martin is playing that. They find the exact moment that KC were about to commit. All of them with utility in their hands, ready to exec. And Sen, the aggression pays off big time. They could not.
ยืนว่ะเอาว่ะ เอาให้ถึงทีจอน
Final round of regulation. It's already here. Shambolic buy for KC.
It's bottom of the barrel.
มันอะ
It's all they're working with. It's desperation. Individuals need to step up to stand a chance of staying in this series.
Emotional roller coaster doesn't even begin.
เดี๋ยวมาตีนไปโดนอะไรมาวะเนี่ย
มาตีนโดนอะไรมาวะนะ
เจ็บอยู่ดีก็เจ็บ
Backing away from Tens there. Prowler connected.
เป๊ะครับ
Gives them that space.
จะดูว่าหลงหรือเปล่า
Spike in a different direction. Now Shin does have his ult. There's a chance he can pivot.
Martin has the showstopper, but he took 124 at the beginning of the round. He took a long-range phantom headshot.
แต่ว่าโดนเนตก็ไม่ได้นะเนตก็ยังอยู่โดนเชี่ยแล้วโดนสแปมแน่
Sentinel's been playing super reactive off the time cues, but the lockdown's broken just from the minor amount of util. Now the showstopper forwards Martin. He'll go down to the turret.
โอ้ยต้องยิงป้อมอ่ะ
Drop down, 30 seconds, spike can't be planted. That's desperation. It's frantic in nature, but eventually going to be sticking it.
ยังไม่โดนป้อมว่ะ
Pit will stay up, and this retake is happening at a blistering pace. Forwards, Zelsis dominating the angles. One tap to force out the util, but this could be it. All on the line for Carmen Core. And the calls are being made here, fighting up close.
บัฟยืนหรือเปล่าเฮ้ยเซลซิสเฮ้ย
The hopes and dreams ripped to pieces. Shin desperate for it, Tens forwards. And it can't come down to anything.
เฮ้ยเล็กโอ้โหเอาว่ะเมื่อกี้ไม่ได้ยืนแค่กางเกงเข้าวินเฉยๆถ้ายืนนี่โดน
Despite it being a 2-0, this match delivered. Those final moments are just bonkers.
ได้ดูเจนจีไวว่ะพี่
Sen being able to take this map.
โอ้เซนดีเดียมันฟอร์มแชมป์จังวะพี่
เล่นโคตรดีอ่ะ
The win. It looked poised. It looked ready. It looked like it was going to bind. But the final
ไม่ไหวเจนจีผมรอดูเลย
แต่พอเห็นแบบเทนอยู่ทีมอย่างเงี้ยเสียดายปีแรกๆที่เทนมันยังเวอร์อยู่อ่ะ
เสียเวลา
ถ้าเคมีในทีมมันลงล็อกนี่น่าจะแบบประสบสำเร็จมากกว่านี้นะ
Taking out the win against the winners of EMEA kickoff.
เขาไปได้เซคเคนมานี่ทีมแบบว่านี่ทีเดียวเลย
แต่เคนจอนมาตอนแรกได้เซคเคนมาเมื่อไหร่จอนจอนนี่คือทีมเปลี่ยนเลย ไอ้วินที่มันอีโคมันยืนมันน่าจะสะใจเพราะมันน่าจะสั่งมาแคมป์แล้วมันแบบ
มันน่าจะสะใจจริงยืนเลย
Kaplan and Drew been gaining grey hairs at a rapid pace. They haven't had a break, man. They haven't had a break, but finally a bit of peace and quiet time to prepare. Sentinels are first team in the playoffs.
And you've got to be thinking, they're looking like one of the favorites to be able to take the entire thing. Because chewing through, and listen, they had some close maps, some close games, but chewing through both of those EMEA teams who are looking so hot in their regional matches, Sen are looking excellent here. And with all of that time to be able to prep, certainly they're going to be looking at all of the other teams, seeing like who looks dangerous as they head forwards to playoffs.
Potentially even more dangerous as well. I mean, of course, can't count out Karmine Core. They're not out of the tournament just yet. It's the Swiss stage. Listen, they're going to get that chance of redemption, that chance of playoffs.
But against
still.
who?
Against who? Against who? I mean, there's too many unknowns, man. There's too many unknowns and too many other good teams. I mean, we're barely any way into this tournament, and we're just seeing such a high quality of play. It's just insane. It's insanity.
It really is. It's also just incredible individual ability being brought to the big stage by these Sen players. They've worked so hard to increase that fundamental stuff. The retakes, the discipline, the coordination between the team, the IGLing that John Cudy's brought in. But throughout it all, the backbone that's standing up and winning them games here against teams like Heretics and KCU, no slouches individually. One of the big things that's powering through are those individual performances coming out from players like Tens. You know, Zekken on map 1 as well was just unbelievable. And John up towards the top of the scoreboard here for the second map too, whilst also calling an amazing game too.
Yeah, the battle of the IGLs was something to behold, honestly, as well. Those macro calls, I mean, just the gamble.
ตอนนี้ดูคู่อะไรกันเหรอ PX จบแล้วยัง PX จบไปเมื่อวานครับ
How'd they get the read? You're joking. It couldn't have been better. The timing too. The timing on the horn, the break, the paranoia.
วันนี้มีต่อไปคู่ GNG ครับผม GNG
These are what dreams
EDG
are made of for Sentinels, but also KC. That is going to be going through your head over and over. Very difficult, actually, to get those kind of
พี่ยู
moments
โดนเซนติเนลหมดเลยวะพี่
Taking a gander, trying to
ใช่
see
ปะ
if the interview's ready right now. Will be, I hope so.
Yeah.
At some point, and yes, it is. I've got the cue. Go straight to the interview.
What's up, everybody? Let's give it up for Sentinels one more time. Yes. I'm here joined by QT, and we're going to have a little bit of. We want to hear the feelings after this matchup. Estoy aquí con John QT. Vamos a hacerle unas cuantas preguntas sobre este partido. First of all, after failing to win Ascension, getting back to with your coach, getting here, making it to the big stage. Now you're on to playoffs. I assuming that you're feeling amazing and crazy. But how different is actually IGLing and preparing for Americas compared to this?
It's not much different. We just have our process that we follow. We just trust our protocols. We're approaching the games the same as we approach them in Americas pretty much. Just making sure we understand how the other teams play and how we want to play and just trust ourselves pretty much.
Le he preguntado sobre, obviamente, se tiene que estar sintiendo encima de una nube por toda la trayectoria que ha tenido y estar ahora aquí, ser además el primer equipo que se clasifica a los playoffs. Le he preguntado cómo es de diferente prepararse para América que prepararse para aquí. Y dicen que básicamente hay que confiar en sus protocolos, en lo que tienen preparado. La diferencia realmente es
ภาษาลาตินไง
You say that the difference is not really there, right?
โอ้
But
นี่แบบ
coming into today's
เหมาะสำหรับ
matchup,
การเป็น
knowing
แรป
that
เปอร์
you
มาก
barely had any time to rest. How was the preparation,
Rap
if
god
there was any, especially, you know, with the maps and everything that we saw?
ขนาดภาษาอังกฤษเขายังพูดเลย
Preparation wasn't that long, to be honest, because we had no time. We
พูดแบบโคตรเท่เลยอย่างกับแรป
just ourselves, discuss the veto, and the coaches watch the games. I also watched the game, and we pretty much just predicted the veto. I watched their Lotusans play. I was very aware of how they played, and they didn't change much, so it wasn't that hard.
What was the hardest thing to adapt within the game for you?
The hardest thing was just to make sure we're not nervous. I think yesterday we definitely played bad and we still won, but we were very shaky, making stupid mistakes, stuff that we're not used to do. So I just made sure that everyone stayed comfortable and played well.
Le he preguntado que también cómo se ha preparado con tan poco tiempo.
ใช่เดี๋ยวผมไป
en el último partido y hoy
ห้องน้ำแป๊บนึงไปอาบน้ำเตรียมตัวเชนชีเลยเตรียมตัวเดี๋ยวมาแป๊บนึงนะครับเดี๋ยวปิดเสียงรอ
Con lo que más dificultad han tenido
อันนี้เหลืองไหมเอฟ
ผาก็กลับมุมไง
Attack.
And map number 2 from EDG.
Split.
Split, side on split. Attack. Okay, next set of bands starting with Genji, you have Ascent, Breeze, and Sunset.
Ban Sunset.
Band Sunset. Your band, you have Ascent and Breeze.
Ban Ascent.
Okay. So map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze, Genji, side on Breeze.
I'll take.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
มาแล้วครับ ผมมาแล้วครับวู้ฮู้มาว่ะEdward Gaming ผู้เดือดครับ Genji กับ EDG เฮ้ย เท็กเจอร์มันห่าวแล้ววะมันไหวป่ะนั่นน่ะเนี่ย
A battle for that sure spot into playoffs. China's number 1 seed versus Pacific's number 1 seed. It's EDG versus Genji. And we've seen, Mimi, just how hard these teams can punch, even against the best of them all.
They absolutely can. EDG has been a team on a long rise, climbing mountain after mountain. But their next opponent, the new kings of Pacific, Genji, have been impressing everyone on the run-up to Masters Madrid. And this is their chance to lock in playoffs early.
And it wouldn't be the first time that we see a miracle run in a Masters tournament. And I think that not only making it into playoffs will be enough for Genji, they should be hungry for more after defeating a world champion in Loud.
But think about for EDG as well. Yeah. Every international tournament they've attended, they've gotten better. The placement has increased. They ended at a crescendo last year at Champions with a new CN League in place with them on top again. There's definitely that pressure to succeed, to make it international, to represent China the best they can.
I love that you brought that up because, like, you know, you're just reminding everybody that EDG kind of had a later start than all of these teams, right? And now we're seeing them here dominating so many others, and it's going to be a memorable performance for them for sure. Especially since, as you mentioned, we're seeing them getting better and better and better.
They're the only team at Masters Madrid
Genji
to make a
ครับ
roster change into 2024.
That's right.
They are really the last, like, I guess, old guard team that is fully intact. Of what they
How
used
did we
to be.
get here where they are the old guard on a tournament? I think it's crazy and outrageous. And also, if we think about the map veto that we just saw, knowing that Genji is the team that has played one of them that has played every single map that is out there in the map pool, is very interesting to see where EDG wants to be taking things, and also if Genji is going to be changing things around.
Yeah, we're starting out on Icebox for this series, and I think this is an interesting matchup because Genji have been so damn good on this map. They're yet to lose it in 2024.
Yeah.
5-win streak. The last name they took down was Loud, who a lot of people considered one of the kings of Icebox through the history of that team. They play the Gecko KO composition, playing around those dizzy flash combos, and they're so good at it.
Gecko
And it's
พี่
perfect, right, to play against EDG. They do not have that much into it, and we've seen the agents already
Yeah, and no changes here. EDG have been playing this comp at home in China. The comparison is
คอม
playing
เสมือนต่างกันแค่
versus
Initiator
KO. Both these comps play pretty similar when they're on the attacking side. They don't have that Sage Wall, they don't have the Harbor utility, so on their B-head
5 ไทม์ 100% พี่ว่าไง
going for space. So what I'm looking at in this series is Kung Kung and Texture, two Jet players that we know are incredible, and how well they can
5
use that
ไทม์
to take
100%
space
you know
forward and allow that plant to come down or to win the retake.
Yeah, and I want something else. I want to see the Gecko making and being the difference. I want to not give them the space that they want and actually finding not only the lurkins but the right timings to go into execute.
Well, we're all set for our second match of the day. Let's send it over to our casters. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Mika. I'm very excited for this one, Tom. It looks like we've got a pretty juicy series in front of us. You want to throw out a favorite?
พี่ให้ใครคู่นี้ เจนจีดิครับ
I think I'm slightly leaning the way of Genji.
พี่เชียร์เจนจีแต่ไม่รู้ว่าใครจะได้แหละแต่พี่เชียร์เจนจี
They're on the warpath, is the way I want to put it. They are slowly improving, better and better, and their game versus Payprex showed they could weather the storm.
User left your channel.
They've got slightly different weather conditions as we kick off an icebox, and that's not the greatest start. G2 already going down.
สาวโชว์
สาวโชว์เอาไว้ก่อนเลย
A lot of space behind them is now wide open for Genji to take. So they've got to be a little quicker or move back towards the site, make this a brief site take. Instead, it's going to be much faster as they look to fight on the site. Meteor good for one at least, keeping numbers in favor, but Haodong, this man was impressive, able to constantly get behind enemies, but this time he's taking them head on. 3 kills already, and EDG are back in the round. A 4th just around the corner with Munchkin so desperately low, but Haodong falls. Texture putting up one hell of a fight. Connections, another with the headshot on Smoggy, and nobody, 68 HP. Texture's gonna find it hard to get him dropped with 2 bullets left. He needs to be precise, and he has no idea where nobody has snuck off to. Texture creates some space to pop the reload, back to 6 bullets. A bit more spam ability, and he's right in the corner. Only one shot, and he needed both to land. That is 1-0 for EDG.
Yeah, a real back and forth in the initial pistol, and already seeing a little bit of what this man Texture can do with the sheriff. Definitely fearsome opposition, but I do like this sort of a slightly more direct approach.
ฮาโดงเวอร์จัดตัว 3
That side of EDG just looking to take their way straight in towards the side, and even Texture can bail them out of this one. Of course, just looking at this map in general, we've already seen the actually very, very good attack sides coming out of the side of Genji. So they're starting on the weaker half, and for EDG they really struggled, but we've only seen them play it versus FPX, who, I'll be honest with you, that's not a litmus test of how you play a map, because FPX is playing the double duelist, Reyna, Jet, aggro, crazy style of play. So I don't think that it's something to really worry about too much in terms of that match going down poorly. And for EDG, obviously getting off to those good starts, being able to build the economy up a little bit.
เปิดโต๊ะก่อน
We've seen the famous words pop up on
เขา
the
บอกว่า
screen.
ลืมเปิดโต๊ะเดี๋ยวพอแป๊บนึงให้เวลาคนลงแทน
แลบลิ้นใส่ด้วย
You know, realistically, if you're halfway through a series, that can
Big
really
pop
bring
prediction.
momentum for any team. But right off the bat of the pistol, it's going to give more time to Concon, for example, who had already decided to purchase an outlaw. Now, this is something I am thrilled to see. I look back at one of their previous Icebox games, didn't see them purchasing the outlaw, and got very sad because Concon is one of the strongest snipers we see floating around the international scene. And I just think he can maximize the potential of this weapon. So super excited to see if he keeps that, what he can do with it. But for now, we're going to be sitting in this tech pause while Genji get their gear fixed up.
Yeah, I think this is a match filled with storylines as well. Like, you're looking at Lakia looking to make his way back to a playoffs after a career that hasn't been where it should be. I think that's the best way to put it. He peaked in Newton and now has been on his way back through the entirety of his previous rosters. For Genji as an organization, this is a real opportunity for them to get into the playoffs, a team that last year started strong but then underperformed, now have an opportunity to do it at a Masters. For the side of EDG, this is a story of can we now see China overtake Pacific? Because that's the thing. They've been pretty close a couple of times. They've battled versus Payprex many times. And finally beat them just yesterday. They have an opportunity to take down both Pacific teams.
ต้อง VALORANT
Become, well, basically the kings of Asia. That's what we're looking at here. So it really is an important matchup for either side. Genji to finally sort of prove themselves, and even just sort of what
ผม
we
ว่า
saw from
2-1
Munchkin
ตึงๆ
earlier
เลย
was
ว่ะ
sort of like, okay, I lost to the
ถ่ายให้ดูเลย
but I'm
ว่า
not
ถึงไหน
losing
แล้ว
to
อะไร
them
เงี้ย
here. Maybe just feeling that little bit extra confidence with his new roster, with his new team.
Well, Tom, it looks like we're back. We got to see actually pretty cool over the shoulder of them just testing it there at the end. Mouse is back online. Game's running smooth. And so the game is running right back into things with EDG 1-0 up. As we can see, Concon didn't decide to take the Outlaw. He's gone instead for the Guardian. Different uses, different ideas. This attack side, nice and slow, little bit of A control. They had the recon go up, but it was contested.
AK อ่ะยังอยู่อ่ะโอเคอ๋อ
They
ให้
refocused and they looked towards
เดี๋
the
ยว
B
แก้ไว
side.
อยู่นะ
Drone clearing out a ton and a Viper wall that they can easily push towards the site with. You don't imagine Gen G will be playing ahead of that with their pistols.
Normally in these sort of rounds, you expect Gen G to like they'll have utility to
เดี๋ยวนี้
deny
โซว่าไม่จำเป็นเลยเหรอ
these
พี่
plants.
ไอบอก
Like you're talking about nano swarms, snake bites. You're talking about
มันก็ยังดีอยู่
fragments. But this is a low buy round. So they
เห็น
haven't
แบบ
used any of that. So it
ครึ่ง
gives
หนึ่
a
งไม่ใช้แล้ว
lot
อะ
easier access because that's always one of the things we talk about with this sort of composition
อยู่
being
ไม่อยู่
run by
อุ้ย
EDG. They have to take a lot
นี่ไง
more control to get that plant down. In this sort of round,
เฮ้ย
though,
เฮ้ย
just a farming exercise, a chance for Kankan to really build up those orbs.
โอ้ย
You know what, mate? He's still going to get a couple. Still makes it a little bit costly.
Trying to see if we're going to have Chichu pick up a weapon. He did make it just about. So 3 rifles carried forward for EDG altogether. Decently successful round, and I think the main thing being that Concon finds so many kills and the death, this might be able to cancel out some of the economic disadvantages that could be coming after this round. For now, they'll play it as a bonus with some pistols. And he's, Concon's 3 away from the Blade Storm.
Yeah.
Again, he might be baiting me, but as we get back in, you see a scope in his hand. The weapon dropped over, Tom. We're going to get it. Let's see what he can do. Attack side outlaw on this man.
He has to get kills here because he basically needs the Blade Storm for the next round. Okay, Chichu does actually have extra credits, so maybe they could drop an extra one, but it will leave them with some gaps going into the next.
นี่ไงเกาะเล็กไม่ยอมซื้อเกาะใหญ่
benefits of
อุ้ย
their composition
โดนพี่คังเลย
being able to
เหมือนผมจะช้ากว่าปะ
but yeah, it also
เฮ้ย US เร็วกว่า
Because they've
อ้าว
got
ใช่เหรอ
shields. So that outlaw rings out, and you realize we're in a bit of trouble. I wonder if even an element of that is looking at previous iceboxes and seeing this wasn't a
เอ้า
preferred weapon.
ไปแล้วหนึ่ง
Concon down. That
ปิดโดน
rifle
Latencyละ
can still be retrieved and used later on. And really, later
เนี่ย
on.
วีเท่าไหร่อะ
And really, you got to think about the game damage. That's the
59
name of the game here.
โอเคเท่ากันละ
พี่ผมว่าผมว่าพี่พอสดีกว่า ผมไป52อะ
เดี๋ยวจบนี่ก่อน
ได้
either way,
พี่ไอเปิดโรลาเทนซี่อยู่ป่ะ
either way, we are going to see them building up back
เปล่า
and see
เปล่า
them
ไม่ได้ปรับ
ไม่
เล
ได้
ย
เปิด
towards this A site again.
เฮ้ยปิดอะผมเข้าพี่
To at least be able to find one. To at least be able
เฮ้
to
ย
find one.
อุ้ย
อะไรวะน่ะ
In this
มั่ว
2v4
ช็อตนี้
situation,
มั่ว
it is not looking good. It is not looking really needs to get something. Really needs to get something here. And now Caron is the only one remaining.
One
Versus
bonus ด้วย
3. Try and turn this. They planted in an audacious spot. I guess expecting him to come around on the flank.
Ow.
This man has been a real showstopper when it comes to Gen G's success. And he might be able to get a second player planting. Definitely got a little bit tight for a second there. Looking to try and isolate one of these jewels, faking out the sound. But now know exactly where he is. Needs to try and
man
drop
doon
one
na.
of them.
Oh.
And Howdong is waiting on the other side. Great start on this map from EDG.
Well, we've seen these leads fumbled before the 3-0.
แพ้ไม่กลับบ้านครับ
and the
ยัง
immediate
ได้
fight
แข่ง
back,
รอบ
but this one, it has a very sweet taste for the EDG fans. Their economy is stacked. You've got 3 players floating around that 5K mark. In fact, coming out of that round, you've got players close to 9K, but big reinvestments being made.
เดี๋ยวอาคัง
Big
ซ้ำมาเนี่ย
upgrades
เมื่อกี้
too. The Blade Storm will be online
ยังไม่ใช่
soon, so
ตายก่อน
definitely no economic struggles and a Viper's Pit to work with, most likely in this round. Will it be used in this round? That's a different question, but these are huge pieces of utility and abilities to have, where Gen G now find themselves trailing and on an eco.
Yeah, I do wonder when the moment will be that we see Gen G kind of stack up a little bit
คม
over on towards that A side.
โอ้โห
It's what this composition
มันยิงเดือดว่ะ
side of EDG really
Ui.
relies upon is these A
เป้า
side
มันจับ
hits.
ไปไหน
Because
วะ
again,
จับ
it can be quite difficult without having a straight up blockade of something like a cove, or even like having those extra flashes that you might see coming out of Gecko. For now, at least though, already shutting down the players in mid, and they are just winning
Fall
every
in,
single battle
เสียหาย
very easily indeed.
เฮ้ย อ๋อแค่
อา
ส
คั
บ
ง
ตา
Blade Storm even going to come out here
Ow,
to
hey.
try and
I don't know
close
why.
out this round. I'm not sure this was needed, but you know.
Either a misclick or he's just like, I'm gonna get 5 kills next round anyway. So
audacious play if it's the latter. I would side towards a misclick, but maybe it's just asserting the dominance. Oh, first shot, not gonna lie. He's up in the window.
You go, you deserve.
Absolutely. Economic damage now looking pretty good for Gen G. Already 2 rifles dropped. Let's see how many more. Again, there's so much money on the other side, but Munchkin was really starting to dice them up.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้ได้หัวนี่เสียหายเลยนะ
Luckily far enough away. Now,
ยิงอะไรขนาดนั้น
for EDG, and now the buy comes through from Gen G. But the thing is, the attackers have quite a lot to work with, not just on the credit side. Like you said, the Viper's Pit now is online. The Hunter's Fury is there. The Bladestorm isn't, but that's a different story.
Okay, he hit 3 headshots, and he only actually got 1 kill from headshots because of some of the players are so far away.
เพื่อนกันนะ
I'm
น่า
looking
จะ
at that operator though.
ไปแมตช์เจอกันบ่อยเลยมัน
Texture can bridge the gap a little bit.
ไอ้ข้างล่างนี่กับไอ้ข้างล่างโดนไหนโหดกว่าพี่
3 players over. They're going to look to try and pressure, but this is why they have 3 players on the other side.
ล่างดูน energy มันเยอะกว่า
เดี๋ยวดิรอ
รอแป๊บนึง And he will hightail it out, but there's been a catch in mid.
Yeah, this is a big kill. Losing their utility, they're going to filter back in very quickly on the side of Gen G to take that space, but the cost is massive. 2 kills and a big player taken down. If Gen G decide, or if EDG, pardon me, try to switch directions, Gen G will be blind to it. Up close here, Texture's already used his dash. There's no easy way out. And with the shot, nobody is punishing again and again. Lucky and the last man standing. Once the herald of this region, he was all we heard about again and again. Oh, wait till he steps on the international stage. Well, doesn't look too good in this one. There's a 1v4 though, so we'll give him a chance. 5-0.
Doesn't he only play bind?
เนี่ยเกยิงไม่ตายได้ไงวะเนี่ย
Yeah, I think they messed
ตาม
up
เมาส์เลยครับ
on this one. Oh, that was I feel bad for
those
him,
are
man.
dark days.
Yeah.
It's really funny
มัน
as
ยิง
well
กันคม
because
จั
the
งวะ
first map Gen G banned was bind. So we're not doing it to you, buddy. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. But no, what to start from EDG. This is a map that they played once in the season in China. They lost to FVX, and that was in the final. And on the other side of things, a 5-0 record, beating RRQ twice, Team Secret, Zeta, and of course Loud, which we saw within this tournament. So you're talking about a Gen G in massive form on this map, and an EDG that have barely played it and lost. And right now they're winning 5-0.
Well, the sign in the audience might be spot on, op long, and right here they've given an op over to Kankan. An opportunity for EDG to further extend that score line. Their opponents not having a lot of credits. They're going to be coming in with a couple rifles, maybe a big iron on a couple players' hips. But for the most part, it's not going to be pretty. Tom, this is a flying start for EDG on their attack side.
เอาลงต้องอีกทีมต้องลั่น5 คน
on the next. What's their minimum, their benchmark?
เป็นเหล็กเอาไม่อยู่ลั่นคนเดียว
Okay. He is one of the OGs when it comes to the Korean jet, and if he starts hitting his shot, that's why they've actually invested a decent amount. Like Munchkin's bought a rifle, along Karon has as well, but I genuinely think they believe they can win this round when Texture has a Bladestorm. He is that good.
Well, he's had a tough time when it came to the operator up on B. And one of the other things is the consistent knife coming out of Smoggy early on sort of deters that early aggression. You're never really going to have a chance to actually use it now. You have heard that Bladestorm pop.
He's lost it.
And he's gone for a moment. For a moment. It will be back, and there's no pressure immediately applied. But they are keeping 3 players towards the B site, and this is exactly what EDG want. The rotates just now started for Gen G, but EDG are already knocking on the door of A. It's all about pace here. How soon they're going to actually commit to this. It looks like not soon enough. Texture has rotated in, and in fact, Karen's on the way to help out. It's going to be a stacked site, and Munchkin at least grabs one. This is what we needed to see, and Texture now canceled out completely.
Yeah. Second time he's lost it, but he was given an opportunity. Nice shot from Meteor though. Gonna go back in with the Sheriff. Still just means a 1-for-1 trade, but Karon starting to step up. This is like doable as he gets a second off the back of the Guardian.
อ้าวพอเปลี่ยนเกมหรือเปล่า
Bladestorm, at least a couple of knives should be online. Smoggy just waiting patiently.
เดินมากดดันโอ้โหมาแล้วไง
มาแล้วครับ
ออฟอยู่ไหน
Yeah, Texture waited quite a while to get to use that. A funny round from them, but the early contact on B. I guess from EDG, the fact that they didn't follow it up. You have the drone go through, the knife fall, and then they immediately move towards that A site, but shifting the whole way. It allowed them to rotate in on the side of Gen G on time. They were ready for this play. And they obviously held back until you saw those knives come back online. Good crunch and 5-1 on the board. This was not a round that most people would have expected them to take.
ก็ยังมีออฟอยู่ดิ
And if they did, probably off a massive play from Texture.
No, I thought they'd win it, but yeah.
You just expected the one kill from the Blade Storm, did you, Tom?
Yeah.
That adds up.
Just not playing any of
สวัสดี
the
ครับ
We can replay it later. It's okay.
PDG
Off again on Texture. He has another opportunity. And the
He has
dash
a lot
still
of
online.
support as well.
Oh,
That's
they've been
the
spotted.
มีใครลุกหรือยังวันนี้มีใครลุกหรือยัง
ยัง
This would have been
เพิ่ง
a
เริ่ม
bait.
มีจอห์น QT ของเกมที่แล้วลุก
Telling them like, oh, I'm scared, and then
ไม่เป็นไรลุกก็ชนะก็โอเคดัน
อุ้ย
เฮ้ยไง
ตื่นแล้ววะ
มันลุกวินที่เหมือนมันสั่งทีมไปสแต็กถูกไซส์อ่ะ
Now this position
อี
becomes
โค
a little
อ่ะ
bit more audacious.
แล้วเหมือนแบบมาดิเฮีย
ได้สั่งถูกปุ๊บลุกเลยได้วิน
ถ้าเป็นยุคเราก็เฮ้ยระวังบีเว้ยแต่เราอยู่เอกัน
อันนั้นมาแข่งใกล้กันพี่
Maybe even more than that. The only thing is the timing.
เฮ้ยเอ้า
The hard check.
เฮ้ยได้ด้วยเหรอ
really saved the day with that one. Nobody's gonna recon out after dropping Texture, making it up top, but Chiron spotting it.
คารอนไงบอกว่าอะไรนะตอนนี้เขาเป็นแชมป์โลกกูยังไม่ได้เล่น
Control. The B side is theirs. But what are they
ส
gonna
วย
do?
ครับ
Nothing without that spike.
ตื่นแล้ววะการอน
1 versus 3, 20 seconds left. And it seems like this round is already over. No, the angle's a little off on Timmy. So he's sneaking his way through, but now he's being spotted. And with 12 seconds left, there is no chance to plant. They're just going to send one player. Well, actually, they're going to scatter in every direction, ensuring no matter what, he can't get all 3 kills.
Yeah, if it was anyone else, I think maybe there'd be a bit of confidence. You're going, do we want to face into Concon? No, not really. They are going to hit the steps, though. That's why. That's the exact reason why. So clean with it. I'm liking the adaptations we're already seeing from Genji. That was the
แต่มัน
exact
พอ
thing
ที่
I
จะ
was
เกม
saying
เปลี่ยนเล
earlier.
ยวะโซโล่มันพูดว่าอะไรวะ
Are they going to now adapt to stack up that A side?
พอดมาคำแรกเลยสวัสดีครับ
utility that's there for EDG and without having
ไม่น่าใช่
on that B
จบเกมเดี๋ยวพาไปกินปิ้งย่าง
it becomes a lot easier to fall back into the same sort of traits of going
Only
into
third,
that
like.
A site and looking for that after plan. So they've just started stacking up players. You've had aggressive positioning from Munchkin, and then they've gambled in the early
แรกๆอย่าไม่เบียดผมว่าเกมนี้ต้องมีลุกกันวะ
แต่มันก็เล่นเหมือนเดิมเลยพี่หลังพอดมาเหมือนเดิมเลยอ่ะ
Genji certainly starting to find their footing on this defensive side. The 5-0 was worrying, concerning, but it's still very much alive. Even in the last series, thinking about the Lotus game, you saw Sentinels flying into the lead, and it's much closer at the halftime. It's fairly common for teams to need that little bit of time to see how your opponents are playing.
To what you were saying earlier, I think for minimum 5 rounds, I think Genji are fine. They've shown that they have normally about 6 to 8 rounds every single time they play their attack side, so it's definitely their favored of the lot.
Okay.
But now set up in towards this B tape, but again, the read from Genji.
เจอมันขาตายเลยวะ
Early rotation. They've set Texture up over on the A site, and actually, we're going to see a Hunter's Fury pop. They're going to try and get that opener, and they might
โอ้โห
just succeed.
แน่นอนจัด
Nice work to take out Karen. That weakens the defense a
ทำไม
bit.
มันดูยิงกันง่ายจังไอ้ฮันเตอร์ฟูรี่
มันต้องควงอะเรื่องอันติอ่ะมันจะหลบยาก
Well, that hold's just now given up, but they're aware it could still be online. Instead, they're going to commit towards
เรียบร้อยครับ
แบบสวย
and it's worked out fantastically. Just Munchkin left. He's got some support on the way. Meteor just making it through the halls, but look who's right behind him. Nobody snuck his way in, and he's grabbed a quick double. The lead now convincingly in their favor, and with alert from Chichu, the final nails in the coffin for that round. 6
เอ้ยหรือว่าข้างๆมันพูดจริงวะ
back on the board.
That was just
มันพูดว่าไงพี่จีนนะ
พวกกูมาแล้วอ่ะ
a little bit of risk to
อยาก
it,
อะ
but you could normally gamble,
โดน
especially
ไปสองวินปุ๊บเน้นเลยอะจัดให้เนียนๆโอ้โห
or you have at
รู้สึกว่าตอนนี้ผู้เล่นแม่งสเต็ปอัพมาเท่ากันหมดเลย
on the other side.
ไอ้เหี้ย KO มันส่งแฟดไอ้เหี้ยเคาน์เตอร์ไอ้ยัดแม่หลายเกม
He's
ละ
already racking up the assists.
ไอเนี่ยรอบเนี้ยหลายทีมเล่นอย่างเงี้ยโคตรเยอะเลยแล้วแฟด KO อย่างโหดไง
With that one.
คลิกซ้ายอ่ะ
So long as he's on the same side of the map, that player's dropping now. Concon wants to get greedy. He heard the orb be tapped, but there were players covering it from far back.
ข้างๆดูสุขุมขึ้นด้วยกูว่า
มันเปลี่ยนสไตล์แล้วมันไม่ได้แบบเหมือนปีที่แล้ว
ไม่ได้โซโล่เพลย์นะเหมือนปีแล้วมาไม่เอาอ่ะมาแบบมาโชว์
เล่นแบบว่าเล่นเพื่อทีม
เล่นเพื่อชนะไอ้สัตว์
And a thrash online as well. there's definitely potential for Gen G to play retakes with some
เฮีย
success.
เฮียฮาวดง
Although
ไอ้
again,
เฮีย
it
สโม
would
ก
be
กี้นี่
risky.
เอาจัง
Really,
เลย
if we see them commit anything big, I imagine it's going to be on the back of a couple kills first. They need to find those texture.
ไล่2 คนนี้นะถ้ามีคนนึงไม่ยิงอีกคนจะลั่นนะสลับกันตลอดเลย
จริง
Some of these ults have been
เฮียแมตช์จะไปเล่นเฮียฮาวดงอย่างเอา
now, but they just haven't really
ผมเห็นหลายทีละ
found any opportunities
เงียบคนลั่นคน
to use them. And a lot of that is because they've stacked the right sites most times, and at least the lockdown and other stuff is very good for retaking. Again, they do a little bit of damage, but ultimately, Mitch, not really much to write home
สอง
about.
ศูนย์พี่ตรงนี้
ตา
2-0
ตามองพลาดหรือเปล่านี่จะจีเรื่องนี้ ให้แบบหน้าสปลิตนะฮะ
So for Gen G coming towards
สปริตนี่ไม่น่ารอด
stage of this half, which is
ลาเกียร์08แล้วอ่ะ
Yeah, it's not ideal. They have those 2 rounds.
แต่ลาเกียร์มันไม่ไหวจริง
Things were looking good, but we do
มัน
need
แก่
to
แล้ว
see
พี่
them build the rest of
ไอ้
those
เฮียที่มันชนะแมตช์แรกมามันก็พยุงตัว แต่เฮียเท็กเจอร์ลั่นแบบสัตว์หมาไง แล้วคารอนก็มาและไอ้เฮียเมเทโอก็มา
It's the no assists as well. Like it means that so far there's been almost
อันนี้
literally
ยังไม่ค่อยมีจังหวะได้เล่นเลย
a pretty scary prospect.
โอ้แมตช์นี้ลั่นยากกว่าทีมันแบบมันแน่นทุกคนอ่ะ
ไม่ซื้อควัน
So
อะไร
far
วะ
it's
เนี่ย
just not really been there. Oh, Can has definitely
ชิโช
extra round. I don't think it's ludicrous to say that Gen G have a decent idea of where they're going. Already 3 players
โดนหลอก
sat within the A site. The lurk from Chichu, this
3-4-1
battle between him and Meteor has been
เลิก
a
เกอ
regular
ร์
occurrence,
อี
but
สปอร์ต
this
ทิป
time
หายแล้ว
looks like it might go amiss.
หลุดไปแล้วไง
มีของหมดเลย
ติดสมองอยู่
Chichu's at least been
ไม่ใช่
spotted.
ปัญหา
อ้าว
ไม่ใช่ปัญหา
A free kill for him, but not the follow-up. Meteor's at least able to
ยังไม่
keep
คิด
his
จะหัน
control.
เลยเหรอ
The
ลาเกียร์เพื่อน
lockdown now is a big threat for EDG.
ไอ้สัตว์
They're going to give up the site
แล้วลา
control
เกียร์อย่างสวย
spams on the
จังหวะ
way
นี้
as they retreat. Concon keeping
เจ็
their
บ
back
เจ็บ
secure.
เจ็บเจ็บจัด
Viper's Pit to stop them from getting back into the site, to stop them from keeping their Viper's Pit online. EDG
ครับตีบีวะ
completely
3-8
shut out of
วิ
the
ครับ
A site. Now they've got to go looking elsewhere, but in fact, they've
คือ
already
Texture
gone
ยังอยู่
looking
ดิ
elsewhere.
แต่
They
เจ็บ
pushed
แล้ว
up mid, made it through the tube. They'll be spotted immediately by the turret, but with 5 HP here, a big threat for Texture. He's got an op that can one-hit them. If they've got anything, they
เฮ้ย
can
20
one-hit
วิ
them.
ทักทาย
มันจะรวบเอมันจะรวบเอ
The spike over on
เฮ้ย
A.
มัน
ยาก
จะ
ว่ะ
โลเบจริงด้วยว่ะ
Going in
มัน
this
จะรวบเอ
direction.
เอ้ย
Howdong needs
ทัน
to
ทัน
find
ทันทันทัน
something.
ทัน
He already does.
โอเค
It
Hắn
leaves
đã
it down
non.
to just one player actually
Ôi,
on the side.
ôi.
They have to go running in though. Carol
นี่ไง
might be able to just ruin
โอ้
the day.
คารอน
And that's exactly what he'll do.
โอ้คารอนมันอ่านขาดว่ะพี่ มันทิ้งอันติมันไปรอรับข้างห
เป็
ลั
น
ง
เทรดดีก็จบแล้วเมื่อกี้
But also a solid hold as he was the last point of defense.
ลาเกียร์เมื่อกี้เหมือนลาเกียร์ยังไม่ตื่น แท็บ
แล้วสูตรแอสซิสต์ด้วยนะประเด็นนะ
If they,
ไอ้
if
สัตว์
they go through the pit, probably he gets them both. But there's a rope right up
หรือมัน
top.
ลืมเข้าเซิร์ฟเปล่าตอนมารีคอมอะ
แต่จริงๆเราไม่ได้บูลลี่นะเว้ย
Waits for them.
ถ้าอย่างนี้เราก็เล่นได้นะ
Tried to jump straight through to get the plant. The time was what was putting the
มันถึงได้
pressure
เป็นลา
on
เกียร์
them.
ตอนเนี้ย
อ๋อ
7 to 3.
กว่าเราก็น่าจะทรงนี้เหมือนกันอะถ้าเรา
Found
ไป
another round. The corner is good. Thrash online. They can
ทรงแบบ0-90นี่เฮียไม่เอาเลยยิงก็ไม่เอาซิกก็
They
ไม่เอา
also managed to deny Howdong's Viper's
Oh,
Pit.
this
This is an incredibly aggressive push coming out of
Ui.
Munchkin. No flash on the corner. Looks like he just wants to hold it.
มา
But
สกิน
soon,
บอกทนไม่ไหว
you have to
แล้วว่ะ
imagine
ไอ้
he
เฮีย
goes
ต้อง
for
เปลี่ยน
that peak.
เกม
He's out in no
ไม่
man's
เปลี่ยนเกม
land.
ก็
Looked
กู
up
พัง
by Karan.
งาน
But now the real trouble comes into play. Where
ต้อง
can he
ลั่น
go from
ไป
here?
ที
Oh, they haven't actually pressured. I guess at this point they expect that there's an operator on the angle.
Yeah.
So they don't gonna go pushing around that corner and give Texture a free kill. Little do they know Texture actually isn't there at all. He's on the other side.
มัน
Of
เป็น
the
อิน
map.
เกมมันลา
Again,
เกีย
has
ร์
a little bit of aggressive support
ไม่รู้ว่ะ
from Lakia.
เช็คดีกว่า
Slower approach though from
อยากรู้เหมือนกัน
EDG. And
นี่คุณ
this
จะ
is
หาข้อ
what
อ้างเขา
works.
ใช่ไหม
ใช่พี่
They've been very good at pulling those rotations. The calls from Howdong have been
เราถ้ามันต้องสั่งแผน
fantastic.
เอเวเดนมันยังทำได้เลย
For now at least, looking like a similar setup to what we've seen before. Now, Karan has to be careful. He got isolated last time. In fact, he's playing anti-flash, ready for it.
ดูคารอน
Pick off that first kill.
คารอนในวิวแวร์
Extremely well.
Meteor.
He's here, but the backup is covering him until he swings into Concon. A dangerous play for anyone to
เม
make.
ทิโอ
One that well was punished that
ที่
time.
เมเทโอ
Trade is good.
คาร์ลอนแล้วก็เท็กเจอร์3ตัวไฟพาวเวอร์อีกแล้ว
Munchkin and Meteor extremely low after
คิม
that
เทโอ
เฮ้ยซักสองทำได้
But what can really be done by just a lone gun of Smoggy? 15 seconds or so to get that spike on the
7-5 ว่ะ
ground.
ดู
and
ทรง
It looks like it will make it to the ground. Unfortunately, not planted. 7
คือ
to
ได้อยู่
4.
วินสุดท้าย
GG,
EDG
well, they've certainly recovered this one after a shaky start and a couple
โห
bumps in the
0-90 จริง
road.
ว่ะพี่
They could have a 7-5 half.
Yeah, and I said that's not bad. Like that will be workable for them. I do think they're going to have to be careful because as you already mentioned, the sniper of
ไม่แล้วมึงคิดดูถ้าเกิด ACS ออกมามันก็เท่าไหร่
They made this one look
น่าจะหลักหน่วย
หลักหน่วยเลยใจร้ายเกิน
มัน95เลยวันนั้นอะแบบนึงอะ
are not going to be too worried whatsoever.
แต่มันยังสูงอยู่ผมว่าไม่เกิน
That A site, the real threat as always is going to be texture. They're already going to clear the close angles. That it almost seems like a direct counter to just the position that Munchkin was playing earlier.
เล่นใกล้เดี๋ยวก็โดนอีกเนี่ย
เกมนี้ VALORANT ครับ
เอาหน่อยไว้โซโล่ไว้สัตว์
Comes the null command, and assumably the rest of the EDG squad will be following up with it. A full play towards the A site. Lakia seems to be somebody to find one.
ยังศูนย์โผล่อ้อมาแล้วนับหนึ่งครับ
Find a roadblock. Lakia just the one before he falls, as the defensive side is now locked out. 2 versus 3. Meteor, okay, he's caught nobody up top. The spike still not planted, but Smokey kills to close this one out. 8-4 at the halftime, a significant lead for EDG. But Genji, they recovered it a little bit towards the end. They certainly seem hotter now, moving on to their attack.
Yeah, Lakia got his first kill in that round, so there you go. He's at least on the board, but it definitely was.
คู่นี้ถ้าชนะคือเข้าเลยพี่
Meteor is the one that we're really going to be singing about. But
กลับใหม่ปะหรือว่าเข้าไปเจอกัน
of EDG are going to be very, very happy.
อ๋อชนะไม่ชนะวางเป็นทีมวาง
But also just continuously
มันก็ยังไม่เจอกันใช่ไหมรอบต่อไป
มันจะเอาทีมที่ 2-0 ไปวางก่อนบนกับล่าง
for the majority of this half.
Please welcome
แล้วต่อไปใคร 2-1 ใครชนะ 2-1 ก็จะเข้าไปวาง
อยากดูมันเจอกับเซนติเนลวะ
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的
ไม่บอกเลยว่าใครเป็นเกม
担任的是自由那位。
ผมว่าลาเกียแหละ
ไม่มี
Paperas 的感受是
ไม่มีอ่ะ
说出了这么
ไม่มี
多的争议
ไม่มีก็ไม่ได้มาหรอก
我们其实一直是有打赢他们的方法的，但是我们一直因为我们的心态没有放开，导致我们的操作很变形吧。因为我们在赛前的时候有看他们的比赛录像，他们是已经有拿出过这套阵容的。而且我们在赛前我们有很多的研究去如何去应对他这个。我觉得今天浩东是今天抢夺的最好的，他今天在图2的时候扮演的对我们的帮助很大很大，工作了，我觉得对我们今天掰平比分很重要，对。然后图3的话，我觉得就是我们整体的一个协同跟练习的战术的一个展现吧。
ฮาวดงมาดีวันนั้นดูอยู่ช็อตนี้เฮียไปเล็กอันเล็กกูบอกคุยเถอะจำได้เลยช็อตนี้แม่งทุบโต๊ะอยู่
เพราะว่ามันอิมแพกสุดละ
อีโค
ใน EDG อ่ะฮาวดงอ่ะ
มันเดินถูกจังหวะตลอดเวลาเลยมันตุ๋ยตลอดเลยใช่ไหมแต่
两位教练组吧，他对我们
他们两位对我们的赛前的就是
เย็ดแม่โค้ช2 คนว่ะแชร์ไอเดียกันว่ะเขาบอกว่า
各自的想法吧，然后去帮助我们去在赛前的训练的时候去练习，然后去适应可能会遇到的情况，种种的变化吧，这就是我们现在比较厉害的一个点吧。我想对这些黑子来说，我知道我们一直以来我们队伍的争议很大吧。
เฮ้ยเฮเตอร์ว่ะ I don't care เฮเตอร์ว่ะ
只知道我们的
เป็นไง potential team ดิเป็นไงนั้นพิมพ์ด่าแม่งดีกว่าว่ะ
where obviously we can talk about
สวัสดีครับคุณไปนอนสวัสดีรถเมย์ครับ
how well Howdong did on bind. First map removed in the veto. Not really surprised by that one. I wouldn't want to play against that man either, but the fact is he's had a decent first half. It has mainly been a team effort, and I do feel like a couple of the pieces were missing in that first half. Now, the thing that works with this comp for Gen G is those executes around that double flash. The dizzy flash combo that you can throw out with KO is fantastic. So hopefully they're going to
มีน้องถามระหว่างจอห์น QT กับวูทีวีinเกมใครเก่งกว่ากันครับ
Yeah, it's been tough so far. Like you said, that get-go on Lakia, it's hard not to be drawn to it. He's dead. Well, that's about as poor a start as you can get for the poor guy.
จอห์น QT กับวูทีวีใครเก่งกว่ากัน
ในฐานะเจลอ่ะ
ได้
เขาดิครับผมไม่เคยเล่นVALORANT
เคาน์เตอร์ที่เจอได้ไหม
เคาน์เตอร์จะได้นะถ้ายุครุ่งเรืองขอเปลี่ยนมือปืนกลทั้ง2 คนเป็นคนจีน
for texture. He's also not been off to a great start. A lot of whiffed up shots.
สั่งอะไรไม่ออกเราก็ชนะทุกทีสไนเปอร์2 คนคนละบอมได้วินตลอดขึ้นอยู่ได้มีตังค์ซื้อป่ะ
ไม่ค่อยมีเท่าไหร่
ส่วนมากเป็นเฟมัสคือฟาร์มัสตลอด
Impressive clutch to say the least. He's got the first already. Okay.
แต่ว่าแล้วมันเป็นเกมที่น่าสั่งมากเลยผมบอกเลย
Big round for Gen G to get on.
มาแล้ว EDG เอาหน่อยไม่เจนจี GG เหมือนกัน
หลอกได้หมดเลย
เราต้องเจิมต้องเจิมฝั่งต้องให้พี่เจิม EDG หน่อย
เฮียมึงคิดดูสมมุติว่าสมมุติว่าเรา3คนมาอยู่บอมบีอะแล้วบอมเอง2คนเป็นเก็กโคกับโซวาแล้วปล่อยของเลยอะเหมือนโดนนำใช่แล้วเก็กโคก็แบบปาดิซี่เข้าแล้วปล่อยวิงแมนไปมั่วแต่ไม่ได้ไปวางนะมันจะไม่โดนเห็นไงวะ
เคลียร์หมดละ
มันไม่จำเป็นต้องใช้อินิเชเตอร์ไปดูตลอดเว้ยใช้ไม่หลอกก็ได้นี่ไง
แฟด
Can't calm down one of the main danger players because you have to
ปั
bear
ด
in
โชว์
mind
มัน
EDG
โคตร
have
โหด
been unbelievable
แต่เจลสมัยนี้เล่น VALORANT แม่งต้องหัวใสสัตว์เพราะไม่มีอัลติเมทที่ต้องคำนวณด้วยเฮีย
Oh yeah, they were a very scary team when it came to those ecos, and what we're seeing right here for EDG, 4 players stacked up and ready to go. Flash out, kill, not coming in onto the little alley. So the plant has been secured. EDG numbers thinned down.
อุ้ย
That
มา
defensive
ดิ
side
มาแล้วดิ
doesn't stand a chance at this stage. You have to imagine. Chichu 35 HP in a 1v3 with a sheriff in hand, and 2 of his opponents have rifles.
อุ้ยนะบนล่าง
เป็นไปได้
ไปหนึ่ง
But thank God Texture was up top to cover.
Yeah, they've made that one really costly.
เขานี่คอนเซ็ปต์เกมมา5ครับไม่ตายฟรีครับผม
And I believe they lost at least a Guardian in that round. So it's not like you had a load of pistol players alongside them. So I think they could be very happy with that, especially when for the majority that was them fighting.
ลักเกียร์ให้ปืนเพื่อนแล้วไม่ซื้อ
So I think the EDG have done well to make that one as
เอาปืนไปเลยเดี๋ยวเราเชอรี่เองนี่เราไม่มาเพื่อน
We'll see though. These A side takes is where I've really enjoyed.
มันไม่ถึงความมั่นใจเลยเนี่ยมันคือไง
I think EDG know that they've got 3 players here initially.
เจน GG
Early control is taken by the side of Gen G. They've also put an alarm bot to cover the walk up. I mean, that's a very aggressive stance. I don't think we saw that from EDG on their attack side at all. No turret to cover their back either. Where is that being placed? It must have been destroyed early. And for EDG, you said 3 players on A. They're still there. But the drone clearing out some space might cause that rotate to come through. I just wonder if Gen G are planning to go back here with Meteor still being so far up, or if he's trying to stay behind them, which it looks like that was the idea. Not very successful.
No. Now you're going to have Lakia looking to try and lead the charge. There was a snake bite down. I don't know if that's actually going to deny it. No, it isn't.
วางเป้าแล้วแบบเสียว
Reposition, so that's something at least.
มันอยู่ในควันมันคลิกขวาวางบอมได้ด้วยเหรอ
Ready though with that man advantage.
ไม่ได้ไม่ใช่เหรอ
On a fast flank. Bear in mind because they lost Meteor. They don't actually have any flank. He is just walking up behind them. This is looking like some of the freest kills he's ever going to have. Manages the first, but now it's just a nuisance and continues to be a flawless.
พี่น้องถามพี่บูมีส่วนร่วมกับวาโลในมิดไหมครับ
Yeah, this is a big round. I mean, as soon as they take down Meteor, they make the realization the push wasn't coming in there from the drone.
ตอบแทนเลยก็ได้ตอนนี้พี่บู
ขอกำลังใจสอบเฟรนด์หน่อยแสนล้านโปรเจกต์หน่อยให้ครับสู้ๆนะครับเอ็มม่าทำได้อยู่แล้วสบายดูจริงๆอย่าง
Immediately the decision is made to go on that flank, and it was the right call.
เช็คมุมนี้ได้ไงวะ
But it was one of those rounds for Gen G where you're not going to be happy to give it away, but it's somewhat expected. You don't get a lot of damage. I do think they'll be a bit upset that they got none.
Yeah, no, for sure.
แข่งต่อเลยพรุ่งนี้แข่งต่อเลย
Build up for EDG. They'll have another buy, and also in terms of ults, getting that little bit closer. Now there is already one online.
มุมเดิมเลย
ค้างบอกติดใจขออยู่อีกทีนึง
Capacity of Concon to play this spot again. He got a kill from that in the last round, so you'd think it's going to be immediately checked.
ห็นแล้ว
I think it may have been. I don't know if Munchkin caught the angle, but Concon definitely saw him, and here comes that double flash. But he's managed to avoid both. And Concon, you can't allow him to survive. He saw the position. He just continues his aggression. Karon, the only one left.
เฮียแม่งเลือดเดือดสัตว์เลยว่ะ
อุ้ยอะไรขนาดนั้นน่ะ
I think it's fair to say he expected that.
เขาดง
Very nice.
อย่ามองหน้า
มันยิงเดือดทุกค
I
นน่ะ
assume that wasn't just a reactive shot, because that would be a little bit ridiculous.
ระหว่างวู
ยังเวอร์
2009ครั้ง2024 ใครโหดกว่ากันครับ
ถ้า 2009 เนี่ยน่าจะครั้งแล้วฮะเพราะเป็นช่วงปลายทางแล้ว
ต้องปีไหนพี่
ต้องสัก2004 เลยปีแรก
You can see he was thinking about it.
วัยรุ่นอยู่นี่ไงสัตว์
into a 2v2, at least use the res. as a bait to force a fight, but it's not worked out.
แต่ตอนเจอมาที่เกาหลีมันก็ดูเรียบร้อยขึ้นเย
แบบ
อะ
เจนจี
Absolutely stacked and Genji
ไอ้
going to be in trouble.
ไนท์อยู่พี่พวกเนี้ยไอ้เวลาแบบ
ไม่
นอ
มั
ก
นโดน
เก
อะไร
ม
อ่อน
อ่ะ
เตือนไปไงที่มันทำท่ายิงปืน
อ๋อ
หลังจากนั้นติ่มเตี่ยวเลยมันเป็นกฎนะห้ามถือ
Utility. This is just making them very paranoid about mid.
เดี๋ยวผมไปแข่งผมจะสื่อทำเป็นท่าถือปืนคู่ปิ้วแม่งเลย
โดนแบนไปดิ
Wow. This man is always a danger, but I mean the only real danger in
ไอ้
this
นี่พี่ส
round
ปิน
for
สอง
EDG is that Viper's pit. Like if they can
อย่า
get
เลย
into a
เฮียไอ
position
เขา
where weaponry can actually become valuable, that's so filthy. They've used it to force them back.
สปิน2มีโค้ชจะกลับไปคัมแบ็กเป็นผู้เล่นรอดู
เอาดี
Such a disgusting use of an ultimate, just like
บอกเขาไม่ไหวแล้วเขาต้องการเป็นอินเกม
bomb.
มึงอย่าบอก
It's
นะ
not
จัน
even a
ต้อ
time thing. There's still 50
ไม่
seconds
ได้
on
พี่
the clock. It's just really locking them into a box. Fish in a barrel for Concon on the first as Genji now look to take the site, but no matter
เอ้าโอ้โห
I was gonna say where they
โอ้โหลาเกียร์อีกแล้วครับ
straight through the smoke immediately. Two players
Yeah.
holding the next fight. And
แพ้ว่ะ
Concon clean. The final one comes through. And
เจนจีจี
we're not gonna see any damage
ยืน
dealt
ยืน
a
ย่อๆเหรอ
flawless
วะเมื่อ
round
กี้หล
for
บเชอร์ลีฟ
EDG.
เหรอ
And if you're on this attacking side,
เมื่อกี้มันยืน
it feels like
ย่อ
they're
ๆ
just
อะ
running headfirst
ไม่ใช่พอ
into a
ดูแล้ว
brick
อยากเข้า
wall.
เกมอีก
This
เด็ด
is
แม
an
ปเข้าซะหน่อย
opportunity as they get the rifles out, but Tom, it could be their last
ส
real
รุปนั่งยิงมาดี
opportunity.
หรือไม่
Some
ดีวะ
ultis
พี่
online, some rifles in hand, and
ผมเห็น
EDG
แม่ง
two
นั่ง
rounds
กัน
away from
รัวๆ
taking
เลย
it.
ในแพท
I'll be honest with you, the way this match is going so far, this could be
นั่
a
งได้
statement.
มันไม่ได้ห้าม
Because
ฟังช็อตอะ
they played versus Paperex, a team
เฮ้ย
they've never been
กู
able
ก็
to
นั่ง
beat.
นะ
They beat
สเปรย์ดิ
a long
พี่โคมี
series.
น้องถามบอกพรุ่งนี้
They come in here, this is a
แมนยูกี่เม็ดดี
5-0
ไม่ดูครับ
for the side
ดู
of
แข่ง
Genji, and they're going into split next,
ไม่
which
ค่อย
is
น่า
their
ดูเท่าไหร่
best
บอล
map.
ดูเนี่ย
ไอ้ที่แข่ง
They
ดู
just
มันก่อนแมน
demolished
ยูตอนนี้ไอ้
Genji
ที่
here.
บอก
I
ไอ้
think we have to start
ไป
switching
รุนมาแล้วพี่
เฮ้ยหมุน
เรียบ
แล้ว
ร้อย
ดูสรุป
เดี๋ยว
our expectations. And for the side of Genji, well, we heard from Munchkin earlier, this was going to be the time that he manages to get his revenge. It is not looking likely right now.
This drone's going to get so much information
Oh,
as
yeah,
well.
they
Here
look
comes the
now.
dash and the dash out of Concon as well. He is repositioning.
Oh.
Caught falling out of the sky. Smokey's made it out.
Actually, Karen goes
เก่งไปทุก
down
ชิ้นเลย
trying to kill him.
Oh no.
Chichu has managed to get that kill. I think he was up top. Counter flash, but it shouldn't matter too much. The HP is so much in favor of their opponents. I don't know how EDG are going to find a gap in here.
Ui.
Textures
Ui.
kind of got lost a little bit. No cover either.
ตาจัด
Back in a 3v3.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Yeah, the EDG have managed to create their own opportunities. The real problem, though, is the time on the clock and the amount of Gen G players tucked away. EDG make the call. They go aggressive to try and root these players out of post-plant positions, but Meteor's got an angle, and up top, they've spotted that there's not one but two players ready to pounce. A good response from Gen G. The
ของพี่โค
gap is
นี่
only
2-0 I เหรอ
four.
หรือ
It's
M2
obtainable, but
ไม่บอก
this
ครับ
road
เอ้า
is filled with peril.
สีอะไรครับ
สีดำครับ
Sure, I feel like I believe it.
เดายากเลย
There has
อี
to
ฟี
be
อีจีอย่างมาเลย
เอารถวันแรกโดนไป600,000ครับผม
even when
ของ
Gen
แตก
G win it. We have multiple
มัน
flawless
จับมา
rounds
ครึ่งหนึ่ง
already from EDG in this half. Like, look,
ผม
they're
หา
playing
M4
with an
เยอะเนี่ย
operator and can still comfortably buy this round
พี่
and
ใส่แล้ว
more,
นะ
so
600,000
this is already
M4
where
ต้องมี
they
โชว์แล้ว
just
หนึ่งใช่ไหม
โชว์ครับ มีล้อ
use the thrash to actually be able to take the space. They're not going
เปลี่ยนเบรก
to
ได้ป่ะ
have
พี่
this round,
เปลี่ยนเบรก
but
มาจากศูนย์เลยครับ
are one away from a lockdown. Already, a lot of information garnered by the side of EDG. That
ผม
initial
อะไร
line
อำเภอ
has
เบร
spotted
ก
the majority of players.
ล้อ
เทสลาก็ยังไม่พอ เจอเอ็มไปอะ
Could be thrown in here. Carrot's actually
เปล่า
wanted
พี่อยาก
it
เก็บรถ
very early,
performance
and they've got such an
Ah.
aggressive mid position.
ดู
รา
ฝ
คา
รั่ง
ไม่ตก ราคาไม่ตก
ไม่ดูฝรั่งกับวิเคราะห์แล้วกูอิน
Keep 3 players within the site. And similarly,
ซื้อสูตรไหนเนี่ยพี่
with the
Millennium
lockdown, if they throw Viper's
ไม่
Pit
ใช่ครับ
in,
ซื้อ
it
performance
may just be
motor
to deter. I don't know if
ศูนย์
that
M
connected. I don't think it did.
มันได้ส่วนลดเยอะอะไอ้พวกของแต่งอะ
Player slightly out of the
รอกี่เดือนน่ะ
especially with the height of it.
รอ
Flash in deep.
เอาจริงป่ะ
ใช่
โดนแฟดจริงปะเนี่ย
Handled to find
รอ
the
ประ
first.
มาณ
The numbers sit towards Gen G with the
จริง
side
ๆ พอ
under
จอง
their
ปุ๊บ
control, and now
ไม่เกิน
the
10 วันได้รถอะ
actual advantage. 4 versus 3.
เพราะคอนเซ็ปต์พี่สล็อต
EDG
มันเป็น
on
อ
the
ย่างเงี้ย
fight
มึง
back.
หมายถึงว่าแบบ
They've got a flank underway.
ถ้าไม่ได้พี่ก็ไม่เอา
They managed to
ดี
sneak
แล้ว
their
พี่
way up
มัน
pretty
ก็เลย
close
กลายเป็น
with
ว่า
that
จะได้
turret
เร็ว
down.
นี่
พี่เห็นมาคอมโบแฟต
Got a lot
เอ้
เห็นดิ
กิโคปะ
รอเฮียอะไรอะเมื่อ
โคตร
กี้
สวยอะ
as the turret comes back up for a moment. It's too late. They've
อุ้ย
already
เฮ้ย
passed, and it's Con.
ไม่ เดียวจบ
แล้วบอมยังไม่ได้วาง
แก๊สก็เหี้ยแล้วท่านผู้ชมเอ้ยไอ้สัตว์ถ้ากูติดแก๊สนะกูบอกเลยมีคนมารีวิวกูเต็มรถอ่ะ
อุ้ยอ้าว
แปลก
คังชิกคลิกขวา
ไปเรามองไปที่แมปหน้าเลย
This is the thing that's now become peculiar because although Meteor has probably been the best player individually for Gen.G, that's a couple of times now where I feel like they've been boxed in either from him dying and just not realizing his util gone, or in that case him being so far forward that his util goes offline. Now that's a mistake that you just can't have. You're in a man advantage. He doesn't need to be that far forward, and if he is, somebody else needs to be aware of it. Those are mistakes that if you give those over to EDG, you're done. You can't allow Kankan that much space.
พี่ได้กี่ปีนะพี่
อะไรนะ
ได้พี่ได้กี่ปีของเรียว
5
แท็ก
ปี5 ปีนี่ไง5 ปีแสนโลแต่วารันตี5 ปีไม่จำกัดระยะทาง
คุ้มอยู่นะ
อันนี้ BM คันแรกของบ้านนะเนี่ยไม่เคยขับเลย
ใช่เหรออุ้ยพี่จะติดใจ
to split, where EDG will look to close the door on Gen.G's run. This is a scary time. For Gen.G, they looked very, very good
ก็ตอน
regionally,
ตอน
but
เทปพี่ไปเทสเซียเวน่า3เลย
it was a big challenge.
They also beat
ผม
Loud.
ว่ามันคนละฟีลกันเลยว่ะเป็น
That's the thing. It's like
เป็นไม่
they
ได้
look
ความ
good
สบาย
regionally. They beat Paybricks, they beat Loud, they beat DRX. Like these are all teams that in the past would have beaten them, all three.
3 out of 3 times in the
ผม
case
ว่า
of
แบบ
Paper.
So
อะไร
they
เยี่ยม
have
ค
been
มแบบ
massively
เยอะเลย
improving, but the fact is, right now Gen.G look a little bit flat, and they're making errors that I just
เฮ้ย
didn't really
EDG เล่นจอ
expect
4:3 เยอะ
on their map choice on one of their best maps. It is not what you want to be seeing, and as said,
Yeah.
there are a few maps that I would heavily hand over to the side of EDG, and one of them is split. Funnily enough, the other one is actually Breeze. I've not enjoyed, like, Gen.G have had some rough games of Breeze, so they lose this map, and
วันนี้เท็กเจอร์ยังไม่ตื่น
EDG
เลย
have 2 opportunities on maps that I favor them on to close out this series.
Well, you know, 4 ultimates is usually a very strong position, but more so for EDG. If they had 4, they could dump them all into a round and just claim 1 round win, move on to the next map. For Gen.G, they have to be a bit more conscious of how they use these. So obviously off rip, you're going to see the Blade Storm pop to make up for the economic disadvantages. Munchkin also using his ultimate, the null command, I mean, robbing them of their abilities if they're close enough, and a Viper's Pit committed. So I said they need to reserve them. They have dumped them into this round with a lockdown being the only thing to carry through to the next.
I don't know if they will.
That's the thing. If they keep it.
Yeah, the Judge investment, I like it from Munchkin.
โดนอีกไหมเนี่ย
Play a close
เฮ้ย
corner within this Viper's Pit. I feel like they almost need this one just to keep their economy strong, and they are
อุ้ยเท็กเจอร์
dumping. Already Texture's going to pick off one, but so much util thrown in to clear him out. It's easier said than done, though. As he takes out Chichu along with it. Nobody trying to clear this backline. Somehow Kankan's found another. They may not get to use that ultimate at all because they're being picked apart. It's left all on to Karon, but the time is ticking low. If he gets this kill, it's surely done, and it will be. But he's going to go down with it. That was meant to be an economy builder as they spam all their ultimates bar one, and they don't even get a single player out alive.
ผู้แรกเซนติเนล 2-0 ครับ
No one's able to get their full shields alongside the rifles. Maybe one player is, but that's about it. This is going to be a really tough position to play from because, like we said, there's almost 2 ways you could look at it. Save the ultis and try to use 1, maybe 2, incrementally tick them over and use them as safety nets in these rounds, or dump them and build that economy. So you've got rifles. This is the worst of both
It came down to Red Bull clutch. That's all you really need to know.
And now they've got
it was clutched by the spike.
I also, worth mentioning, I like EDG's approach to just not play heads up into the Viper's Pit to move around the back and try to contend for the backside all the way down that laneway. It's a good idea, and you can see it very nearly worked for them. I think if Gen.G had slightly less ultimates pop, the round would have fallen away. This man's crazy. He hasn't even popped his dash yet.
He also doesn't know that someone's already crossed to the other side. So this really is a very, very audacious play. He's dead. He's definitely dead. I don't know if that was maybe slight misinformation, but even still a filthy shot to open.
ยังไง
Meantime has come in onto the B site. Reeve. A single bullet.
What?
Chichu just ruins his opponent. They're not even going to get the spike down.
เอาชิปหายแล้วไม่ได้วาง
Things become so much more difficult. The spam.
เรียบร้อย
Nobody is so clean.
GG ครับ
Texture, the hero, the man that has been highlighted throughout this tournament so far. He's got to find 3 to try and save them. The spike is down. Nobody has already spotted him on the angle. There is no hope. EDG comes through with a dominant victory.
พี่เลยของจริงเหรอวันนี้
and they have their choice next.
วันนี้มา
แต่เทคเจอร์ไม่ตื่นเลยไม่ตื่นกว่าเทคเจอร์คือลาเกียร์น่ะลาเกียร์นั่นหลับยาว
มันลั่นยากอ่ะมันVGมันแน่นทุกคน
จริงโอ้มันเดือดเกินเลยพี่
ถ้าสมมติว่าพี่เป็นลาเกียร์ตอนนี้พี่จะทำไงวะก่อนเกม2
ทำไง ก็ต้องรีเฟรชตัวเองนี่ครับ อาจจะไม่ลุกไปพักอ่ะนั่งวอร์มต่อ
มันอยู่ผิดที่ผิดเวลาตลอดเลยลาเกียร์เกม
No problem. Yes,
ไหนก็โดน
You
ถื
need
อของ
Verizon.
ถือของ
Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage.
เฮ้ยตี
so
หนึ่ง
you
เอ
can
งเหรอ
take all the pics.
แต่สุดท้ายแล้วนะ
จบเร็ววะเนี่ย
ลาเกียเจ็บข้อมือเจ็บอันนี้วงในปะเนี่ยเอามาจากไหนครับ
วงในอีกแล้วเหรอ
เอ็กปะเนี่ย
ชอบคำว่าวงในของพี่
อ๋อ เฮ้ย ลาเกียเจ็บข้อมือจริงป่ะ
วงในเหรอพี่
แอสเตอร์ยูจองซัน ข้อมือของเขาได้รับบาดเจ็บถึงแม้ว่าเขาจะทำงานหนัก แต่การบาดเจ็บส่งผลต่อฟอร์มกับการเล่นของเขาเมื่ออาการเหมือนจะดีขึ้นแล้วก็เริ่มเจ็บอีก
เข้าใจได้น้องเจ็บ
ทำไมนักแข่งสมัยนี้ถึงแบบเจ็บข้อมืออะไรเป็นอะไรกับข้อมือกันเยอะจังงงอ่ะ
สมัยพี่เอ๋ยแข่งเจ็บไหม
ไม่นะพี่มั่นใจว่าเล่นเยอะมากแบบ ไม่ได้น้อยกว่านักแข่งสมัยเนี่ยไม่เคยเจ็บเลย
ผมไม่รู้ว่าเกี่ยวเปล่าแต่ผมว่าเมาส์มีส่วนว่ะ
เจ็บอย่างเดียวอ่ะ ตรงเนี้ยไอ้ที่วางข้อมืออ่ะถลอกเคยเล่นจนแบบ
มีเปเปอร์เล็ก
เปิดอ่ะนั่นแหละถ้าไม่ได้เล่นนานๆกลับมาเล่นจะเป็นสักพักมันก็จะหายเพราะมันด้าน อุ้ยมันโหดสกิลมันต่างกันครับน้องเกอร์เยอะ
ลาวแล้วใครอีกไม่รู้KC ใช่ KC เดี๋ยววะไม่ใช่ KC ดิ KC มันแข่งไปFPX ใช่
จีนมีสิทธิ์แชมป์นะเนี่ย มันยิงกัน5 คนแบบบ้าจัดอ่ะ
ลาเกียร์มันเจ็บมานานแล้วปะหรือเพิ่งเจ็บวันนี้
น่าจะเป็นเรื้อรังนะ
โอ้แต่ก็น่าจะหนักเลยพี่ ดูสแตทมันเมื่อวานมันก็หนักหน่วยทุกเกมเลยเนี่ย5 7 9
ยังไม่รู้เหมือนกันครับ ต้องไปดูใน ยังไม่ได้ตามเลยว่าพรุ่งนี้อะไรแข่งบ้างน่าจะมีบางคนรู้อยู่นะ
away from them, and I feel like Mimi, this was, I mean, we have many things to say about this match for sure, but this was painful for Pacific, I feel.
Yeah, it really had to be, because EDG, it felt like this game was just trouncing over Gen.G the entire time. In that first half, they were going for like crazy double lurks with only 3 people hitting the A site, but that 3-strong hit was still winning out. These Gen.G players were so often playing forward, taking early fights, so they never, whenever they were actually playing the retake, they were down numbers and they couldn't properly combo this KO Gecko. There was 8 opportunities for a retake. Gen.G won none of them in that first half because they were getting picked apart in these early rounds.
I love the fact that in that MVP graphic, we see Lucky at the end and we do not see the assists, just a KD, because it is probably one of the first times that I see a Gecko getting 1 assist in such a long map. The fact that they were getting no Reddit out of it, we were seeing it round by round, how the KO and the Gecko were not merging together because EDG was actually playing for the ego play in that instance, and Gen.G has done something very, very, let's say, wrong for them coming into this matchup, and it's enabled Kang to go crazy.
Absolutely. I mean, Kang got the same number of kills this map as Lucky has had the entire tournament thus far. It's just true. And I mean, Kang was getting to feast on them. I think we're also seeing some lapses in awareness from Gen.G this round in particular, where EDG, I think, really having a great understanding of how Gen.G plays this map. They commit really hard on their attack to these execs with the double flash combo, and they're going for these fast flanks. They were so far ahead the curve on these rotations, so they on their defense were just destroying with these floods.
I think it also has to do with the fact that they knew that on the defense they screwed up a lot of times, right? So that gets into your head, gets into like who is in charge of what, and that awareness of the map and the control that you have literally leaves your brain, and that opens the window for EDG to do this kind of thing.
Yeah, and I'm kind of exasperated here because this is such a contrast to what we normally see from Gen.G. This is a team when I watch them in Pacific that I'm so impressed with their protocols, with the way that they're slowing down these rounds. They're playing proper, they're thinking about these things like the flanks, but it really slipped away from them this time, and it's a real risk of losing the series now.
Totally. I mean, this is not the Gen.G that we saw from Pacific, right? They were so unsure of themselves. They were so timid, and it's because, like, you know, it's because of that EDG was able to sense that they could be bullied, and they took that opportunity, right? The score line that we mentioned earlier, like 13-8, that did not reflect how, you know, one-sided a lot of rounds looked.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, Gen.G made the same mistake when they played against Loud. Then today, they chose to go to Breeze. It didn't go their way. They chose Icebox. Didn't go their way. But now, looking into the agent select, what can we expect here, Mimi, on the side of Gen.G on the attack?
Yeah, so Gen.G here, they're playing
the
default comp. I think we need to see a
เฮ้ย
lot
มาแล้ว
more out of Meteor. This is one of those maps where he's playing the Jet, where they're rocking with that double duelist composition.
แบบวิน0%
Reinstill confidence.
ไม่น่ารอด
Plays a lot. It's something they're very comfortable with, And they have, I mean, honestly, some good ideas. Take early map control with the double dive, have a lot of util on your defense for flood retakes. I think this is a little more comfy.
Yeah, and moving away from the
Good
Astra
job.
and a little bit more utility. And also, we've
Good, but
seen it
don't
a lot on the stage, playing with that Defen and with that blind for the Omen has been a difference maker in many of the splits.
Gen.G got dismantled on map 1. EDG here, if they can close out on split, a chance for the #1 Chinese team to lock their spot in
Well, let's
playoffs.
find out. Let's toss it back to your casters. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk yet again. As it looks like we're ready to dive on into map number 2, Tom Split. We didn't have a lot of hope before the break. Has anything crossed your mind since that makes you confident that Gen.G are going to take this one to a map 3?
I like the swap. I like that they've swapped away from Astra and gone into the Omen. I think it just allows for a little bit more burst in their plays. Like it removes a little bit in terms of some of the executes, some of the cool stuff you can do with obviously like the Astra utility and also the ult. But ultimately, I just think having that paranoia, being able to set up a little bit more, I think is going to benefit them quite a bit. Again, though, I do think we need to see quite a bit from that double duelist. Meteor and Texture, they are both insanely strong on these duelists, but so is nobody. He's gonna go almost immediately. Does take one with him though.
Well, Fnatic Classic finds one as Concon escapes with his life. They made it here in some way. They're living on. Well, let's see if he can find any more with his low HP. He's actually going back out to aggress for some.
พีจีมันไม่มีสกินปืนตัวเองเหรอพี่
But he's cleared a lot of control, but it's up
ไอ้
close.
ข้างๆมาใส่ฟานาติก
Worried about
อ้าว
the peak comes
แฟนบอยอะ
มันชอบไง
เกมย้ายไปเนี่ย
Munchkin finding that kill keeps him alive for the clutch. The 1 versus 2
ผม
that
มา
he
กิ้ง
finds
คนเดียว
himself in at 3K to close this one out.
เป็นซี่ระยะนี้
Has to deal with
ดับ
some
ฝัน
of it. He hasn't realized that. So that will be his downfall. With the defuse coming through from the Omen on EDG. It's 1-0.
ถ้า EDG เข้าไปน่าจะเจอเซนนะครับน่าจะเจอกันรอบชิงสายบนอะ
We saw that multiple times yesterday from nobody. Always happy to
ไอ้
get
เพย์ออฟไม่มีโลเวอร์ป่ะถ้าไม่มีโลเวอร์ก็เจอกันรอบชิง
comfortable individually. Like we saw him have a really poor performance, come onto this map and just be
มีสายล่างอยู่ไม่ใช่เหรอ
so not a great sign after
ถ้ามีก็ต้องไปวัดกันรอบเพย์ออฟ
and now going onto this as well. And I think for Gen.G, just one of the main worrying factors here was obviously coming into this map. They are starting on the attack side. Now, normally you'd look at this composition and go, oh, well, that's fine. You've got double duelist, you've got the sort of explosive nature of this composition, but they had a really rough time the last couple of times they played on the attack. In fact, even in a 13-11 match, they only got 2 rounds on attack.
อุ้ย
This should
เฮ้ย
be an easy farming round, but
วัดสุด
Gen.G
เดี๋ยว
just
อัน
left
นี้
out
บ้า
his
จัด
stalls.
บ้าจัดตอนนี้บ้าจัด
Opportunity for them to get a little bit done there, but no shots connected with just the one falling of Haodong. A good opportunity to build the economy seems to be just around the corner. There has been a retrieval. Caron
มันกระตุกบ่อย
posing
จัง
a little bit of a
เอ
threat
อวันนี้กระตุกบ่อย
but his HP is being chipped away at, down to 70 now. Good flash. The flank of nobody has caught Munchkin completely off guard. Cleaned up on this B site. EDG find their second. Here's the real challenge, though, as Gen.G pull out their rifles.
Yeah, they've gone quite heavy into the Bulldogs, though. Clearly feeling confident that they can get it done with these weapons, so it's not going to be the worst purchase in the world. Still a lot of opportunities for them to try and find something in. Nobody going to go onto the Stinger, and honestly, I'm happy to see it. That said, he's very good at getting up close in their face, and this is where we get to see if they can get off to that flying start, because let's be real. In the last map, Lakia had a Howler, and for the most part, Texture got shut down. They're 2 players that are going to have to be impactful here, because Lakia has a lot of the setup utility that they're going to be running, and while Texture is Texture, he needs to be fragging.
Well, this is it, right? Again, we
จีจีไม่น่าไหวว่ะดันเนี่ยน่าจะ 2-0
necessarily as hot as we were expecting.
เว้นแต่ว่าจะ
Lakia, I mean, it's unlucky. He's going to have that
มี
video
แผนรับมือ
on Twitter.
ที่ดี
Nobody had it yesterday.
หรือไม่ก็ฉากเว่อร์ๆเยอะ
Now it's his turn, I suppose. Hopefully not 2 maps in a row, though, as we know what Lakia is capable of. Gen.G up close, but it's Concon having pushed
โอ้โห
the wall that will find the kill.
ยิงไม่
Back to
ไว
shield
ปุ๊บ
to
เก่า
turn for
จัด
information, and he's out scot-free. Advantage for EDG, which is so valuable in a round like this.
Yeah, they already managed to win the bonus in the last map. Bear that in mind. That was the 5-0 start that they had. Haodong just trying to play with his opponents, and a little bit of space being taken. Chichu, he got the timing spot on. means he's going to just push them back. 40 seconds left, and as of right now, Gen G have no control. They're only just making their way into mid. Like, this is such a slow attempted take. It's getting very, very scary for them, and they even still had a nade on the other side to deter them even more.
Smoggy still got the stun in back pocket as well, but it's not going to be used till they dive onto site. By the looks of things, Howdong spotted and now challenged by Munchkin. Kill found.
โอ้ย
Concon
ครั้ง
is returning like
ประตู
for like.
แตก
Nailed is perfect. It's not going to be planted anytime soon, and time is running out. Just 6 seconds left with nobody, all alone. He's not able to deny. Plant going down, but he knows where both players are, at least roughly. Snuck his way past around the back of the site. They don't know that just yet. But I like the idea to group up together.
คารอน
Before the heal even
อัพ
comes
หนึ่งไว้อยู่
through. Closes the round out. 2-1. Costly, good damage from EDG, and great potential for them to have won that.
เสียไป3ถือว่า
I think that's the
เจ็บจุก
scariest prospect is Concon's nade could have finished it. If he lands the shot, he could have finished it. But Gen G do manage to hold on and at least convert the round this time.
โอ้มันยิงเร็วมากอะพี่
Not out of the woods yet though, because as mentioned, that was a bonus. That was Bulldogs and a Stinger. Now they come in with the full rifles, one off a Showstopper as well. So Ultimate's definitely closer to coming online, and those duelists are still yet to show up over on the Gen G side. It's early days, but it can't go on for too much longer.
Again, that's the anti-bonus round coming out from Gen G. 2 players left standing. Their economy is going to be chipped away at, as we can see. There's 3 players very low on credits, and the big problem being that EDG close to having a very valuable ultimate. All we need is Concon to find an orb or a kill, and he's been pretty consistently finding at least one in some rounds. So massive safety net potentially there for them later on. Gen G early challenge, good damage on the one player that can't be healed back up. And they're happy with that. Yeah, they've deterred some aggressive control and started to move towards middle.
มันต้องเล่นแบบจี้อ่ะมันไม่มีเซนอ่ะ
Just popped by nobody. It saw no one was there. The Tiger goes through. No one else here. That's a lot of information. And with the Tiger not being heard by Gen G, they don't know how much of a
ถือว่า
Gen G have on their current.
ทำหน้าที่ได้ดี
So good at this.
เพื่อนได้ข่าว
Early on Icebox, just being able to get
บี
so
ยังแน่น
much
อยู่
information and then just
เก
play.
มทีโยกมาบีอีก
Two
โอ้
players
โห
watching in the mid, 2 players on the B site. Looking at Howdong as well. Look, they've got a stun at the back, 2 flashes, a paranoia. Like they have so much utility for this take in already. The great start.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
แล้วเขาดองมัน
Blinded by the paranoia is going to be able to find
เฮ้ย
one, and he gets the second as well. The duel is finally coming alive, but here comes that showstopper. They have to back
มัน
out.
กินตัว
There's
เป็นเก
only
ม
20 seconds left. Any time that could be bought could be paramount. It's done so much damage. 21, and well now the HP healing back up onto Charon. He's going to TP to the other side of the map, but look how close nobody is. A flash just to try and catch him. He's going to be able to get the plant.
อ้าวเรียบร้อยดิ
The rest of the players are. They've got to
ขอ
go
อนุญาตจุ่ม
sprinting to try and get back in here. It is.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
เฮ้ย
Chiju. I don't think it's going to matter though. There's nothing they can do to stop this. It's a very peculiar round, and it ends with a Red Bull clutch.
ผมมันอ่านขาดว่ามันมารอเลยอ่ะ
Well, Tom, this is unfortunately swung back the way that we feared it would. EDG finding the round in a very unusual manner, considering the TP. I mean, it was a last-second attempt to get that spike down. It wasn't going to find its way to the B site, that's for sure.
Well, the thing is, they're not baiting out any of the utility. Like, I'll be honest, what Meteor got away with there while being paranoid is a lot more than I was expecting. They still had all of Breach's kit, all of Howdong's kit on Omen as well. Yeah. I think all that was used was nobody's utility. And sure, it doesn't come back anymore, but that you need to be getting rid of some of that util at some point in the round before you go running in with 30 seconds left. This is disgusting.
Yeah, no way you expect this. Reacting to it, well, apparently it's easy enough.
All right.
Texture just tanked a shotgun to the face. Jinchu's got a 50-50. If he checks left, oh no!
อุ้ย
ฮะ
อุ้ยเชี่ย
A chance
เป็น
for
ไป
more
ได้
as well. The shots didn't land, but well, this has been a bit of an unusual start to things. EDG have the advantage in rounds, but not in this one. The man advantage was to Gen G. Now it's just right about even with a rifle recovered by Lakia and movement towards this A site, but TP in. Howdong's in position to stop them from easily walking into this A site, and he's checking heaven. Lakia needs to win this fight on the way out. In fact, timing will be a key factor for him. The flash goes towards the elbow.
It seems like he's safe to cross with EDG too far away to do anything at this point with Smoggy still in spawn.
Again, the time getting a little bit low, but the aftershock won't be placed before
หมา VCT
anything
นั่น
else
แหละ
can be done. Lakia still
เด็กแค่
having
หมด
a
ซ้ายขวา
fight.
หน้าหลัง
Oh, he is going to be able to spot the man in the corner. How though, not
Oh.
stunned up. It doesn't matter. Even still comes back into the trade.
ของครบ
Smoggy with his full belt of utility still online. Hasn't had to use any of it just yet. But instead, he's going to potentially just go walking through this
โอ้
smoke and
ย
Lakia.
เฮ้ยลุ้นจริงๆเลย
In this round, Gen G get their second.
2 big kills from him, denying the vent control and then closing out the round as well. This is what we wanted to see. Lakia waking up, finding his form, finding his footing, as it's 3-2, a 1-round gap between them. And again, looking at how some of these rounds have gone down, you know, in the previous map, it was feeling pretty much favored to EDG from the get-go. After the first 5 rounds, essentially, they didn't really take their hands off the reins. Here, though, Gen G are already punching back.
Yeah, they managed to do it with a low buy as well. The pistols finding a lot of value, and that success could make all the difference. They've already realized that nobody's close, and while having that judge, you really don't want to pressure into this man just yet. Interestingly, you've got the lurk out from Meteor on the other side of the map, but it does seem like EDG are fairly happy to just sit passive. And that's the thing, as said, I don't feel like Gen G have done a fantastic job of baiting out any of the utility
หลบหมาแล้วกลับมาอีกที
in these early rounds. This time,
อ้าวกลับมาก่อนเพื่อน
they still have all of Viper's util, and in this case, the wrong read.
น่าจะคิดว่ามีตัวเดียวป่ะ
Even though the bird just went up from nobody and caught those players outside B, again the
ผล
problem
มัน
is
ซื้อเลยเหรอ
it could just be one player, one person lurking, catching that flash and running straight to A.
Oui.
But
giving him a smoke.
As we can see, this isn't how it's
Oh.
playing out. The judge
ปืนพี่เอ๋ย
can do a hell of a lot of damage up close like this, but the smoke is suspicious. They know there's something.
โอ้ย
dealt with it
ดีนะมีอันติสกาย
by Gen G, and that's the real
ถ้า
threat.
ไม่มีติดสกายนี่โดนนะเมื่อกี้
When you put out a smoke like
อย่าง
that,
ต่ำ2อ่ะ ผมว่า
there's
ไกลจัด
someone within it. And I like the fact that Gen G play it safe. Boombot and Seekers gives everything away. They know that the site is clear, and that's the thing. They haven't had a lot of rounds, even throughout the series thus far, that have been particularly clean. Now, though, what can be found from EDG on the way back in? Probably not a lot. Smoggy at least will be able to find one, drop an extra weapon, but other than that, expectations desperately low, and
เฮ้ย ดุ้งเลย
ดุ้งสะดุ้งมีดุ้งเหมือนกัน
life is lost. For Smoggy now, the value might actually come from going down to the spike.
Yeah, that's definitely the game plan for him. As another round swings to Gen G, and again, I like their usage of their ultimate. Lakia puts out the Seekers just to confirm there's a player close in that smoke. They have a boom bot following it up. It allowed them the
เล่นแบบนี้กับ EDG แล้วสึกอึดอัดไปดูมี10 คน มันเล่นไวอะครับแต่ EDG แม่งเก่งจริงแบบเนี้ยต้องมาดูกันว่า Gen G แม่งจะทำได้ป่ะถ้าทำได้ก็ดีนะไปวัดกันที่ Breeze.
And we would see this be a very quick evening. I think at the very least we're owed a close map between these two teams, if not a third one.
Normally EDG are stellar when it comes to this defensive side, so. And as said, Gen G had some rough times when it came to their attack, so this is already a pretty decent start from them. If they can keep things
เฮ้ยหมุนอีก
เฮ้ย
อ่ะ
throughout, I think they'll
บ่อย
be
เกิน
quite content
เอารอบ
เอา
นี้ไม่ได้
เดิมไงรู้ละ
has been great
มุมนี้หลายรอบแล้ว
on an individual level.
เอ้า
เฮ้ยไม่เที่ยว
บอกไม่ชอบ
ชิชู
Stopper will keep it in their favor, and Kanka
Oh.
goes through. The movement's sublime. And now just looks to try and
เหี้ย
get
แล้ว
a
ไง
bit more. The rolling thunder's going to leave Tech
Kang.
completely stuck,
เฮ้ย
but he hasn't
นี่คืออะไรอ่ะ
One bullet is all he needs, but Kankan's
เอาไป3แล้ว
a third kill for
ยิง
him
หัว
already.
เน้น
He needs the ace. He's going to look to try and get it half, but he's completely blinded.
ๆเอ้ยมุมเดิมมุมมาคังเลยเนี่ยรอบนี้ไม่ได้ว่ะ
Seen that one before, Mitch, but it won't happen this time.
Yeah, thankfully.
โอ้ลาเกียร์มันเก็บแฟดไป2 ลูกเลยว่ะเพื่อนเข้าไปขนาดนั้นแล้ว
คือเมื่อกี้ถ้าไอ้ตัวโดนอันติไม่ได้ยิงฟรีนี่ได้นะ
It was done and dusted.
Somewhere, someone from
ไม่มีใครหะไม่มีใครมองเฉย
วิดีโอมันโหมันเข้ามาทะลุอย่างนี้นะกะทีเพอเนี่ย
Ulti's online. Viper's Pit to play with as well. This was a big round for Gen G because they've left their opponents with no money, no credits to buy back up. It's going to be a scrappy buy for the defensive side.
เสียงภาคหรือเสียงผมถ้าเสียงผมมาถูกต้องเพราะผมลืมเพิ่มเสียงให้
They've not been giving away too much. They have a healthy economy
ผม
because
ก็
of
ได้
it.
สัก
They'll look
7
to
ป่ะ
farm up an even better one right here and now.
อุ้ยอุ้ย
Okay, Korea.
There's the BTO.
เฮ้ย
เหลือ 2
A lot of the time we don't see him get to play that star duelist anymore, but with this
ลาเกียร์ออกไป
1-2
ก่อนครึ่ง
punch
นึง
of him and Texture
แ
on this
ปลกๆละ
map,
แบบ
they
นี้ตอนนี้
are really starting to come
ลาเกียร์
alive.
ตื่น
We
แล้วเว้ย
mentioned him and Texture as clinical pieces to this puzzle.
อย่าเจิมอุ้ยนี่ไงมาแล้วว่ะพี่
Down two of the remainder. Howdong
เกมมันดูตื้อ
particularly
ๆ
close to the angle, the action.
กันยากอยู่มันเอาคนมากันคนเดียวอ่ะมันแบบ
But the fact is the economy now of Gen G
ผมว่ามันหาฮีโร่
off
เพล
the
ย์อยู่
charts. You win an eco and then have a couple of cleaner rounds.
พอ
He's
โดนโฟ
still
โฮก็
actually
เรียบร้อย
killed the player behind
เอาไม่
through
อยู่
the other. It's a couple of guns lost, but ultimately for the side of Gen G, it doesn't matter. They are stacked
ผม
for cash.
ไม่ยิงขวาเลย
And
ใจ
even
แข็ง
one
จั
of
ด
the players we saw there before we cut to the replay was Meteor. He had a judge, but he managed to upgrade to a rifle.
ว่ะน้องยิ้มได้แล้วว่ะ
With the economy they have in play, there's not really going to be too much fun.
รีแอค
อะไรวะน่ะ
Well, it's unsurprising. In the previous map, we had Gen G called both of their timeouts.
มีใครบ้างมีพี่เอ๋ยครับและอีกคนหนึ่งน่าจะเป็นแก๊งพี่
Before
เอ๋ย
things ticked over into EDG's favor. This time, it's EDG getting off to an early start. They want to have a chat with the coaching staff and come to a conclusion on how they want to run this next round. Because again, they're going to be buying down to their last credits. And that's going to put Gen G in a very advantageous position if they find this one. Facing into an eco, it could be 7 rounds already.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look at what's online for your opponent, you don't want to allow them to get into an afterplant. Having that Viper's Pit online for Munchkin is going to make things desperately more difficult if you're unable to deny. And also you have a showstopper onto Kankan, so you can go for some of those set plays, put him into position. He has been thriving still, at least on an individual level, but over the last few rounds, I feel like Gen G have just been a little bit quicker in the pace. They've not allowed them to hold util to the late rounds. They've been taking control, and also they're just looking a bit more confident in what they're doing. Like, you can see Meteor committing to these early
อ๋อ
fights.
มันก็รอบสวิตช์ลาวครับ
Him in.
ยังไม่รอบสวิตช์ลา
That
วอยู่
seems to be what's working, at least for now.
คู่นี้
Let's
หา
see where the
หา
response
ผู้ชนะ
lies.
เข้าไปรอบ
By
เพ
the
ย์ออ
looks
ฟ
of it, they might be about to go for another fairly aggressive piece as they've got no luck. That's something we've consistently seen for Gen G as they now look to take some early control towards this B side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they have no control anywhere else, so there's not much of a backup plan here. The showstopper, well, that's plan A, and it
เอา
has
แย่ละแย่ละ
โรซ่า
slowed down, sure, split, but they've already got players towards the site. Meteor's in position, teammates coming in to rally alongside him, and the retake attempt from EDG, it's not going too well. Kills swinging in favor of Gen G,
เทียดกันมันจัด
trade after trade, and a 3 versus 2. Lakia,
แย่ว่ะแบบนี้แย่
4 health, but there's not exactly too much they can do to take him down. If he's hit him in those corners, maybe Chichu needs a miracle snake bite to land. And it could come in off the back of the
โอ้โห
plant. It's
แช่วอ
Lakia attempting the plant.
แช่สโมก
They don't know just how low he is. Viper's Pit activated, and that's going to even the playing field a little bit.
It was so close to
จะ
taking
ไม่
him
เที่ยวอ
down,
ย่าง
but
เงี้ย
now Meteor
โอ้โห อร่อยเลย
at the right time. He's going to clear out both of them. The direct approach. Just
ใจ
working
ชื้น
out
ใจ
perfectly
ชื้
for
น
Gen G,
นะครับเนี่ย
unable to slow them down, unable to stop them. I want to say as well, I think there was some
ค่อย
gorgeous
ใจชื้นหน่อย
there from Texture.
ได้มีแม
I
ป
don't
3
think there was a lot else in that round, but the showstoppers fired towards him, and he just backs out of there immediately off a blast pack, just flies backwards into the corner, and it hits nobody. That's the perfect thing. For the
ลูก
side
พี่
of
เมทิว
Gen G, they dodged the showstopper, and that's the one thing that was really dangerous. Kankan in the right place at the right time. He was there. He got nothing.
That's it. But hey, that ain't going to happen too many more times from what we've seen. Thank their lucky stars as we go 6-3. Gen G doubling up on the scoreline now. Look at, oh no, never mind. Look at this aggression coming out of Texture.
เฮ้ยคังหวาดเสียวเหลือเกิน
Down towards Venson. He has certainly chased Kankan to the other side of the map. an impressive pace change from Gen G. And now they've got full mid control.
Again, it seems like EDG have their players position well, and these are some of the rounds that worked out better for them. These slower paced rounds from Gen G, it's been the quick moves in towards the site. that have worked better for them. In terms of ultimates, not a whole lot online either. A Viper's Pit for Chichu, but where to place it will be the real problem. And starting to throw out some utility in towards this B site, but I can only assume with where their players currently sit, this is a ruse, and it's worked. It's pulled at least Kankan for the moment, but that stun is sublime. Now they'll have an extra player in to support nobody already watching, but he doesn't get either. Luckily, Kankan is there.
And so is Chichu. Good shot to start and a follow-up. That's sublime. 21 HP left. He's in danger, but he's got two players close to back him up. And with 20 seconds left, it's time to get that spike planted for Gen G. The last player standing will take Chichu down, but still 3 more, 15 seconds left. And surely this plant cannot be acquired. He'll tap it first to try and fade into a fight. That doesn't go his way. 4 rounds for EDG. It's a resurgence. It's another foot in the door. But Gen G have been looking good, and because of the rounds they've won, there's not going to be any thought of an eco.
งานจะเตรียมให้ครับพวกอินเดีย
Not even remotely close. Again, though, it does seem like when they split up and play these slower rounds, a lot of the time it ends up biting them in the back. I think just sticking together and just playing as almost a death ball has been one of the major sort of benefits for them. I also think as well, props need to be given to Smoggy. The stun there was just completely game-changing. Viper's Pit, though, immediately put down after what has been some tough executes for them to deal with on that side of the map. They're just going to section it off completely.
Well, the pings here from the attacking side seem to be going in towards the spawn. I don't know what play we're about to have come through, but I'm excited to see it. It looks like they want to end towards the A site, and okay, pings go back towards Heaven. Instead, that's going to be the play. Split Heaven, put pressure on this A site, and have your lurker, this time it's Meteor, to pick them up as they start to rotate back. It's a nice idea. See how the execution goes with Seekers confirming the
Nobody เล่นยากสุดแล้ว
see those rotates come through. That's the idea that Meteor is playing off of. Look at this shift back towards Heaven. They're ready to reunite, but Meteor can't go down. He has to maintain this control. Thought about walking into spawn. Instead, it's the back of a flash, a dash, now up close to the pit, and as Chichu thinks about going outside of it, that could be the end of his life if he did. It's all down to timing. He's won the first, but that's all he gets.
Yeah, really nice trades. Lakia was well aware, and in fact, Meteor almost gets the kill himself. Kankan, though, you can't give this man that much space. Quickly takes 2. This round is starting to fall apart. They know exactly where Texture is, but can't the Tykes gonna do it. They're on the other side. Into the 1v1. It's still Kankan. They just can't deal with this man.
ยืนแล้วเว้ย
Again, he pulls off rounds that he shouldn't.
เกียร์ลุกขึ้นสไนเปอร์เลยช็อตนี้ลุกต้องลุกจริงช็อตนี้ต้องลุก
A sensational play by Texture. That almost won them the round, just blitzing through the smoke. It should have. It absolutely should have, if not for this man. That's gorgeous, and the return was straight through the smoke.
โอ้โหมันเดินยิงเข้าหัว
Running through the smoke. That's even worse. But it works.
ทำอะไรก็ดีไปหมด
It works. 6-5. EDG in prime position to equalize coming out of this.
This is my page.
That's what we like to see. Getting heated down there. Showstopper online for both sides. This should be an interesting one. It's right off rip. Both are you.
นี่ไง my page
There's still one man standing. Not anymore. This is Texture's round.
เกมเปลี่ยนเลยครับ นั่งต่อ
นั่งต่อเลย บัฟยืนมา
Now, well, for the remaining players, what do you even do? You've just lost the entirety of your B defense. Everybody was here waiting for this play to come through. Counter utility used to deny anything. That was the thing. The aftershock cleared a player out. It didn't matter.
แท็กติกแม่งดีว่ะแม่งใช้ของแบบไอ้พอเส้นขาลูกนี้คือลูกปัญหาเลย
Almost rely on a mistake.
ฮะ
ช็อตตี้
เรียบร้อย
เอ็ดไปหนึ่งทียืนกลับไปเนี่ย
ลูกบ้างลูกบ้างลูกไหม
มาดูรีแอค
Oh, we had both showstoppers, Tom, but only one got to be fired. That is absolutely gorgeous for Texture, disrupting the plan of his opponents and getting ahead by just an inch, just a second. That's all he needed. And a gorgeous ace to add to Gen G's momentum. Now 7 rounds at the half. They're leading. Moving over to their defense.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
excited to see
ไม่เห็น
what
ไม่
they've
เห็น
got in store
รีแอ
for
ค
us.
ของ
But what
พิ
we've
เตอ
got
ร์
in store for you is a halftime analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
7-5 in favor of Gen G this time, and you can kind of see the team waking up. You can see their energy rising as well, which is great because it is time for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, Mimi.
Yeah, absolutely. I think map number 1, Gen G. They weren't really awake. They were getting ran over. But coming into this map, they look reinvigorated. Their players in particular, like Meteor in this clip, were looking so much better. And also just their approach to the game. They're again playing these slow, very proper mid-rounds on the attacking side. But I think they did a good job at finding the opportunities against EDG. And these double dive XX were tearing EDG up.
ตอนนี้ดันกันดันบุกครับพี่เอ้ย
Especially on the last round with that ace.
ดั
I
น
think
กัน
that
ครับ
of course EDG is
คอย
not
ชื่น
going
ใจ
to be
นะ
easy now moving
อั
on
น
to
นี้
the
คือเอามา
defense.
ให้
We've
กำลัง
seen
ใจ
a
ตัว
lot
เอง
of
เฉย
aggression. We've
แต่
seen a
คอม
lot
มัน
of
บุกกัน
mistakes
เลย
and a
ดิ
lot of
สอง
punishment
ทีมอะ
coming from both of the teams.
แข่งเดี๋ยวนี้แม่งดูเหมือนทุกอย่างเป็นดัน
Based on individuality
ทุก
and
ด่าน
some BS rounds like the one where Can just gets the kill across the smoke after a brilliant play and push. And I think that it's kind of concerning, right? That this is what is going to come to.
Absolutely. I think in the second half, EDG have a great chance at coming up back into this.
Yes.
They're playing this double initiator that is built around enabling Kung Kung on the dive. We saw earlier Zekken playing on this map, absolutely eating up on Raze. This one plays pretty similarly, where there's a lot of tools being put into one player succeeding, into getting space on those sites. And if Gen G are making some of those same mistakes of Icebox on their defensive, giving these early opportunities
มัน
to
คอมบุก
EDG,
ครับอัน
it
เนี้ย
could go a similar
การ
direction.
ยาก
EDG, they're one
ไม่มี
half
เซนติเนล
away
ทั้งคู่
from
แล้วแบบ
making it
คอมบุก
again into those playoffs. They have to make us dream, Mika.
Yeah,
สอง
I'm
สโมกมัน
ready.
ก็ขอ
I'm
มจัด
ready
เล
to
ย
start dreaming. Let's get the second half underway. Back
มัน
to
บุ
our
ก
casters, Mitch and
บุก
Tom.
แบบอิมแพ t จัดเลยไวเปอร์มันค่อนข้างโหดอ่ะ
What could be
ฟอร์มมันอ่ะ
last time as EDG on their attack side look to close out this
เมื่อกี้
series
หาวดง
against Gen G.
บอม
It's their
บอม
map
เอ
pick.
เล่นยาก
Know they're going to be comfortable on the attack.
ไอ้
Remember,
อะไร
that
วะ
means that Gen
Nobody
G
ดิ
chose to start on their attack side. Maybe
ยิ
it's
น
the
กัน
best
ชาร์จเลยอะหล
of
บ
what
สุ
they've
ด
got
เลยอะ
planned already behind them.
It went well.
But
เอาชิบหายละ
I'm stuck on something.
I'm stuck on nobody.
Help me step. Wait, what? Either way.
ถือโทรศัพท์บ่อยๆ เปิดข้อมือไม่ครับผม
We'll just breeze right past that one, I suppose.
The flash coming in. Nobody looking to take the space. Been a little bit quieter this time around.
Yeah, not as pacey, that's for sure. EDG still just toying with that map control.
ไป
It
ซะ
looks
แล้ว
like
ลาเกีย
they'll be taking the
by
fight
dog
eventually,
now.
and it's Con and Smoggy to find the openings. Heaven completely under their control, or so they think. There is a fill back in by Meteor, but well, it doesn't look like EDG have decided on where they're going. The spike is still in spawn, checking for a flank. And they're just waiting for Gen G to make that move to re-clear the space. Player spotted up close, stun is good. And he's only bought himself a second as that smoke fades. Chichu lands this shot. Texture on 45 in a lot of trouble. Emerging from the smoke.
What the fuck?
He got an all
ป้า
3!
จัด
He
เกม
was
เปลี่ยนเลย
45, now 15 HP with nobody all alone. The frenzy up close in heaven. He is threaded the needle beautifully for that one. And with Texture being on 15 HP, to be honest, after what I just saw, it's anyone's game. But 14 seconds left. Nobody has to be so quick. And look at Texture. He's already here. This could decide it. If he can speed his way through heaven, he might get the angle just after the plant. It all depends on where nobody's looking.
โอ้โห
Texture's got
เจ้ามันเดือด
4. The pistol goes
เอก
to
วิน
Gen
ว่ะ
G.
อย่า
This
เลื่อนเหลื
guy's
อ15เอาไม่ลง
insane.
ป้าจัด
There's been a lot of
เจอ
plays the last couple of days on this map in
ปี
particular
ศาจเล่น
that
กัน
left me speechless. I
ลอง
have
นึกภาพสิถ้าเราเล่นอยู่ใน
idea
ล็อบบี้
how
เนี่ย
he
พี่
managed 3 kills here. Like the last
สอง
two
ต่อสามคืออะไร
especially.
วะเนี่ย
Like that's better than anything you could ever dream to get from that
4
position.
bullets, Tom. 4 bullets, and he gets 3 kills on 40.
อ้าว
Give it to him. Oh, that's wonderful.
ยืนเฉย
We are in for a treat.
Yeah,
Two Rays
แบบสาม
players
ลุ
in
กกัน
this
ไม่หยุด
match
อะ
at
แบบ
the
เนี้ย
moment have basically been competing
อย่าไปยืนดิ
to make the most audacious play of the day. Wow, that was a round that should have been for EDG, but for that man. And
แต่
already
สองวิธีทำงานไง
Meteor are showing why
เท
we
คโจ
talk
เทคเจอร์
about this double duelist coming into this map. If they were going to win this, if they were going to compete, they had to be fantastic.
ไม่เมื่อกี้เช็ดกระจกเฉยๆไงกระจกข้างหน้าคอมอะ
They're doing all right.
ลุกขึ้นเช็ดกระจกเฉยๆไม่ได้ยืนเห็นนะที่ทำมือแล้วก็เช็ดอะ
All right is an understatement.
what we've seen so
เทคเจอร์
far.
จะมีอันติแล้วอะ
Individuals are coming online.
Forsaken set the bar.
Hey, listen, that's a bar that I think only he can jump over. But well, with 9 to 5 on the board, Gen G may well have that third map locked and loaded for us. Breeze. In the back of
เทคเจอร์
EDG's
1422
mind.
ครับ
But the forefront is the fact that it's only a 4-round gap. It's recoverable.
ผมใช้เป้าเดียวกับมันผมไม่เห็นคมเลยวะพี่
เอ้างั้นเขาคมกันหมดแล้วดิ
It's definitely a long road back.
I think not helped by the fact that Texture got so many kills and is now 1 away from the
ตรง
showstopper.
แมป3
And
จัด
also the other kills all went to Meteor,
Could you
which
win,
puts
yeah.
him a few away from a Blade Storm.
มาครั้ง
So
ลู
even
ก
if
ซอง
this
เลย
goes badly, if he gets 1 or 2 kills and dies, that
Check
could be
the
enough. They've
bow,
actually got
guy.
a great read as well. 3 players set up, Tiger through.
โด
เฮียแล้ว
It's coming out from Card. The push through on the other side, but the trades have
อะไร
come
ติด
in.
เอว
Kept things in their favor.
อุ้
They
ย
don't expect Meteor to be here. Why would you?
มันมาแล้วอ่ะไอ้
เฮ้ย
2 คนนี้มันมาแล้วอ่ะเทคเจอร์เมเจอร์อ่ะ
Give themselves
Hey,
a
มาช่วย
massive boost if they could take this round away. And well, Smoggy
แบบสาม
now
วะ
got
แบบสามไหมเนี่ย
3อย่างเงี้ย
some serious
That's Sam,
weight to carry. 3 players.
โอ้ถ้าบีท
Spike in mid.
บีทตอบยากเลย แม่งมาแล้วเทคเจอร์ตรงเนี้ย
And his opponents picked up a judge.
ลาเกียร์มายังพี่
ลาเกียร์ก็เสมอตัวแล้ว
มานิดนึงมาแล้ว
Very best of luck to Smoggy here. Blind sprays probably his bad.
จ้าเอ๋
chance.
อ้าว
He could stun all of them.
True, but he doesn't want to give it away. It's a
โอ้โห
contact.
แล้วปืนนี้ไง
He got the contact he was looking for. 10 to 5. Double digits for Gen G.
ช็อปปืนครับ
Showstopper online. Blade Storm close. And 3 rounds needed to pull this across the line. Oh, also EDG on an eco. So add up all those things, and it seems like it's a pretty hefty
คืออะไรให้สกายพุ่งมา
defensive side right now.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
ไอ้บัต
This
แท็กมันติด
game
เอวค้างๆ
has
อยู่
not gone
อ๋อ
anywhere near the way I was
แล้วแม่งระเบิดพอ
expecting
ดี
it to go. And yet it has been incredibly enjoyable.
Well, you did say you expected a map 3, but
Not in this order.
yeah, the other way
นี่ไง
around.
คังมันยืน มันเป็นเพราะไอ้คังมันยืน
Journey
เลย
hasn't gone as planned, but we might
นี่คือเหตุเพราะว่า
Exactly.
คังมันยืนแน่เลยพี่ บัฟยืน
Somehow. Taking
Just
a
like you and your
detour.
scooter.
The city's a little confusing sometimes. The GPS
ปืนเนี่ย
doesn't
ตี
work.
โคมาแล้ว
Nice shot by the
Ui.
Eco, doubled up on as well. The
เล็งตัวเลย
Outlaw
อ่ะ
putting
อี
in
โค
work in this
Nin-nin.
round to control middle. And for EDG, you know, this is somewhere they have been dangerous before. We
รู้
said
ป่ะ
it
วะ
in
เนี่
the
ย
last map when they've got
ไม่รู้
pistols.
แหละ
They
โห
were able
เล็ง
to
ซะข
upset
นา
a
ดนั้
lot
น
of
จบตัวนี้มี
opposition,
เนิร์ฟ
but
อะ
Gen G seem to
โอ้
have
เหี้ย
a
เนี่ย
real handle on it. Never
ไม่หรอก
letting
มั
these
นก็
disadvantageous
สี
rounds
สัน
slip out
เพิ่ม
of
แท็กติก
control.
This has
ในเกม
genuinely become a race for
พี่
who's going
ผม
to
ว่า
be
มันเกินไป
number
ว่ะ
one
ไอ้ยิง
scoreboard.
2 นัดออก
เมื่อกี้ไม่ได้ยืนเช็ดกระจกเฉย
Kankan is still like in a close 3rd place, but those two have started to just completely run away
Ui.
with this one. But you
มุม
know,
นี้คังมันเคยโดนเดมอนวันไง มันก็เลยต้องเช็ค
Guardian gets him a first. Now he's actually a couple away. One more kill, even if he goes down.
อุ้ย
อะไรอ่ะ
He's so quick with it. A
Huh?
single bullet is all he needs. A plant.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
He's
เดี๋ยว
actually going to give him a showstopper, but he has to try and fall back from it. And actually, the defenders are going to use their own one. Kankan's just found another
โอ้โห
one. It takes a bazooka to take him out. He's given some essence of hope.
อุ้ย ฮะ บลายอยู่ไม่ใช่เหรอ
I think he knew that he'd killed him.
พระเจ้ามันสั่งมาแล้ว
แต่ไอเดียฮาวโดนช็อตนี้แบบคิดไวทำไวจัดปลายตัวล่างวัดตัวบน ที่แต่อารักกี้อะช็อตนี้
He made the realization there's a good chance they're stacked up, one above the
คน
other.
มันลั่นไง
Firing squad to take the
อะไรก็
track.
หยุดไม่อยู่ละ
Blinds the guy down below, takes the fight against the top player.
มุมนี้ EDG น่าจะเคย
That crosshair didn't stop moving either. It went past him. He just clicked it at the right time. Yeah, I'd love to see this guy. You ever seen those
มุม
arcade
นี้
games where
EDG
the
น่าจะเคยโดนเดมอนวันมาก่อน
right
น่าจะส
stack
ยอง
them all the way on top of each other?
ไม่ต้องเช็ค
He's out of the arcade. 3 minutes in.
They'll just go. So we've run out of items.
Hey, that used to happen to me down at the arcade. The coin machines, they'd come over, unplug it. Oh, it's out of order. Oh, sorry about that. Some of those machines, you can game the system, and that's exactly what this guy's been doing here. Texture's 21 and 12.
ตันบัตโนหนึ่ง
Like I said,
ถ้าหันมาซูเปอร์บัตนี่ฮา
he
เลย
didn't
นะ
look too comfortable, but well, a completely
คืออะไรว่า
different
ซันบัต
face coming out of him.
Yeah, it is a 3-horse race for top of the board. But
เฮ้ย
he's
แล้วบีท
definitely
บ้าน
leading the
บ้าน
way.
เจน
That
จี
round
ด้วย
for Kankan
ไม่รู้ว่าอาคังจะไหว
could have
ปะ
gone down as one of the best.
ไม่เคยเห็น EDG
Unfortunately for him,
ฟอร์ม
he
บีท
did
เท่าไหร่
get bazookaed. So
ได้ดูน้อย
that's
เกิน
one way to put him down. It seems
ไอ้
to be the
สวิ
only
ต
way
สวิตส
at
เตท
this
เนี่ยตัวมันเลย
stage. 11 to 5. He seems like maybe the only player that could cause any issues here for Gen G, because they now have 6 rounds to the good. Operator on the board for Meteor as well, who has also had a real step up. Bit of a slow start to this game, but that has quickly.
ตอนนี้ขังมันยิงเดือดมากเลย
Now looking to just almost roam mid. They've got 3 players set up onto this B side. EDG spread. Just trying to play this one in a bit of a slower default. Problem is they've been used ults of their own in the last round. Kankan, I didn't actually notice it. He used his showstopper too, so
อย่ายิงเข้ามาด้วย
Must have been dropped extremely quickly.
I think it was he got showstoppered as he popped his.
Yeah, I mean, he did actually blast back up in the
โดน
area.
ว่ะ
True, how Dom, wrong way.
ทำอะไรก็ดี
Looking at the oncoming traffic, that's 3 players swinging out on B main. He doesn't even get the
like
info.
a
There's
D.
3 of them there. It's the worst part. Gets shot in the back. Then you got 2 more players coming through vent, but a reposition from Meteor. He is more than ready for this, but okay, it's the right rope. It's being taken. Textures dropped on B. Now you might start to think it's a B
ครั้งก็
play.
ทำเกมไม่หยุด
Although they've just heard them on the ropes. Yeah, now you're sticking around. Meteor's here. He's ready to fight. Although they'll give up control up top. It's that
ครั้ง
not
แม่ง
only
ฟิ
the
ล
scope,
เจสันเมื่อวาน
Blade Storm backing it up that's been activated in heaven. And EDG, I mean, look, they're playing blind no matter where they go. But as we can see, it might be the wrong decision. Meteor's already considering the rotate.
30 seconds left.
I think we're looking at Kankan and what can he find here? He's been stellar.
Oh.
It's already the star they were looking for, leading the way into the side. He doesn't know there's another man behind him. Won't be taken out, but that entry does enough. Puts things into a 2v2. Meteor Blade Storm out, maybe trying to deny any sort of plant, but hasn't been able to. And the rotation coming around from Munchkin, you'd think he maybe wait a moment for me to himself.
โคเรียนเจ็ต
Disrespectful to his opponents. It's risky, but it works for Meteor.
It absolutely does.
ทามมิ่งแบบ
He found
ไอ้นี่
that
จัดเลย
space perfectly.
อยู่
And
ดี
now that's a 12th round with this defuse.
ๆ nobody มันก็เช็ค
It's
เซ
gonna
เว่น
be given to Munchkin.
I thought for a second, I was like, bro, you've just used your role. You're like, I
ผมแม่งเท่จัดเลยว่ะ
Yeah,
ช็อต
I
เนี้
mean,
ย
look, at
ปุ๊บ
this
ปุ๊บ
stage, I
แด
don't
ด
know
ปุ๊บ
that
คน
either of
เป
those
ย์
OGs are gonna be
หันมา
online
ทำหน้า
by the
ง
end of
ง
the game. Gen
แพ็ก
G
ก่อน
have been snowballing. And we said it was a dominant scoreline on the previous
อ่ะ
map. For EDG, it was 13 to 8.
เอ้ยอย่าเพิ่งยืนใจเย็น
Could be
นั่งก่อน
13 to
เอ้า
5. And there's a lot of weaknesses coming into this round for EDG.
Well, I think you can just clearly see a confidence difference from the last map.
100%.
Like the fact that Meteor, that is a 2v2. You wouldn't be surprised for thinking it was a 1v2 because Munchkin was still making the wraparound all the way through spawn. He's like, don't worry, bro, I've won the round. Let's go next. Oh, you on the defuse? Oh, hello. That's a bit problematic for Munchkin, but he is going to be able to get out there with not too much of a scrape. And Meteor, this is exactly what I'm talking about. He has Lakia in pocket.
กับเอเลย
Help him out here.
ยัง
Smokes could be gone within a second.
ทำอะไรก็ดี
This man is just not missing.
เอาจนได้ครับ
Away from
อุ้ย
texture, by the way.
ดีไปหมด
Players have been
GG เลย
unstoppable.
GG กูเน็ก
Yeah, it seems like a formality with the way rounds have been going. The fact that it's a 5v3 and the amount of hero plays that would be needed from EDG.
ส่งมาก็
to
เจอ
fight their way
ทำอะไร
back
ก็ดี
into a
กระโดดเช็คก็เจอ
7 round in a row. A 7-round deficit. And yeah, has to be consecutive.
นี่ไง
Like the idea, sending the really slow play through middle to try to find a gap. They've not seen anyone in vents move towards heaven. Munchkin's in position. He's got one, and not the follow-up. But Kankan has another challenge.
Oh,
It's Meteor's op that's come through with a
โคตรแน่
dash
นอนอะ
still
ตัวนี้
online, and a player
ชัวร์ด้วย
sitting
ไม่พลิ
down
กต่อ
below. That's Lakia, who seems to be destined to close this round out.
โอ้โห
There
ดี
it
ไปหมด
is. Not just the round, but the
เกม
map
3 ว่ะ
with it. A 13 to 5 statement
เกิน
from Gen
เกิน
G.
คาดว่าด่านนี้
We're
พี่
down and out on map 1, but now we're
นี่คิดว่า
going
เจนจี
all
จะ
the
โด
way
น
to
นะ
Breeze.
Well, Lucky is definitely having a great time there, right at the end. But that's the thing. You look at this scoreboard. Kankan 22 kills, Texture 22 kills, Meteor 22 kills. They
หัวหอก
all
มัน
have
ตื่นเลยเจนจีอะ
fantastic performances. The difference is it was
Meteor
much
นี่อย่างเอาเลย
better teamwork from Gen G. Either way, we're going off to a break.
Texture นี่คือแม่งตื่นเลย
Needs a third map to conclude.
พี่จอยขอบคุณ10 กล่องนะครับ ไปต่ออีกแมปวู้นี่นอนดึกโว้ย ไม่ปกตินอนเช้าอยู่แล้ว
รอนเอาอีก
เฮ้ยเพลงนี้โดนไม่ได้เลย เพลงนี้โดนผมต้อง เพลงนี้โดนพี่เอ้ยปิด ทันไหม
น่าจะไม่ทัน
ไม่เป็นไรแค่โดนเหลือง เดี๋ยวผมมาต้องแชท
ต่อแต้มของทีมนี้ทะเลาะกันหรือเป็นเพื่อนกัน น่าจะรู้จักกันครับฟิลแบบว่าคนรู้จักอะคนในวงการเดียวกันอยู่ในโซนเดียวกัน โซนละแวกกดเจอกันอะไรเงี้ยกดแรงเจอกันเล่นด้วยกัน น่าจะรู้จักกันแล้ว ยืนเพื่อเป็นสีสันเฉยถ้าข้ามโซนอาจจะไม่รู้จักกันจริงขนาดนั้น
insane. You play the double duelist comp, you need your duelist to go crazy and
ยิงเท่ากันด้วย
did Genji's duelist go crazy this map?
Exactly.
ขังมังเวอร์มาก
Give us some of the crazy stats actually. Both duelists plus the 50% success in that first blood. 67% of the 4v5s won by Genji. 70% of their post plant and 100% of their retakes. Whatever says on the scoreline doesn't really matter. We know that it was about
แมปท้ายเจนจีแมปนี้เป็นไงเจนจีมันชอบเล่นบีทอยู่แล้วครับ
I think that's so important for Genji as well because they're really like a vibes-based team. When you watch them winning their match the other day against Lad, you laugh, but I think that is a real thing. When they're playing well, you see them out there laughing, giggling with each other.
I'm trying to understand you better. I'm getting to understand you better every time.
Okay, well, you're ruining my vibes, but Genji's are good.
No, it is
ผมว่าเดมอนรันมาน่าจะฟอร์มแบบเดิมไม่ได้ดูแต่ละคนยิงดิเดมอนรันปีแล้วว้าวอยู่นะแต่ปีนี้มีช็อตว้าวให้เห็นอย่างเยอะคือแบบว่ามันเดือดมาก
I feel like they were losing a lot of rounds that they kind of had no for EDG that they had no business losing in this one, right? Like Genji pulling off some crazy miracles with individual plays, but also like this bonus round, for example, was a huge moment for Genji.
Yeah, exactly. And how much of that is put into those controllers, into both Karen and Haodong, and all the smokes that we were seeing onto mid, all the spacing that the teams were taking against each other, and probably. We were mentioning, right? Those mistakes coming in from EDG definitely coming.
ไม่เดมอนมันไม่ได้ดรอปลงครับผมว่าทุกคนมันเก่งขึ้นอ่ะผมว่า EDG ตอนนี้โคตรเก่งเลยนะเก่งแบบเก่งแบบเก่งเหี้ยเลยดูจากการยิงอ่ะคือมันเก่งกว่าปีที่แล้วมากอ่ะ EDG อ่ะแต่ทุกทีมมันก็ต้องเข้าใจอ่ะทุกทีมมันก็เก่งขึ้นไง คือเหมือนปี 2023 ก็ได้เห็นแท็กติกได้เห็นอะไรกันเล่นนะคือไฟพาวเวอร์ก็หาผู้เล่นเทียร์2ที่แบบว่าไฟพาวเวอร์แน่นๆมาทำแผนอะไรเงี้ยโค้ชต้องเก่ง
Honestly, I have no way which way it's going to go, judging on by how different the first two maps were.
Yeah, I think that, you know, we're going to see a lot as well from Karen, who has to be pushed because he's up against Haodong, right? And that's the IGL who is carrying EDG through this.
ผู้เล่นที่เป็นมันสมองแต่ว่าไฟพาวเวอร์ไม่โหดขนาดนั้นจึงต้องดรอปลงไปไงยุคเนี้ยในพวก FNS อะไรพวกเนี้ยคือพอเด็กยุคใหม่มาต่อให้แผนมันก็ส่วนหนึ่งอะแต่มันก็ต้องคมจังหวะเวอร์อะไรเงี้ยมันต้องมีอะไรเงี้ยใช่ปะล่ะมันก็เลยมีให้เห็นเยอะแต่ถ้าผู้เล่นที่แบบคิดเก่งและยิงเก่งด้วยโหนั่นคือเพอร์เฟกต์เลย
When we're talking about how the world has changed in the terms of Valorant, how the meta is swifting, Genji coming now into this stage, proving that they can make it to playoffs through 2 wins. I think that they will be such a staple for the team.
Yeah, well, right now it is time for our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, and this one goes to Texture.
Least surprising.
นี่ยังแค่ทัวร์ต้นปีนะเดี๋ยวลองดูพวกแชมเปี้ยนอะไรเงี้ยได้เห็นหลายๆทีมที่แบบไม่ได้มาด้วยอะไรเงี้ยพวกแฟนาติกพวกเอนาจีอะไรเงี้ยโอ้ช็อตนี้เวอร์จัดต้องยืนเลยเนี่ยเช็ดกระจก
He had the support of a second duelist and the rest of the team just playing for them. Definitely the Vice were on their side for this one, but they need to keep it up for Breeze if they want to close it their way.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, now we have both of these teams on their highest energy, right? You can see the exchange between both of the teams as well. They're up on their feet, they're out of their seats too, and they are ready to take it to Breeze right now, Mimi.
You think about the history of this matchup between China and Pacific. It's been so back and forth. This time guard for Genji. They why they beat Paper X, why they beat DRX, why they're here. They have a chance to book a spot in the playoffs, but so do Edward Gaming. We're into the agents like Genji played the Yoru comp on this and EDG played the old bog standard with Kong Kong on that jet.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like the Yoru. I want to see more impact. I feel like the other day it fell super flat. The impact was not there, especially now starting on the attack, but mostly so on that second half. Is he going to put that pressure onto the map? Same goes for Karen. I think that he had a great game, but it was disaster was a bit lackluster.
I'm looking at the flanks and how Genji can handle it. Last time they played this, they were getting lurks up hole on their defense on the attack.
Okay, ไม่ AFK ก็ได้
โถ่เลย They really need to have buttoned down how to play because it's a big risk going to Breeze without Cypher.
Well, the winner moves to playoffs and the loser will have to fight for survival on Monday one last time. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Mika, and our wonderful analyst desk, Tom, as we dive into this final map, the third of the series, the last of the day. I'm very impressed with what we just saw from Genji. Do you want to put out a prediction for this one?
No.
All right.
No, I don't, because so far I said that I thought EDG would win the second map, and I thought that Genji would win the first map. So, yeah, no, you know what? I don't fancy giving a prediction. I'm just going to let it go at this stage.
Fair. You know what I'll say, though? I predict Genji, if it's going to be the same as last map, where Lakia lost one opening duel. One none. Other than that, it was exclusively Meteor and Texture that took opening duel. It's rare you see that. The other two players absent in early fights. It was just these guys. And with the success they've been finding, hey, I'm not going to ask you to change that.
So the record that they have on this map for Genji kind of stinks. It's not been fantastic. They've lost it 3 times in a row to RRQ, Team Secret, and Loud. But according to Jen, who is obviously does a lot of the Korean translations and interviews, she said that they feel really confident on
เริ่มเร็วที่คิดว่ะเกม 3
position in particular. So yeah, I've leaked what she said. If she can come find
Ui.
what she wants. Either way,
you're not winning that fight, Tom.
I know.
I'll let you know. Just like
but I wanted to say it that bad that I'm happy
เจอ
to
ตัวตุ่น
But just like Con there, not winning that fight as he gets dropped on that defensive side. An aggressive push that's now left Haodong in a little bit of an isolated position. If he didn't have 2 players right behind him, it's a pretty heavy stack up on B. And after finding that opening kill in this direction, especially if they took down Haodong, they might consider just full blitzing the B site. That seems to be the plan, Tom, but there could be danger here. Still a trap on site. It gets destroyed, and the cam's gone. A lot of control. Smoggy though with it. Oh, okay, never mind.
No, never mind
เอ้า
whatsoever. That's just been
เร็วมาก
slaughter.
ชิบหายแล้วไง
Miss it. Every single member of the EDG side is gone.
เยยไม่อยู่เนี่ย
Well, that's exactly how
โอ้ย
you wanna
ลืม
see it
เปิด
start.
ไมค์
You are on the EDG side of things. Clean, clinical. And that's the thing. Okay, it hasn't worked for them so far, this composition, but it's one I like.
เครื่องมันยังติดอยู่เลยพี่
Two agents that can take a lot of map control. I think obviously the one sort of detriment to it is having that single initiator and not having the cypher. That's the main worry. You can be flanked very easily. So it's something that they're going to have to definitely watch out for, but it allows for an awful lot of cool set plays.
Well, early peak. Kankan wants to get involved. Marshall out. Headshot shots being looked for, but no bullets landing. And the aggression from nobody has been spotted. They're anticipating it. There's not really much he can do in terms of continuing down that avenue. Gen G have been super patient in a lot of these rounds that we've seen before. Those anti-bonus rounds. They're always sitting back, always using their utility to clear up.
โอ้โห
Fall back. I've really enjoyed.
หรือว่ามันจะลงไปข้างล่าง
Especially on the last map, and it seems like it's no different here.
มันแสบจังวะ Gen G
Definitely warmed up into this game, and you almost have to hope for EDG's sake they haven't cooled off, because we've seen a lot of different heroes throughout, especially in their Paper X game. We talk about great performances out of Haodong. I think nobody had a fantastic map of Split. But in the last map, I was basically like, how many kills can Kankan get? And if it's not at least 4, they're probably losing the round, which is not the sign you want to see. It reminds of almost EDG of old. He's the hero, and the rest of the team are just looking to try and put him into position. For this round,
30 seconds left.
Expectations incredibly low. Sure, he has a Marshall, which, given the opportunity, could do damage, but now in an afterplant, Lakia on a potential late lurk. Now, there is a bit of a gap being left, but I think Lakia has now filled that. And it will now just be Kankan remaining. I think
เฮ้ย
he's already
ศึกสไนเปอร์วะเนี่ย
spotted the sniper. He shot a couple of bullets at them, so I don't know if anybody's going to want to feed him.
คนเล่นกันเอาชัวร์จัดเลย
Person I can see peeking that is Texture. The scope of his own on the outlaw, and an advantageous fight.
โอ้สงสัย
Of where he hits, 45 HP. Kankan's on his way forward. Understandable. You know, he's not going to look to carry a Marshall through to the next, but the outlaw is holding the angle, and Texture will find that easily. 2-0 for Gen G. Not much in the way of damage done. I think it was just the pistol that was lost on mid.
คือครั้งมันไม่ซื้อเวนดอลเลยพี่ เน้นเกาะแต่มาเจอ
เอารอ
เจอเอารอเขาบอกไม่เอากูยอมเล่นการเดียนเลย
Very quiet start from them in a map that doesn't decide their fate, but it's still a scary fate to have. Like, bear in mind, okay, yeah, sure, they've managed to beat out Paper X once. There's a chance they'll face them again. You've got the likes of Loud, Heretics, like all of these teams that can come back, even maybe a little bit of chance for revenge for FPX as well. So those decider games not going to get any easier. Getting through first time definitely has its benefits. Already quite a bit of information. Both duelists being spotted outside of that A site. And considering that this is a bonus round, it has some real legs to it.
Especially in post plans here for Gen G. If they can muscle their way into a site, we're going to have the Outlaw leading the charge to take opening fights. Everybody on the side of EDG has got full shields. Of course, they saw the Outlaw last round, so you're not going to go running into that with light shields, giving him free kills, giving him basically an AWP upgrade. Texture's avoided the recon. He's in a good position. If anyone does go for that peek just to grab a little bit of info, they'll be in a lot of trouble, but the poison orb's up, and that should keep them back.
Yeah, they've got the information that they are still here. It's the split into middle that could definitely make things a little bit more interesting. Trying to almost bait with the shots. Ow, and they haven't actually seen it. Already first duel going their way. A nice work from Haodong. Smoggy as well, combining. Desperately low on HP, but they've managed to weather the storm, hold them back that little bit longer. Leaving just 2 players remaining. Make it 1. It was a clean sweep. Nobody lost. Which sounds mental as a sentence.
Yeah.
And EDG, well, after a single kill in the first 2 rounds, they do quite well in the first buy.
Yep, a very well held push on the side. I mean, this is what I'm saying for Gen G actually breaking through. I think is the problem in this round, short of any over peaks out of the side of EDG, but they were patient. They took their time, and they certainly managed to reap the rewards for that. Now, coming into round number 4, I'm a little concerned. Meteor has an ulti online, and it's going to be pulled right away. Into another dimension he goes.
He's got to fall back, so he's left his gate crash in towards A main, clearing out this like a recon.
Look how far back they've gone.
And yeah, I mean, they've made the right call rather than being blitzed on. Karen has such a good angle for the rotate through. There's no way you could have expected that.
It's the orchestrator, the conductor from the back, and the gun
เรียบ
barrel
ร้อย
spotted.
ปืนโผล่
The start from texture.
จบเลยครั้ง
It's going to make it so much more problematic clearing out these players from the
โอ้
back.
แล้วรอไลฟ์อัพ
It's
ส
going
อง
to be
คนคน
impossible.
แบบว่า
They've
ปิด
got
หลังให้สอง
so
คน
many
หมดสิทธิ์
lineups. They could use a
หมดสิท
gravity
ธิ์แล้ว
well,
วิ
but
นี้
I don't think they're even
มี
going
ทั้
to
ง
need
ดูด
it.
ทั้ง
Picking
เอ
this
อ
team apart,
ไลฟ์อัพ
Smoggy
ดูด
at
แบบ
least has found
ว่า
one,
จัด
but here comes those lineups. Anybody even gets close to that spike, and they've already spotted both players.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Meteor's blinded himself.
เมาเฟดตัวเอง
And now the grab well's also caught out
โอ้
Smoggy.
โห
A clean take from Gen
โอ้
G.
แล้วคนคนล็อกหลังให้สองตัว
Comical close to it, but
ปัญหาแล้ว
they won't mind.
เจอแท็กติกอย่างนี้เข้าไปทำไง EG
So lost in my life. Meteor he didn't know where he was. That was the blind. He sees a player close. He has to run out of the smoke rather than get shot in the head. Ends up getting blinded himself. It was beautiful. That must be so confusing for Munchkin.
พี่ว่าไวเปอร์รู้สึกยังไงที่เห็นโยรูยืนอยู่ข้างหน้าก่อนที่มันจะตาย จะยิงใครก่อนดีวะ
With full rifles in play
โค
for
ตรเป้า
that
สายตา
attacking side, and EDG having next to nothing to work with, just some pistols. I see the clock frozen on the top. I have to almost think this is a timeout from EDG. This early on, you don't want Gen G to be just storming away, and as we can see, yes, it is indeed an EDG timeout.
อัปเตอร์แก้ไว
I
อ่ะ
think it's almost just off
ดู
the
ดิ
map
แก้
in
ไง
which these rounds have been won. As I said, the first
ไม่ได้ตกรอบ
two
อันนี้
rounds
แพ้
they got
เดี๋ยว
a
ไป
singular
แข่ง
kill. Me too. And then also the last round, again, just one kill. It was only the round that Smoggy actually managed to sort of hold the line on the site. Other than that, they get forced back. But the thing is, so far at least, that those retakes haven't looked good. And it's not your normal composition. That's sort of the
คือเห็นแบบ
benefit of not
ถ้า
only having Meteor
เจนจีได้วาง
as
แล้ว
that
เซต
extra
อัพเมื่อกี้
space
นะ
taker. He can also cause havoc when you're trying to go
กู
for
ยาก
those
จัดอะ
retakes. But then you just have Karen and Munchkin.
แล้ว
It's
ยิ่ง
sort
ถ้า
of
มัน
like
เหลือ
the
คน
yin and
สั
yang
ก
of the team.
4 คน
Like
เนี่
you've
ย
got this crazy aggressive lunatic
น่าจะต้อง
and then you've got two
ดัน
guys going.
ดันหลัง3อ่ะ
line up out. Okay, there's the snake back gone.
ไม่ยากเลยอ่ะ
Okay, few seconds. It's gravity well.
And then that's basically the round over at that point. And in the meantime, it's like, you know, the guy that's sweating, you know, the sweaty guy. Yeah. I mean, you've just got Tess going, I'm in the fight. I killed one. And just the others chilling, just having a nice time. It's a disgusting sort of matchup to try and play against. And you almost have to play into that aggressive nature. You have to try and, well, as GB would say, punch him in the face. You have to get up close and personal. And Gingy are just so good at denying that.
Well, this is it. We've seen so many rounds where they just pump the brakes right off rip, play it super slow. Early on here, I'm not sure what Meteor just did. Maybe popping a flash through A main, then TPing right over to B for a much quicker pace take to keep these players in position on A. Perhaps he grab and rotates over, but one man is still here. Standing his ground. Well, not anymore. G-Juice not standing at all. Good shot from nobody. And an angle lined up, but Meteor
ที่ปืนเขามีกระสุนให้30 นัดทำไมเขายิงกันแบบ
กระสุนมันแพง
กระสุนแพงขนาดนั้นเลย
He's going to get his shot online no matter what happens here, well, unless he goes down to the spike, but I don't think that's going to happen. But the thing is, Genji are just giving them nothing. Every once in a while, someone goes for a slight jiggle peek, but they're just so passive in their spots. Ratty angles being held as well. Okay, sure, as said, you've got players like Meteor who just want to try and farm up as many orbs as possible, but again, that's another player round with 4 players alive. There's been barely anything to talk about in terms of EDG. The finances already off the charts for Gen G. If they wanted to throw in an operator, they could comfortably on pretty much every single player. And this now has to be a response, because right now this is looking like a deflated EDG. This is not the team that we were singing the praises about in map 1. Even Kankan at the moment is missing.
Yeah, and that's coming out of a pause as well, right? Like, this has got to be somewhere that you've had your coaching staff come in, GL's trying to pull it through, you call that pause, you touch base with your coaching staff, and you're right back into the fray. For Gen G, I mean, look, it's plain sailing. It's right now. EDG need to get back on that horse. And we've seen a couple different approaches that Gen G have shut down each time. This time, though, late rush on the back of a flash. It did come the other sneaks into the corner, and that'll be aggressive A information for them with a rotate coming through, but the dash was heard.
They know Concon is coming around this angle.
โอ้ยชิบหายแล้วไง
And that was because of texture being up here in the tube.
โยกหรือเปล่า
Perfect comms.
Again, no success for
แต่ว่าฮาวดง
Concon as
ยังได้
aggressive
นะ
when
เอ
they
อยู่
played this map versus FPX.
มีสิทธิ์โยกกลับเหมือนกันเนี่ยยูรุเนี่ย
He was one of the only reasons they were even in the map. Like he was so
โห
aggressive.
โดนกดดันจัดแล้วตอนนี้ ฮาวดงหน้าเอก็ไม่ได้ต้องถอยแล้ว
Right now, that just isn't the case. Again,
แล้ว
they saw
texture
Maroons
ได้ยินเสียงโรเทม
trying
หมด
to
เลย
keep a couple of players, but
เจ๊ง
right now it's still split.
เจ๊ง
ทุก
ละ
อย่างอยู่ในแผน
อี
การ
ราวนี้
In the form of Howdong, and just look at his HP. He's already low. He's about to come under some serious
ต้อง
pressure.
พึ่งปฏิหารย์กันเป็นไฟ
Support
power
has began to rotate in. Smoggy actually
เจ๋งละ
pushing
เจ๋ง
into
จริ
his
ง
own YouTube to
เจ๋ง
try and just
เจ๋ง
get
จริง
anything there, and it's so easy. They are making this
อุ้ย
look like a walk in the park, or maybe a walk along the beach. Finally, there's been a response, but just look at where the players are.
ตันแต่เชื่อ
The
ออกไป
afterplant
แล้ว
will again ensue. The rats will go back into their corners. There's no hope.
อยากเห็นเฮเว่นใหม่ถ้ามันจะกลับมา
Very strange position to find ourselves in, considering how we started this series out, Tom. I thought we were in for a quick day, and well, it might be 3 maps, but with the way things are going, it could be in the runtime of 2.
2 ตัวเลย
13-8, 13-5, and Genji now leading 5-1. The question: how many rifles can EDG carry through to the next round? Already one is spotted towards the elbow, and there's the crunch coming in from Meteor. He gets one. And there's more players on the way.
Where do you go?
They're willing to commit. They're boxing him in. Chichu knows his only chance is to come out swinging to try and take the fight before they pincer him. Unfortunately, nothing is found. Rifles are dropped, and EDG, it's not just their economy that's in the bin. It should also be their mental. This is a really tough position to play from.
Yeah, they're so prepared for everything that they want to do. Concon's initial aggression, I think he's actually caught by his own teammate's flash initially, so unable to find anything on the peak. The push into middle, also, they're just waiting. They're ready, and the second he's dead, it does just look like, okay, now they can go for their executes. They get rid of the real danger.
บีดแม่งเข้ม
And
อะ
the only round
เจ
that
น
they've
จี
won so far on the EDG side was purely based off Smoggy managing to get a multi-frag on the site. Again, the ult's being farmed up. Meteor one away, Munchkin one away. They've got a couple of marshals to play with in this round though.
เซตอัพหน้าเอมันโหดจัดอะ
Maybe could try and do a little bit of
คุณ
damage.
ดูดิมันสแกนแปดใช่ไหมยังไงมันก็สแกนทันอะมันได้ข่าวหน้าเอแน่นอน
A
อะ
bit of damage. Look at their economy on Genji. It's not going to do anything like short of them being able to completely break open this attacking side in the coming rounds. Good shot by Smoggy. That's texture down already. Some economy damage. But we need to see a lot of rifles dropped, and really, we're looking for a round win for EDG every time they run it. Nice position. Oh no!
He puts his gun away, and instead,
โอ้โห
a little bit late, but it still works
มัน
out
ไม่
for
สเปรย์
Karen.
ซีซัวด้วยแม่งรีเซ็ตกลับมารีเซ็ต
There
อะ
was a chance that he gets picked off, but that lurk was filthy. And again, look, they're just going to use the cosmic divide, get themselves
โอ้
the
คอนฟิกดี
afterplant.
วายแบบนี้
And do I believe
โอ้ย
there's any hope in the afterplant? Maybe. They've at least eliminated one of the players, but I don't even think they realize just yet where everything's going down.
Just look up in the sky. See
แต่
that
มัน
cosmic
กูไนฟ์ฝัน
divide?
ดีน้อง
That'll
โบ
give it away. But they were looking to clear out any lurkers around. No one to be found. Rifles potentially retrievable. Something.
มาเก็บปืน
But if you're on EDG right now, the real concern is Smoggy and Howdong being so low. A bullet, all that's needed to take down the final player, and it is delivered easily. That one didn't really seem under threat. GNG tighten their hold on this map and on this series with a 6-1 lead. One saving grace, Tom, is that EDG have 4 ultimates coming into the next round, and they've called a timeout, and they'll be full bot. If ever they were going to put another round on the board, this is really where you want to see it.
Clean.
Yeah,
Not so clean.
Ultimates for a retake as well, because that has been their major problem. Just look at the deaths. It's not something I say too often, but look at the deaths over on Genji. Munchkin has died once, Karen has died twice. And that's because they are playing for the late round every single time. Karen's lurks have been sublime, but they're so ready to just play in those afterplant situations. Now, at least with something like a Hunter's Fury, maybe an aggressive push from Concon with the Blade Storm, they might be able to clear out some of those late flanks. I'm also looking, though, at the fact that he's got the operator, because he has been getting into a lot of early fights and losing pretty much every single one of them. The gun that pretty much made him famous. is in his hands once again, and if you're on that EDG side, we are going into round number 8. Both of your pauses are already gone.
ตาแดงหมดแล้ว
ร้องไห้แล้วชิบหายแล้วโดนไป6-1ร้องไห้เลย
ตาแดงหมดแล้ว
Swinging on map 1 on Gen G's map pick. They set the tone for the series, and that tone has changed dramatically since we left Icebox. They've cooled down on EDG, and Gen G coming in hot on Breeze. An 8th round about to kick off. Gen G could be on 7.
คือครั้งมันโมโหแล้วซื้อสไนมาแล้ว
EDG have 4 ultis to play with. Bit of a concern though, with the retakes constantly needing to be played on A, with an ult for Meteor that we've seen used before to just clear this site out, get them on there, get the plant in. And then if it's Munchkin
อันตีโยรู้ไม่เหมือนแบบไล่ออกจากไซต์อะ
ใช่มันคอนเฟิร์มได้ไซต์อะ
We're going for a Hunter's Fury.
ก็คือประเด็นคือโอ้โหเจนจีวาง
โอ้
เซตอัพเจนจีคือแบบโค้ดแพนอะต้องบอกวางคือแบบยากจัด
ต้องดูเลยว่าคางแม่งจะเก็บสไนเปอร์เล่นราวหน้าปะ
There's not really
a
lot of coordination for EDG.
เซฟเลยหรือเปล่าเพื่อน
They're still covering out some of this map. It looks like they want to go forward. There's a flank on the way from Karen. There's really not a lot going for this defensive side, even though it's a 5v4. The odds are stacked against them.
Yeah,
ไม่เอา
so
ละ
much needs to happen, and I don't even know if they're gonna get anything again. Can't got caught with no
โอ้
gun
ย
in hand.
คารอน
Karen is just doing so much damage,
เฮ้ยมัน
devastation.
เจนจีแล้วน้องโพด
At least it's just exit kills.
คางยืนทีเดียวเจนจีแม่งตื่นหมดเลย
Already
เอ
over.
อ
Gen G are running a clinic.
เหมือนยืนถึงปลุกผีขึ้นมา
The team that didn't fear Gen G are just getting ruined by
เฮ้ย
them.
เฮ้ยลาเกีย
ลาเกียทำไม
อันนี้ปลุก
เป็น
หรื
เด็
อก เปล่า
เป็นเด็กไม่ดีเฉย
Peeks the angle. It's like a calling card. They're beckoning them in. It's just so
กูทามมิ่งไอ้คารอนนี่แบบ
Like we mentioned the flank, but I didn't expect that level of impact.
Well, the funny thing as well is, at that point, the
เฮ้
round
ยหัวเสียละใจเย็น
they weren't looking to
ทางโซ่หลุด
actually
ละ
fight back into it, but they're just not prepared for these players to be around. And that's the thing, they're running the comp with more information. They're running the one with the double initiator, with the cipher, and they're the ones that end up looking like fools in almost every single round. The fact is, I'll be honest, I've kind of forgot they even had a cipher at this point. Like, I just don't think that Chichu's been able to find anything.
คันเนี่ย
And
โอ้โห
gonna get one for free. Finally, Munchkin.
เพื่อนไม่ทัน
By the way, I think that's only death
โทษ
number
ทีมัดกิน
2.
ทามมิ่งของเพื่อน
He's
I
been.
hadn't even caught that.
I think he was 7-1, unless he died last round as well. But even still, he's barely died. Where the Viper's pit was online until right at the end. So yeah, I think that was literally his second death.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. I mean,
And I think Karam will only be on like maybe 3.
The thing is, the trade that they get there, Munchkin falling, it is big. It is removing a lot of the utility that gets them out to sight. Problem is, it was Con dropped on the other side. That's your entry. Howdong tries to fill the role, and he's shut down immediately. Lackey is caught in the corner, though. Trapped in there, and the big iron takes him down. Back up. Well, the first shot doesn't hit.
ไอ้กล่องนี้แม่งเจ้าปัญหา
Meteors
จริ
most
ง
certainly does. They don't know that there's a player sitting on the site.
แม่งจะแฟดเข้าก็หลบแฟดได้เพราะกล่อง
Gate crash, so now the info will be there.
เฮ้ย
That there is
สาว
still
โชว์
someone
มา
sitting
ไง
around. There's going to be a bodyguard on the
จังหวะ
planter,
ทามมิ่ง
so no chance to deny it. And the real hope, okay, well that was actually a good chance. Some damage done. The eyes
คารอน
focus
เช็คหลัง
forward. Good flash, and good
มัน
punish.
ไม่
Even
โด
though
นอยู่ดี
Chichu catches one from behind, he's going to swing straight into this op. I like the cage. Great use of it. Great swing. Oh, but he doesn't hit the kill shot. 55 HP, but that's enough for Texture to still be able to duel. And with Meteor coming around the other side, I don't see a lot of ways this goes for Chichu. He needs to be quick, clean, and clinical. Good shot, good correction as well. Meteor forced back, and the defuse is underway. No utility for the Yoru. It's going to be a drive peek, and it's run down again for Gen G. One of the closer rounds for EDG, but again they lose, and 8-1 we go.
8-1 ครับ
Doesn't
ไม่
seem
มี
like
ทร
there's
ง
any safe haven for the defenders.
หนัก
No,
จัด
that was one of the best opportunities for them. A few pieces of individual brilliance, an aggressive push, some team play that worked out, but they met Meteor at the end, and they went extinct. 11-4 for him, but there hasn't been a weak link. That's been the major issue.
บอกแล้วครั้งอย่ายืน
Peaked at the perfect
ยืน
moment,
เดียวแม่งตื่นทั้งทีมเลย
as they have done versus most of their opponents throughout this game.
บัฟยืนบัฟยืน
Well, time to lock and load. Go again for EDG.
เมื่อกี้มันอีโคครับมันเลยต้องเล่นอักษิบ
They
หน่อย
still had one,
คอมนี่
but
ของเล่น
they
เยอะจัด
burned them up. They're on their own now.
NG
All on their lonely, just like the round count. Viper's pit online for the defenders. The way back through, that could help. You see a retake wall on
ทาง
B.
มันดันเลยวะ
One that lets them
อ้ำ
get close
เฮ้ย
from middle and then pop. No. He's out. Okay,
โอ้
cool.
ย
Oh,
โอ้โหเอ้ยเอาแล้วโดนเอ้าเชี่ยมึงแฮกปะเนี่ย
เหลือเชื่อ
That's one of the best Thunder Furies I've ever seen.
โอ้โห
They just tagged both. That's ridiculous from
พี่ทำไมมันดูเหมือนใช้ง่ายจังวะ
First map to forget. He has been fantastic
เดา
ever
ตำแหน่ง
since. Back with a
ไอ้ตรงนั้นมัน
vengeance.
คนมันชอบยืน
look
อยู่
who
หร
it
อ
is they killed, Tom.
แล้วมันเป็น
That's
ส
your
วิงโด
Viper's
น
pit down and out of the round. No way back through for them now.
Well, nobody's going to try. He's got some support, but again, there's a smoke to deny them a meteor in an aggressive position. Just doesn't seem to be missing a beat. Stolen away by Karen in the end, but
บีทแม่งบ้านเจนจีว่ะ
whether
แบ
you
บ
predicted the first and the
ภาพใน
second
หัว
map,
มันต้อง
I think you're
ยังไง
a bit
ก็ต้อง
crazy
เวน
if
ดอล
you
ถึง
did.
จะใช้แฟนทอ
But
ม
if you thought this is how map
ส
number
งสัย
3
จะ
was
ต้องเปลี่ยน
gonna
ความ
go,
คิด
props to you.
This is
And how is it
ดู
living
จาก
in Korea?
แมตช์นี้ละ
This is just so disgusting. Was there? Am I mistaken in saying that there was nothing to give away that player's position? That was a
เฮ้ย
blind fire.
ไม่ให้ปืนง้างธนูแทนเหรอผิดไหมอย่างงี้ผิดไหมพี่
น่าจะไม่เป็นไรเพราะธนู
Pulls of the bow.
ถือว่าไม่รุนแรงเท่าไหร่
Every single one hit their mark. Bullseye after bullseye. 9-1. Gen G are absolutely stealing this series away. They got dominated on their map.
ผมยืน2 คนเลย
Then they showed
ยืน
up.
2 คนไม่นับ เหมือนกดไลค์อ่ะไม่นับ
On the last map in this one.
กดไลค์2 ทีก็ไม่นับ
เลยคู่เลย
ใช่ๆกดไลค์2 ทีเขาไม่นับไง เขาห้ามทำท่าปืนนะครับ แต่ไม่รู้ว่าธนูได้ไหม ถ้าคนมันเข่งกดจริง ถ้ามันไม่เขียนว่าโบไปด้วยก็แต่ถ้าเขียนว่าไฟอาร์มก็อาจจะโดนนะแต่ถ้าเขียนว่าโบเฉยๆก็อาจจะถ้าไม่เขียนว่าโบถ้าเขียนว่ากันเฉยๆอาจจะไม่โดน
ดูดิ
มัน
You can see just trying to make this awkward, try and make this confusing, and there's texture. Even still though, Khan
ร้องไห้แล้วนะโดนเงี้ยจริง
which I'll be honest, so far has been unusual. A deep mid position from nobody, but looks away. Just as they make the cross, the entire team comes out, and then Khan peeks.
วัดไม่สู้เลยมุมเนี้ย คนโรเทตเป็นวางเป้ารอแบบวัดไม่สู้อ่ะ
There's a cipher.
คนเรียบร้อยครับ
It's 'cause
แต่
they're
วาง
finally going B.
เฮ้ย
That happen very often in
โอ้
this meta.
ทำอะไรมันก็ดีไปหมดเลย
They're
ว่ะ
still
พี่
losing every single fight ahead of them. Chichu probably gobsmacked that they've actually entered into the B site. I don't know where he's hoping to go. They're so ready for it. He does
คือ
at
จาก
least manage
จากการ
to
ที่มันใช้อันตีเนี่ย
the
มัน
player
ได้วางอยู่
planting,
ต
but
ลอด
it's
อะ
off. They've
อั
already
นตีแอต
planted
ตาอันตี
the
โย
bomb
รุ
just as every other round goes.
มันได้ข่าวอะ
It's
แอ
10-1.
ตตาโอ้โห
Ridiculous.
I don't even remember what round EDG won. To be honest, this has been the most.
เซตอัพโค้ดแพนอย่างโหดเจนจี
แต่ดูเจนจีมันชอบเลือกดันบ่อยๆเหมือนกันนะตอนเจอพวกซีเคท
I remember it because it's the only
เพราะมันโหดนะเนี่ยทำมาดีอยู่
Like, you could study this. You could watch this back again and again. Icebox.
look what they're buying. Look at what they're buying.
Stop.
Look
Look
at
at what
what
they're buying. It's the last round of the half.
Look at what
They've got backup weapons.
Look at what they're doing.
They've got backup weapons for days and
3-1 ก็เซต้าเลย สภาพเซต้ากับซีเคทเลย
Does he PK main? Does he peek into middle? That's where Kankan is.
โหดูท็อปพี่
This is
ฮะ
so disgusting.
ดู
They know
ดูเจนจีถือออฟกันดิ
Oh no, they know where texture is. What a disaster.
พอเป็นราวท้าย
Blade Storm used as well. Upshot fires out. It was Munchkin letting loose on that shot, swapping the weapon over for a Phantom, and they're still keeping the 3. It's just juggled around. Now it's Lakia who's going to be your offer. I don't know how they're running this. You know, you take one shot, then you juggle it over, right? That's your chance gone. Now it's someone
มัน
else.
ซื้อมาล็อกอะเผื่อมีคนดันนะ
Oh no. Poor form, but they do have to make a play eventually. 50 seconds left on the clock. It's time to push forward. Hey, 2 ops on attack. It's still pretty good. Still pretty unique.
ไปลงตรงไหนวะ
Taking space. There hasn't been a battle or a brawl in this round. EDG have played a little bit more passive. It
โอ้โห
doesn't make
ยิงสโมกก็โดน
difference. They're being battered. Kankan again tries to
อุ้
be
ย
the
ข้างโดน
hero,
ตัวปลอ
but
ม
this
หลอกเป้า
time
หลอน
and every time he has
หลอน
been
ไปหมดแล้ว
magnificent.
อ๋อไม่ใช่เปล่าไม่ใช่ โอ้โหเละเทะ
Well, that's
Oh,
nothing
wait.
he can do. A nice shot at least. Still know where they are. But knowing and doing anything about it is going to be another thing altogether. The plant not the safest, but that's cover. They didn't even need the plant in the
Oh,
end. It is
หนักกว่าพี่
11 to
สภาพ
1
อย่างกับเซต้าเลย
scoreline. The most dominant half we've seen so far in the tournament.
Yep.
And it will have to be an even more dominant one if they're going to turn this around.
Yeah, fair play if anybody can beat that moving forward in the event. I'm not
ผม
expecting
มันทำอะไรก็
to see a much
ไอ้นี่
better
ไปหมด
half
เลย
than
ว่ะ
this on any map. Absolutely
ดีไปหมดอะ
by this attacking side of Gen G. 11 rounds, an EDG that came in the start of the day looking like favorites, playing like favorites. And Gen G have found
เกม
themselves
แรกเหมือนยังไม่
behind.
ตื่น
Let's
จริง
hear
นะ
from Munchkin as we sat down with him earlier on.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지에서 IGL을 맡고 있는 먼치킨이라고 합니다. 제 IGL링 방식 자체가
เกมแรกมันด่าเลยวะ
잘하는
ไอ้
플레이
บล็อกโดน
방식을
ยับหมาเลยนี่หว่า
약간 돋아주면서 더 잘할 수 있게 하는 게 제 IGL 스타일링이기 때문에 저희
มันกินแมนเจียว
선수든 나 이거 지금 해보고 싶다. 진짜 이거 할 수 있을 것 같다라고 하는 걸 해주면 계속 최대한
หัว
밀어주고
หอกตื่นครับผมจังหวะนี้
อาคังยืนทีเดียวนี่ตื่นทั้งทีมเลย
เท็กเจอร์เมเนโอแบบ
ทอน
되게
มาสเตอร์คาร์ด
게임적으로 되게
오호.
어려웠던 것 같고
มึงแบบ2โมโห2ตัวโมโหแบบโหดจัดอะ
그런
อันนี้คือตื่นในทีมยังเนี่ยแบบ3เนี่ย
ตอนแมป3ตื่นทั้งทีมแมป2มา2คน
เรียบร้อย
Might do a little bit of chip damage to Tui's here if he doesn't get himself out of danger. Tui's taking a lot of damage from this.
แต่คือโหแท็กติกเจนจีแม่งแบบ EDG แม่งสู้ไม่ได้เลยอะ
แถวEDG
Tiniest of margins.
วิธีเล่นเจนจีมันโหด
멀리서
โหดมาก
이제 유럽 경기를 보고 북미 경기를 볼 때
야.
되게 다 무서웠는데 지금
빨리
마드리드가
맨ยังไงก็
퍼시픽이
แพ้
가장 무서운 것 같은데
ที่นี่ยังเป็นโคเรียอ
지금
ยู่
한국 시간으로 되게 늦은 시간인데 경기 끝까지 봐주셔서 정말 감사드리고요. 저희가 남아있는 경기들도 좋은 성적으로 걷어갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. 감사합니다.
Well, Munchkin sitting 10-2 right now. I imagine he's going to be pretty happy with his performance and probably the performance of his team overall. 10-round lead, 2 needed to close it out. The pistol may well seal EDG's fate, and even the best teams in the world will refer to those pistols as a coin toss. That's not a coin toss I'd like to be participating in if I was EDG.
No, I think the word screwed comes to mind. If they pull this one off, we'll be raving about it for a long, long time. But the fact is, Gen G, they started slow, they built in map 2, and now they are looking unstoppable. A chance for the first time in their
แพ้
history,
พวกนี่คือ GG
not
เล
only
ย
making it to a Masters,
อันนั้น
making
น่า
it
จะ
to a
จีจีนะ
Masters
เฮ้ย
playoffs for a lot of these
เฮีย
players.
กล้อง
That
ซิก
was
เล
a
ต
dream that may never have come.
กล้องวันเวนี้
And with a roster that many wouldn't have expected to be this damn good, they are just 2 rounds away from making that history and being, wow,
กล้องซิกเลต
maybe even one of the favorites to take the crown. Still, the players up against them are not ones that you can be foolish, that you can give chances to, and they have struggled on this defensive time before. EDG clearly not giving up just yet, but this man in pistol rounds is
นึกว่าภาพสตีฟ
devastating
ลอย
as
มา
ever. The lurking Karen is all that remains. Watch your flank.
It's a trap here as well. Just gets caught by that. There's the info to play with. It would be a legendary comeback. Kankan using Fnatic's pistol. You'll have to channel some of that energy.
ไปง้างธนูใส่มัน
Yeah, you need more than that.
Well, it's a mini victory, so to speak, for EDG. 11-2.
รายการนี้
They've
ไม่มี
doubled
เอ
the
ฟเฟก
rounds
ต์
here
หรอ
with
ก
the
พี่
pistol
เอา
win.
บอตเตอร์บอกว่า
That's, yeah,
ใกล้
pretty
ไป
much
ไม่มาครับ
summarizes this game so
จับ
far.
บินไกล
It's been tough.
But that was the thing.
มันแพ้ใครเหรอ
We
พี่
saw
แบบ
that
นี้
comeback
ได้มาเนี่ย
ๆไอ้แพ้เคตีหรือเฮียเลดิก
fantastic tactical pause.
Do you reckon they'll have
แต่
one
ฟอร์ม
top?
แต่ฟอร์มก็ไม่ได้แย่
Not
นะ
until overtime, at least. They've got to do it on their own. The coaches, they mentioned it. I think it was Chichu in the interview.
มันเล่นเหมือนเดิมอ่ะ
How
คน
much
เขารู้หมดแล้ว
coaches really impact them. How much they lead by example while they're silenced. You're going to have to rely, well,
จัดไป
either
ครับ
on
ผม
their opponents eventually taking one. I guess that will be the real possibility. Even still, though, Texture going for a little bit of an investment here. Other than that, not a whole lot to play with. And of course, you don't really expect any players to be saving too much here for the side of EDG because you can't afford to play a bonus round in the next.
Part of me sees this as a Gen G round, but how things have been going. Texture's dealt with though, and now my odds are switching up a little bit. EDG have site control, man advantage ×3, and well, it looks like Gen G will fall flat in this eco round. 1 kill for Lakia. We're at the stage with 2 rounds needed for Gen G. I don't really care how much damage they do.
Click that.
They can make this a bit more costly. And for Munchkin, he's picked up a Sheriff. He's close to the spike. There's a couple players getting close to ultis. It's 11-2 though, he can do what he likes. Probably just going down to the spike.
Yeah, to be honest, they've had so many plays that have been based off confidence. I wouldn't even mind too much if he tried to just do some damage. They have such a ridiculous lead, but
อยากคนเซฟเวอร์เขา
clearly just wanting
ทำ
to
อะไร
make
ปะวะ
sure that
เขาเพิ่งเปิดเว็บ
they don't give any of those orbs over to, well, Khan, Howdong, and instead we'll just go down to the spike. Now I fully
เป็นแค่
expect
เสร็จ
that
ไม่เจอ
any
บั๊กหรือเปล่า
weaker
ครับ
weapon
ลอง
here
ลอง
for
ลบ
EDG
ลง
is
ใหม่
just
ดูน่าจะบั๊ก
upgraded.
นะ
You can't be playing a bonus round here. You are too far behind. If you allow them to get to 12, you're playing for overtime, and we are at least seeing rifles purchased up. It's still not going to be the best of buys, though. That's the thing. I think an Outlaw's been purchased in the place of a Marshal. That's a slight upgrade at least, and it will still allow them to buy into the next round, but even with the slight weaknesses, EDG need to win
คู่
this.
2 ครับคู่ 2 จะจบแล้วนี้
Well, EDG have 3
2
rounds,
3
and Munchkin has 3 deaths. It's been a pretty strong game for Gen G so far, and now the rifles come out. As you said, EDG have some upgrades, but there's no such thing as, oh, well, we lost the bonus, it's all good. No. You gotta win that bonus, and nobody's off to a flying start with Karen already down and out. Gen G's numbers thin out, and the A site. Well, you see, with the wall already up, I think they're gonna wait for another pulse. When the wall goes down, Kankan might have an opportunity to spray away. Good spray through. It's dealing some damage. Texture's forced back, caught by nobody. This is a good look for the side of EDG, trading out one after another. We said they needed to win this bonus, and it looks like they've got it locked down, but Meteor has a free kill. And it's been left to a 1v2. Very winnable for Meteor. TP, I love this. I don't know if he's going to commit. I imagine it's a fake for info, and then he can sneak his way through to the site, but let's see.
มาดูเชิงเมเทโอหน่อยครับ
Does take the TP. It's being watched by Kankan. Both players around this angle. It would have to be a mistake at this stage, and even Kankan, one of the most confident players, decides it's not worth it. Smart stuff from EDG. Not going to
เฮ้ย
overextend.
ชิบหายแล้วเนี่ย
This is the exact start they needed.
ในไลน์วินยังมีอีกเยอะ
Start what will be one of the most ridiculous comebacks of all time. Still, I don't think until we get to 8 or 9 rounds, I'm even going to start thinking about what could be on the cards. And you can see the confidence that's there. Like, that push from Karen is ludicrous. It just goes walking out. But you can kind of understand it at this point when you won that many rounds in a row.
You only need it to work once for Gen G. They can throw out a couple of those curveballs. Now, here's the interesting thing. 11-4. A huge lead for Gen G. And they decide to call a timeout.
ทำเอาปิดเกม
Funny, because you mentioned, Tom, earlier about how Chichu was complimenting the coaching staff of EDG, saying how important it is for them to touch base with them. The Gen G have given them an opportunity to do so, but obviously they're just concerned about closing this game out.
When your coach is Solo, one of the legendary Korean FPS players, you don't care who's on the other side. Like, I'll be honest with you. He is someone who was there at the beginning of Valorant. He was there in titles before Valorant for many, many years. He has so much experience that I think they're going to value that a lot more than, oh, okay, now After gets to talk to his team as well. I also think there is just an aspect of momentum breaking. Because the fact is, I think of any team that we have in the scene, you watch Kankan's camera, when that guy gets pumped up, you're in trouble. So create the calm. Use your pauses for that. It might even just be a small talk of like, okay, let's calm down. We're not done. We're not through yet. And I don't mind it.
Well, yeah, when you've got a lead like that, you see your players playing loose. I can also understand just calling that timeout to say, yeah, everybody calm down. Let's play the game. Let's just close it out. We're not here to give EDG a way back in. And if you do, well, they will certainly take it. Yeah. Big lead for Gen G. Defensive side, couple of investments, but nothing huge. Mostly Sheriffs, a Marshal, and a Bookie to back them up. For Gen G, I mean, sometimes you'll see these rounds where you group up, try to play the numbers, but it's such a big map. It's not really a gamble they want to take. Instead, just playing defaults and hoping they can pop off individually. I think really they're just thinking about the next round.
Well, I'm definitely intrigued by a Bucky on Breeze.
เอ้าเห็นพอดีได้หนึ่งข่าว
have that extra controller in the form of Karen. You can create little pockets for someone like Lakia to play, and as said, his resurgence in this series has been fantastic.
น่าจะได้กิน
His
อยู่
resurgence in the scene in general. He had
กี่
to
กระบอกนี้จะได้
go
ทั้งตัวหรือ
through
เปล่า
being slightly trapped to a one-map player to being
เรียบ
trapped
ร้
in
อ
the
ย
tier
อื้อ
2.
หือเอาว่ะ
Now he's been shot in
ยิ
the
งไว
I was optimistic. One of those plays you never really expected to work.
โอ้ย
Meteor though still
โอ้
making things
ย
interesting.
ม่านมันหมดพอดี
But he will fall as well. Munchkin a little bit out of the action. Looking to keep the rounds to death's ratio the same. Although he did technically die to the spike, which doesn't come up on the scoreboard.
Okay.
If we're being pedantic,
He's died a few more times. But for EDG, 13-5 on last map. Pushing up to 5 here. Full buy for Gen G next. Deja Vu starts to ring true, but the attacking side has had a good run of things in this round at least. Damage is very minimal. Nobody out on, both extremely low to the Sheriff. They're just going for the exit towards the spawn. Yeah, well, Munchkin might not die to the spike. It depends how quickly he pushes out here. Still being watched on the cross, but he finds a nice, safe corner to go down to it. So he'll still be able to buy in the next 11-5. EDG
ก็เริ่มไม่ค่อยห่างแล้ว
on
นะครับ
their
ผม
way,
ตอนนี้
but still a long distance left to go. It's worth mentioning, Lakia, well, he's 13-9 right now, 3 assists. He was 3 kills, 18 deaths, 1 assist on map 1. I mean, it was an abysmal map for him on Icebox, but Split and Breeze, he's back in the game.
well, it still seems like it was the closest map so far, which kind of says
กิโลตัวใหม่
how things are going elsewhere. But
สองอย่าง
ยังไม่เคยลองแต่เขาบอกว่ามันไม่เหมือนตัวเก่า
EDG starting to bridge the
นี่ไง
gap, and
เอ้า
that's one hell of a way to kick off the buy round. I said there's always a worry.
พยายาม
ไม่เคย
This man starts gaining confidence. Well, it doesn't get any
เคย
better than
เคย
that.
ลองซีโร่ตัวเดียว
One shot, 2 kills.
ฮีโร่ที่พี่ขายผม
Gen
พัง
G
หมดละ
left to rely
ตัวนั้นแหละ
on a very scattered
ขาย
hull.
ไปเสร็จนั่นแหละขายไปเสร็จคิดถึงซื้อใหม่เหมือนกันตัวเดิมเลย
Are going to have
ไม่รู้ขายทำไม
big performances when the push comes down, and it looks like EDG want to shove into the A site. This is Texture's opportunity. The drone could clear him, or at least keep him behind this Viper wall as it's about to go up and the push to come through. Texture, no dash. He's being silenced, suppressed.
เอาลง
But
หรื
he
อเปล่า
still fires
ได้
back.
ตัวเดียว
23
Big
HP though. And the
เอามือได้
players
ผลั
are
ก
quickly circling him, encircling him, I should say. And
อุ้ย
finally taking him down. Munchkin and Karen to do it all. Nice shot by Karen.
อ้าวโดนนะอ
There's
ย่า
an
งเงี้ย
opportunity.
โด
If he
น
can
นะ
buy some time, the flank will catch another
เรี
off
ยบร้อยครับ
guard. And now it's winnable
2-2
again.
ยังไงดี
Gen G has suddenly found legs in the round, but
ควั
a
กของ
snake
เฉย
bite in hand leads to Munchkin's death. Karen has to clutch this alone. He's keeping his opponent behind the pyramid, but nobody jumps up top to take him down. A 6th for EDG. The gap down to 5. It's not
ชิป
quite
และ
manageable yet.
เอ้า
This attack
เอา
side
สไนโยนลงทะเล
is
ว่ะ
really picking up some
ไม่เอาแล้ว
momentum.
ไม่มีฮะ
Somehow can't
เราสไนโยนออกนอกแมปเลย
away
เมื่อ
from
กี้
being top fragger. I don't know how that's a thing.
They throwing the op off the map. They did. They threw it right off the map. I guess because Concon has the Blade Storm, he's going to use that for what could be a much quicker round.
Yeah, I guess attempting something a little bit more explosive. Blade Storm available on the other side as well. But yeah, I guess maybe the surprise factor of that operator now being gone. It's not like they don't have the finances for it.
Right here.
You can see the patience. Interesting, actually, considering how passive they're holding in this round at the moment. I feel like that operator could have had some value.
Nick
Could have
Devil
removed the
Pangong.
cam with a shock
เอาจ
dart.
นได้
Chichu
ต้อ
now
งซิกาเลต
wants
อัน
to
เนี้ย
reclaim that
เออ
control, something that
เห็
was
น
given
ตอน
up
นั้นดูแข่ง
earlier
ขอ
in
ง
the
ไทย
round, and it looks like they might be about to use
คือกล้องมันดีตรงที่สมมติถ้า A ดันมา
a sledgehammer.
เราเห็นก่อนไง
Information going to be found though.
แล้ว A ไม่รู้ว่าแบบว่า
Clearing out A
กล้อง
main.
ดูอยู่อะไรเงี้ย
แต่มันไม่เห็นผ่านเลยมันเอาไว้เคลียร์ของมันเอาไว้กันดัน
ใช่ใช่ไว้กันดัน
นี่ก็ดีเหมือนกันเรียกของได้ด้วยยิงไกลก็พังไม่ได้
ได้ข่าวด้วยสมมติดันมา2-3 คนเงี้ยเพื่อนเล่นเพื่อนอีกบอมเล่นง่ายเลยแบบจะได้รู้เลยว่าบีเหลือกี่ตัว
The rest of the players need to break through the B site. Viper utility to block them on the retake, but the fight is taken instead. Munchkin blinded up completely, but Con can't get it done with Karen on the side. 3 kills quickly found, and even the blade storm frag on the flanker.
เอาละ
Easy for Gen G. They had a real
วินมันผ่านเกิน
Academy ตัวนี้
and 12 to 6.
ปั้นอะไรเนี่ย
One more needed for Gen G. 6 chances to pull it across the line. And I am amazed by what we've seen in these last 2 maps. This Gen G squad.
วินเดียวแยกย้ายหนุ่ม
I don't know if they need to play a 1-map scrim before their next series, but
ถ้าไปในไทยผมยังไม่เห็นเลย
I would. If this was online, I'd say it's 5 different players, Tom.
ไม่มีสักทีมเลย
Well, that's the thing. You look at their last few series, it does kind of
feel
like they seem to lose
ทำกันเยอะอยู่นะหลายทีม
except for an overtime victory for a 2-0 versus DRX. But that's also just something to talk about. The teams they're going through. It's not like they've had an easy route. You can't sit there and go, oh, you know, they beat one of the weakest teams in their region. They beat DRX, they beat PaperX, they've beaten Loud. These are teams that have all been within top 4 at international events.
เก็บหล่อ
Now
เอ้า
they need to
นัก
try
ธนู
number
ดิ
one. A team again who's been in the playoffs before, and this time it's looking like it might be theirs.
ฮันเตอร์ฟูเรียนปลาเกียร์แมปนี้มันของจริงว่ะ
From creating history for their organization within VALORANT.
เก็บหล่อจบ
And it's looked like it
GG
is dusted. Gen G will be the second team to make it
เป็นไง เจนจีผมมาว่ะ
for Lakia.
GG ครับผม
พี่จอยขอบคุณอีก10 กล่องนะครับขอบคุณมากเลย
Wow, what a resurgence for this man. Not only on the international stage and scene, not just
ดูเราดูรีแอคเพราะว่า
ระดับตำบลจริงๆไทยก็มีนะครับผมถ้าเราติดตามมันจะมีรายการแบบมีเหมือนกันมีเหมือนเกาหลีแล้วแต่ไม่ค่อยได้แบบโปรโมทเท่าไหร่ถ้าติดตามมีอยู่
เห็นเขาบอกว่าสตรีมเมอร์ที่ดัง
ขอบคุณนะครับจอย พี่เด
ได้
มครับจอย
มีสปอนเซอร์ชื่อ US บอกว่าจะให้ร้านหนึ่งมาจัดแข่ง
อย่าเลย
to a dominant map 2 and 3. EDG played well, but not well enough today.
Yeah, I think it's been
Yeah,
a
map แรก
fantastic
Gen G
show,
แค่เล่น
a
4
great
คนแค่
start
นั้นแห
from
ละ
them, and unfortunately weren't able to battle back. But the real story here is with Gen G. You've got returning heroes, teams that have been here before.
ยอมใจแท็กติกเกาหลีครับ
Stepped
ข
into
อง
this
จริง
team after maybe having underwhelming previous seasons. Like expectations for this roster.
มันมีทีมไหน
were
เล่น
nowhere
พร้อมเหมือน
near
เจ
as
น
high
จี
as
ป่ะแบบ
this.
นี้
Now
ไม่เคยเห็น
they
เนาะ
sit top
มีทีมเดียว
4 in the world. They're looking at a chance of genuinely
มันมี
fighting
แอต
for a
ตาไง
trophy.
โยรูไม่แปลกคือตอนนี้โยรูคนใช้เยอะมาก
This is elation.
แต่แอตตาเนี่ย
ตอนนี้คนไม่หยิบโยรุมาเพราะว่ามันเอา
สวัสดีครับพี่มุกเจอกันบ๊ายบายสวัสดีทุกคนนะครับสวัสดีอริยาเนี่ยครับสวัสดีเจอกันบ๊ายบายครับขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาเชียร์ครับผมวันนี้ผมขอตัวก่อน บ๊ายบายเจอกันครับ เจอกันครับเจอกันครับบ๊ายบายครับ ทุกคนสวัสดีนะครับนักน้องร้องด้วย